Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It is Wednesday, April 10th, and this is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And we're going to jump right in. We've got a busy day today. I want everyone to know from the get-go that we're looking at a hard stop today at 6 to accommodate schedules for for commissioners who have other obligations. And I think that's where I'll leave that. When we get to the various issues, we can discuss it because we've got a very full day. But up first, we have a proclamation recognizing National Telecommunications Week. And so, Brett, could you come up and I think we should do this. And I'm wondering, would you like to read this?
No, you can read it.
Okay, I'll do it. I just wanted to offer if anybody else.
You need a mic?
This is Kayla, one of our fire
Kayla.
dispatchers.
I think,
Hi.
do we have a mic easy or easily accessible?
We can hold this.
We can hold, now she's bringing you. No, wait, Steve, wait. Does that work?
She's bringing a mic.
If this works for you, tell us. Just set it down
I
on
think we have the comm center on one of the Zoom.
Just set it down because we hear your
I don't know
hand.
if we can
Okay, this is
allow them in.
Oh, here she comes.
Kayla? Oh, here she, now she's going. All right, thank you. Sorry, I didn't tee that up in advance. Surprise! Okay, this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, recognizing the Pitkin County 911 dispatch for National Telecommunications Week, April 7th to the 13th. Let's see if I can get through this. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, Pitkin County Regional Emergency Dispatch Center 911 dispatchers are the first people in the community to receive these calls from the public in a crisis. And whereas PRCEDC 911, thanks for abbreviating that, dispatchers are certified and specially trained in emergency medical dispatch. They must deal calmly and efficiently with all emergency situations, ranging from horrific medical emergencies to dangerous law enforcement situations. And whereas dispatchers are the single vital link for law enforcement, EMS, and firefighters responding to an incident, by monitoring their activities by radio, dispatchers provide first responders with real-time data that can keep them safe as they respond. And whereas our Sheriff and Board of County Commissioners elevated the status of 911 dispatchers in Pitkin County to first responder status on October 10th, 2019, we were the first in the state of Colorado to gain that recognition. And whereas on March 15th, 2024, the state of Colorado followed Pitkin County and declared all Colorado 911 dispatchers as first responders. And whereas 911 dispatchers must master multiple and varied systems and be adaptable to the new technologies designed to enhance the efficiency and the volume of support we offer to our responding agencies and the citizens of Pitkin County. And whereas now, therefore, it be proclaimed, the Board of County Commissioners is proud to honor all of our 911 dispatchers and recognizes April 7th to 13th, 2024 as National Telecommunications Week in Pitkin County, Colorado, dated the 10th of April, 2024. Thank you. And I'm going to present this to Brett, and we have Kayla here with us. If you want to say something.
Give it to Kayla. She's the
I'll give
one
it
that
to
does all
Kayla.
the work.
Okay. If you'd like to say something.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, guys. It's always an honor. We do this every year, and every year we have something to celebrate. And this year, as you read, the state, almost 5 years later, followed the vision of Pitkin County and bestowed on us the honor and title of first responders. And that's very meaningful. It validates everything that they do and puts us on the peer level with the people that we support. So very important, and I thank you guys for having the vision and giving us the respect and honor of having that title. And we try our best every day to uphold it.
Thank you. Kayla, do you want to say a word? You talk to the people on the phone.
Yeah, keep your hand,
Well, the thing that's interesting is the dispatchers are the point of contact. If people call in, they're talking to you, and they're talking, and to have a calm voice that's clear, authoritative, yet understanding of what the situation is so critical. And I've been there myself, so I really
And
appreciate
one that
it.
speaks Spanish helps a lot too.
Oh, yeah.
Kayla does that.
Yeah, well, I'm actually from the area, so I grew up in this area, so it's nice just to be able to give back.
You know the community also. Say that again.
I did grow up in this valley, so anywhere from Aspen to Rifle, I've lived there. So it's nice to finally give back and help, the people where I grew up, people that I know. So.
Like having you here.
It's so great to have a local step into a role as important as this one. So thank you very much. All right, take care.
Can I make a comment? I'll make a comment here. I just want to say that it was 14 years ago today that we called 911 for my husband Tommy when he had his cardiac arrest. So, and I have to tell you, the first call went out to dispatch to 911, and I think every first responder in 50 miles showed up at Little Annie's and kept Tommy alive. So he had 13 and a half extra years of life thanks to the emergency response and that first call that went to 911. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to keep moving. Do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no
Thank you,
additions
guys.
or deletions to the agenda today.
Thank you, Kayla. Thanks, Brett.
Thank you.
Stop by anytime. Okay, we're going to go to public comment. We allow public comment. It's for 3 minutes per speaker. And if there's any public comment online, raise your hand or try to identify ourselves. And this is for items that are not on today's agenda. This is public comment for items that are not included in the agenda. Any other public comment today will happen during the hearing for that item. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to make a public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for commissioner comments. Commissioner Patty?
It's beautiful outside. I hope people are enjoying it. I've heard that isn't this Sunday the last day of Aspen Mountain and Snowmass, I think?
Snowmass, Aspen has another weekend.
Oh, another weekend. Another weekend, but not during the week.
I don't know.
Week's
I think they
open.
have a whole nother week.
It's open.
Yeah.
And the skiing is great, by the way.
I've
The
heard it's
snow is
great. And we appreciate having that snowpack, that's for sure, because we want that water in our rivers for the summer like we had last year, which was great. Everything's starting to come up. I haven't seen any bears in the upper valley. Does we have any reports?
I haven't seen any.
Yeah, I haven't seen any signs of bear, but the osprey are back. So that is one of the first great signs of spring. I'm excited. John and I saw 3 of them flying over the building the other day. So they're all the way back up valley, which is new. We haven't had them this far up. So I think that's a good sign of, the habitat and the changing diversity of our wildlife. So thank you, and I hope everybody gets out there and enjoys it. We might have another episode of some snow, but that's to be expected. It's springtime in the Rockies.
Okay, thanks, Patty. Do you want to say something, Steve? Okay.
Yeah, the other day when the solar eclipse was happening, we had a little neighborhood party. One of our residents has a really big telescope and had a filter over it so we could look at the sun. We had just the most fun party in this one. She lives right on the lower Capitol Creek Road, and this guy in a delivery truck went driving by, and he went and parked, and he came over and joined us so he could look through the telescope also. Now, just to urge everybody to live a long time, in 2045, the total solar eclipse is going right over us. I will be 96 years old then. I hope I still have my eyesight that I can be able to see that, but that gives me one more reason to want to live a long time so I can be in the total solar eclipse.
I hope I see it with you, Steve.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Kelly?
Yeah. I just want to recognize a friend and colleague, Brian Alvarez Terrazas, who is the Deputy Director of Manaus, and I sit on the board of Manaus. And he was recognized as the Humanitarian of the Year by Garfield County. Brian has been in charge of the Equity Action Project, which has helped do trainings for nonprofits, all up and down our valley. And he's additionally the one of the founding members of the Roaring Divas, which is a drag performance troupe. So I was really delighted to see him win that award, and I was really impressed that the Garfield County Commissioners honored a queer Latino for this. I thought that was really great. So I just wanted
Right.
to shout out
Thanks
to
for
him.
Thanks for acknowledging him.
Yeah.
That's great. Anything, Francie?
No, I'm assuming I'll say plenty later on in the meeting.
Saving.
I'm tired of my voice.
Got it. Okay. I don't have any other additional comments. now, we're going to go to consent items. This is single reading consent items. First off, we have the minutes of March 26th, special meeting, and March 27th, regular meeting. And we have the resolution appointing citizen board members and ratifying a Pitkin County trustee appointment to the Basalt Library Board. Charlotte left, so who's standing in for Charlotte today? Would that be you, John?
I am doing that, and we do have one correction to that.
Oh, in addition to that, please,
So can I move to pass the minutes and then we'll move
Yeah.
on? to-
Yeah.
And I'll
Thank you.
second.
Move to approve the minutes.
we have a
of March
motion from Francie and a.
26th
Yep,
and March 27th.
great, and a second from Patty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. All right, we're going to, you've got something to add, John?
So on the resolution appointing board members, is that what you're on now?
Yes.
Okay. There's one correction for the library board. Christopher Kelleher is actually an alternate, not a regular position, and so we'll make that change on the resolution.
Right.
That's acceptable to the board, and we probably need a motion to make that change. Is that correct,
I'll look for a
John?
motion, just so we've got it, to make the change.
I will move to approve the resolution nominating citizen board members with the amendment of Christopher Kelleher as the library board new alternate appointment.
Great, thank you. Kelly, and then
I'll second.
Patty seconding, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, aye, you want to discuss it? You want to have a conversation?
Yeah, I want
Oh,
a conversation.
Okay, we can do
Steve
that.
likes to, he likes to read them
I'm
all.
not gonna read everybody's names on there, but
Okay,
thanks to
thank you,
all of
Steve.
them for reapplying and for the new people who have applied to be on boards. And I note that we have 2 new members of the Senior Services Council, and I'm really pleased with that. There are still lots of, anybody who comes could be on it. We have lots of seats open that people could serve on that. And I would urge anybody, if you're interested in participating in civic activities, that these boards we have are really a good way to participate in our county government.
Thank you for that. And we have a great long list of local citizens who've been stepping up over the years.
Can I add to that real quick?
Sure, Patty.
I will be presenting by video. I'm going to be doing a video before I leave to go on vacation at the ACRA business meeting, the Aspen Chamber Resort Association business meeting, on this topic of community involvement and how Pitkin County gets people involved in all the different committees. Charlotte's putting together, I think, a little slideshow to be presented at the meeting, and Tori and I are doing a little videotaping with ACRA for the city-county positions on citizen committees. So I'm
Great,
looking
thank you.
forward to that.
Show it
We
to us
have
also.
57, John, I can't remember the number, 50-something different appointed commissions in Pitkin County. Is it 57? Can't be 57.
It's not 57. And
27?
I get it confused
I
with
have it on my
departments. It's
desk.
around 20
27,
something.
I think? It's a
26,
lot.
27, yeah.
Got it, thank you. Okay, Francie.
Yeah, I was interested to see the Weed Advisory Board still there, because what I've mentioned the Weed Advisory Board this week, several people have said to me, well, Pitkin County doesn't have a Weed Advisory Board anymore. And that was disbanded, and we don't have that anymore. So I was really happy that we do.
We do,
Great,
and they're
thank
pretty
you.
active.
I'm going to call the question now. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to individual consideration items. First reading set for public hearing on April 24th of '24. The first is a resolution approving supplemental appropriations to the 2024 budget for 2023 carryover projects, and Connie arrives in the nick of time.
Good afternoon, Board. You are probably familiar with the carry-forward resolution from other years. Every year, as we're closing out and seeing final costs, I meet with each and every department to go through budget items, and we come together with the list of all of the carry-forwards. These are grouped generally into 4 different categories. One are multi-year projects where we know from the start that it's something that will not fit into one budget year. And all of these, I've given you a few examples within the AIS. Phillips Mobile Home Park would be an example, or the microgrid, electric vehicle charging stations, projects that we know right off the bat are going to cross budget years. There are also one-time projects where the timing is shifted. For example, the courthouse exterior doors. There are replacement schedule items. Sometimes there are delays in supply chain, and those need to be carried forward to the following budget year. Other times, it's a matter of the departments trying to be frugal and not replace something that doesn't need to be replaced yet. We have schedules set up, but sometimes items will last longer, and they'll carry them forward. Road and bridge dump trucks and ambulances are examples of items that have been affected by supply chains. The human services copier is an example of something that has a longer life than what was on the schedule. And then we also have dedicated revenues. An example of this are the opioid settlement funds in public health. These are received as revenue, and then we turn around the following year and appropriate it as an expenditure budget so that the funds can be spent for the purpose for which they were received. Departments are not allowed to carry forward operational savings. So these are just specific projects, specific budget items that weren't completed within the time frame for one reason or another. On the second page of your memo, I've listed a few of the larger dollar items, just as a way of calling out a few. There are 3 that are around $1 million. There's the Whitewater Park Streamside improvements, Brush Creek Park and Ride improvements, FLAP grant match, and also the microgrid infrastructure. We also carry forward revenue when the timing of a grant or a contribution or other revenue has been delayed that goes along with one of these projects. And the largest revenue carry forward item is $1.1 million for the microgrid project, and that involves both the DOLA grant and also partner contributions. So quite a number of different items. The list in the resolution is pretty long, so obviously I won't go through all of them, but just wanted to give the board a little sampling and some highlights. The total budget impact, these carry forwards will increase the 2024 budgeted expenditures by about $10.1 million, offset by an increase in revenues of $1.8 million, for a net change to the budget of $8.3 million. Now, it's important to remember that none of these are new items. Every single item was already appropriated in the 2023 budget. It's not a new use of fund balance. We took into consideration potential carry forwards when we were giving the board fund balance projections during the 2024 budget process. So this really has no impact on the fund balance projections that you've been given. And I'll ask if the board has any questions.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions for Connie?
I just have a comment.
Yep, go ahead.
A dump truck is $450,000.
Yeah, really.
That's a heck of a dump truck.
It might include attachments. I
I'm
don't
like,
remember
Flies.
the.
Boy, my grandson's gonna wanna ride that baby for sure. Yeah, I just saw that. I'm like, whoa, that's I wanna know when that thing comes in. I wanna go ride it.
Yeah,
Drive
and
it.
all that equipment has, we've seen significant inflationary impacts on,
Whoa.
just like ambulances and such, same thing.
And this is an autonomous dump truck.
It's more than an ambulance.
Oh, it's more than an
Ambulance is only
ambulance. Yeah.
$350,000.
Right.
That was last year. Any other comments, questions on that? Or I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the supplemental appropriations for 2024 budget and amending the 2024 budget for 2023 carryover projects and set for second reading public hearing on April the 24th.
Thank you, Patty.
Second.
Second from Steve. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Connie.
Thanks, Connie. Next, we have a resolution approving and authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement with Response to fund the construction of the Halley Center for Hope and Healing. And Ashley appears magically in the
Good
hot seat.
afternoon. Ashley Pearl, Resiliency and Housing Director for Picken County. I'm here with, like Chair said, a grant agreement with Response, and it lays out the details of our funding support for them to build their new center. This is actually just more of like an administrative cleanup than anything. The board
We need to,
heard,
That
Sorry.
door is
Oh.
not working, unfortunately.
yeah,
And
it's a little
somebody's
noisy
yelling
out there.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Patty. I was feeling the same
Yeah.
way. Sorry, Ashley. Go
it's
ahead.
okay. The board heard from response at 2 work sessions and then did approve the $500,000 contribution in the third quarter supplemental last year. And then both checks and invoices, the invoices were submitted and we actually paid them already for our money. But because we're using ARPA money, which is federal pass-through funds, there's some reporting requirements and a paper trail that's required by the federal government that we didn't get through the supplemental process. So we need a signed grant agreement that dictates that Response will report to us quarterly in alignment with federal reporting guidelines, and we need the chair's signature on that to make it all very official, so that we're in alignment with how we're supposed to use these funds.
Great. Thank you. Questions? Francie?
Yeah, so this increase in needed funds was associated with having to put the building on stilts because it was in the floodplain, is that correct? Something like that?
You know, I wasn't actually present at that work session. I do know that our additional 250,000 were the last end dollars. So we kind of closed the final last end money on their fundraising campaign, but I don't know exactly what it was
Okay.
for.
Thank you.
Yeah. I do know they are well underway with construction, have used almost all the money we gave them already. So they're moving on their timeline and hope to be right where they had said they were going to be.
That's great. That'll be a really valuable facility. Comments, questions? I'm going to look for a motion. If not,
I'll move to approve on first reading and set for public hearing on April 24th, the resolution of the BoCC approving and authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement with Response to fund the construction of the Holly Center for Hope and Healing.
I need a second.
A second the motion?
Steve seconding. Any other comment,
I'd say
conversation?
this is one of the more proud things
I know, I
I've
love it.
voted on as a
This is
BoCC
an
member.
important thing. Right, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Ashley.
Ashley.
Okay, up next, Jeff Kruger is in the chute. This is kind of like a rodeo here. This is a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the BoCC and the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, Northwest COG as we call it, for lease and maintenance of fiber optic lines. Can you just explain this to us? Go ahead, hey Jeff.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Hey, Steve, I also think the eclipse after that is 2096. So if they freeze our brains, we can maybe be around for that one too.
The
So
rest of the body can go away as long as we have our brains.
anyway,
I'll
Yeah.
become the what's like that guy in Netherland, Colorado, the frozen guy?
Right.
that's right.
New frozen
That'll
guy.
be us. So yeah, I'm hoping to make it to 2045 as well. So yeah, anyway, so yeah, my name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the telecommunications manager for Pickens County. This is a first reading for an IGA between the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments and Pickens County for a fiber lease. I'm also joined by Nate Wolowitz, who's joining us virtually.
Oh, okay, we should see if
I
he's
think
online.
you're there, Nate. But yeah, he is the regional broadband director for the Northwest COG. We've been working
Let's
with
invite
him
in if you can.
really for the last 3 years now on the Roaring Fork broadband project. The Northwest COG has just been a great partner with us. But to give you a little history, the Roaring Fork broadband project was started in 2022. It was a $1.6 million grant with DOLA. Yay. So they're paying 50% of this effort. And what this Roaring Fork Broadband Project does is it builds on a Holy Cross Energy initiative to run fiber from Glenwood Springs up to Aspen. It's 40 miles of new fiber coming up the valley. We'll be leasing 6 strands of that fiber. We're also building on that initiative to build fiber in the city of Aspen, town of Basalt, as well as connect some of our facilities going up valley. We're connecting the landfill. We're connecting Cozy Point Ranch, connecting Brush Creek Park and Ride, ultimately going up to Snowmass Village along Brush Creek, and then doing some extensive fiber builds throughout the town of Basalt, partnering with town of Basalt on that. We're going to the town hall. We're going to our Stubby's building, as we call it, River Park Center. We're also going to our facility on South Side, the telecom facility over on South Side, on the other side of the highway. And again, this is for the lease of 6 strands of fiber. This was always part of our plan and a line item within our grant to lease 6 strands of fiber from Holy Cross Energy. 2 of those strands will be an expressway going up valley from Glenwood Springs to Aspen. The other 4 strands will be used to connect various points along the way: Town of Basalt, Snowmass Village, a landfill, City of Aspen. The lease itself, I have the numbers here. Hold on.
10-year lease?
Got to log in. But I have the AIS here in front of me in the lease. If you don't have it in front of you, the lease itself is $174K, and this is for 10 years, 6 strands of fiber. The maintenance fee is also included in that. That's also for 10 years. That's $26K. There's an interconnect splice fee. This is for the connection points going up the valley. That's $8K. Total was $208K. Since this is a part of a DOLA grant, we're getting a 50% reimbursement, which is amazing. So we're getting $104K back. And since we're also partnering with City of Aspen and Town of Snowmass Village, we're splitting the cost 1/3 on that remaining $104K. So the total cost to the county is $34K. And to put this into perspective, I put a little numbers also in here. But to really put this all into perspective, this equates to $3,400 a year and $289 a month for a 100G connection going up valley from Glenwood Springs to Aspen. It's amazing. We're currently paying $5,000 a month for a Comcast 10G circuit going up the valley today. So that gives you an idea of just the cost savings we're experiencing with this project. What else can I add? Yeah, and to give you a little bit more information, the Northwest Cog runs Project Thor. I believe all of you have heard of Project Thor, but Project Thor is a middle mile fiber initiative that connects the 10-county region. They have almost 400 miles of fiber that they either own or lease, and as such, since they lease much of that fiber, they already hold lease agreements with CDOT and other entities. So we decided it would be best if they continued along that path, they would hold the lease with Holy Cross Energy, and then we in turn would create an IGA between Pickens County and the Northwest Cog. They're very adept at handling and managing fiber leases. It's in their wheelhouse. They've perfected it. Let's let them do it. We're simply kind of a pass-through, if you will, with this IGA between Pickens County and the Northwest Cog. The IGA has been reviewed by John and the attorney's office, and I think we've got the blessing from their end, and everything else is ready to go. Hey, Nate, do you have anything to add to that?
Nate, if we just
Nate is never short
welcomed
of
you.
words, so I'm
Right.
surprised he's.
There he is. Okay.
Hey,
Great.
good afternoon, everyone. Nate Wallowitz, and thank you for this consideration. It's a pleasure to work with Pickens County on this. This is truly one of the pinnacle achievements of the cooperative work that Northwest Cog has been doing with Pickens County since I came on board in 2014, and we are quite pleased that we were asked to be able to help the county manage this contract because, as Jeff said, it is definitely right within our wheelhouse, and we always look forward to supporting our partner communities to help improve broadband up and down the Roaring Fork Valley and to Pickens County.
Great. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. Good to see you.
I'm going to open it up to questions here. Anybody have questions? Francie?
Yeah, well, this seems like a lot of data possibilities and a really good price. I'm just wondering if you envision a time, I ask you this every time, Jeff, when Starlink or other satellite accessibility will exceed the efficiency of fiber optic.
Yeah, that's a wireless technology, so no, that's not going to happen. Yeah, this fiber optics is, in terms of scalability and growth, is the way to go. We're going to, in fact, we've already implemented this 100G capacity fiber coming up Valley, but with the lease, it's a dark fiber lease, so we can do with that fiber whatever we want going forward. And we can increase the bandwidth. In fact, there's technology that will increase that up to 800 gig today.
Without additional fiber?
Without additional fiber. So the capacity for growth is just unparalleled, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for that. Thanks for
I
the
believe
question.
you every time.
Okay.
And also, I think the reliability of the fiber is proving itself, while the satellite stuff works great and then it doesn't.
And the other thing too is that connecting to Project Thor they have a lot of resiliency within their network as well, so they have multiple paths to get back to Denver. And a good example of that is when we had the mudslide in Glenwood Canyon, we were not affected. Our county internet kept running, whereas a lot of other people had failures. So.
How does this compare to other communities or other regions? Is 100 G, that's gigabit, right?
Yes.
Is that a standard now, or
It's
just a step
It's
in the
definitely
path?
becoming a standard, yes. It's just the capacities. The demand for broadband is increasing, and most communities are now going from what was a 10G standard before now to a 100G standard, yeah.
Got it. Great. Thank you. Kelly?
Sorry, I'm a little confused in the IGA. What happens in the event of the lines being cut? Whose responsibility is
Yeah,
that to
there's a
repair?
maintenance piece to this as well, and Holy Cross Energy is responsible for that, yes.
And splicing is possible? Splicing is possible if the line is cut?
Yes.
So Holy Cross Energy is really a communications company as well as a utility at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm visualizing a cable, one cable that has, 100 strands or 1,000? We're just
144.
leasing 6.
And they have 144 strands in that cable, we're leasing 6 of them, yes.
Interesting. Wonder what the rest of them are used for. Patty?
I think so now.
Wasn't there, at the beginning of this consideration, a concern about easements? Holy Cross had easements to run electric lines, but not communication lines. So I'm assuming that was resolved.
They've installed the fiber, so yes, I'm assuming they've resolved that too.
I just
Yeah.
remember that being, and I don't know if the state legislature had to, something, because then they'd have to go through and renegotiate easements with every single property that their electric lines ran over. So I just remember that being part of the conversation.
I've understood that there was some similar issues, but I'm confident they've worked those out, so,
We'll hear about it if they haven't.
yes.
Thanks, Jeff, appreciate it. And Nate, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while.
You can see him.
You can see him. I can't see him.
Nate, it's good to
It's
hear
just a-
you. I haven't heard you in a while. There he is, kind of, sort of, somewhere comfortable.
I hope
Yeah,
that's where you
good to see you as well.
Yeah,
Looks
nice.
like you're in Milan or someplace.
What I was gonna say.
Yeah, it was a beautiful trip to Northwest Paris or Northwest France.
Oh,
Oh,
fantastic.
wow, nice.
Thank you. Well, thank you for joining us today. I think that this is set for a public hearing on April 24th, but I'd look forward to a motion unless
I'll
people
make a
want.
motion to approve the resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the BoCC and the Northwest COGS for lease and maintenance of fiber optic lines.
I'll second.
And Patty seconds. All in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, Nate.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Jeff.
Nate.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
Always
thank you, everyone.
Interesting. I think I
Have a great
understood
day.
that. Yeah, okay. All right, up next, we have individual consideration items, public hearing. This is the second readings for these. And up first, we have an ordinance approving the correction deed to the amended and restated deed of conservation easement for Capitol Creek Ranch. And Paul Holstinger is here to explain the,
Steve
Greg,
needs,
I will
oh, Steve
be
is,
out in the hallway. Come and get me when you're done.
Steve's
with the
recusing
discussion.
himself from this conversation because it's close to home.
Take your phone and we'll text you.
Don't go far.
he's
Don't
just
go
gonna be
far.
right
I'll
outside.
walk out.
I don't think this will go on too long.
If he's really out there.
Thank you, Steve. All right, Paul, take it away.
Thanks, Greg. My name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Open Space and Trails. And nothing has changed from first reading to second reading. But just to remind you of what this correction deed is accomplishing is aligning the resolution approving the development for Capitol Creek Ranch with the language of the conservation easement. So the resolution approving development allowed a caretaker dwelling unit to be placed on a detached garage or ag building. The CE just said it had to be attached to a residence. So we're extending the ability for this landowner to put their CDU on a garage or a ag building that is detached from the primary residence. And we went through a lot of old material to make sure we weren't missing anything, and we think this was just a miss.
Got it. Thank you. Comments, questions? Seeing none.
Public hearing?
Oh, it is a public hearing. John, is there anything? Okay, you're not, don't need to weigh in on anything. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone in the room who wants to comment on this, please raise your hand and we'll get you up here. Or anybody online. Do we have anyone online who would like to talk? Raise your hand with *9, and I'll give you a second or two to sort that out. I don't see anybody trying to get in, so I'm going to take it back to the commissioners, and I would entertain a motion.
Did you close the public hearing?
Did I close the public hearing? Didn't I do that? I'm closing the public hearing. Thank you.
And I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance, approving the correction deed to amended and restated deed of conservation easement for Capitol Creek Ranch.
I'll second.
We have a second from Francie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve can come back now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. You're not going anywhere.
No. I will be here.
This one won't be quite as fast.
It's okay.
Okay, we'll let Steve get seated here, and then we'll proceed. Give me 30 seconds.
What's that?
Yeah, I know, they last forever. Okay, welcome back, Steve. This is item number 7. This is the ordinance authorizing an agricultural lease of the Coke Ovens open space agricultural lease between the Board of County Commissioners and Paradise Outfitters, Inc. Drew Walters is joining Paul. I'm going to let you guys take it from here.
Thanks, Greg. Before I pass it over to Drew and he can introduce himself, I wanted to go over a few items to help set the stage and go over a few of the things that we talked about at our last meeting to clarify how we got to this process and what really drives the staff's decision and ability to lease these properties is lined out in our agricultural lease process, policy and process, and also particular management plans that are that guide staff in what we want to do. There's a lot of questions about why we're seeking a lessee for this property, as it's kind of dark and the irrigated pasture is fairly small. But I'll share the screen here, show you. So we went through our management planning process for through 2023. And I'm going to move this so I can see. So we specifically were seeking feedback on coke ovens open space, which is a part of this Redstone Parks and Open Space Management Plan. When we did that, we were trying to find the community's desire for what kind of activities they'd like to see out there, including agricultural leasing, recreation, special events, that kind of thing. You can see, I think last time I said I knew it was above 50%, the priority for Western heritage activities, which we set out in our survey to mean guided horseback riding or chuck wagon dinners, and etc. We had 71% response rate on that to support that use. You can see the other uses here. Not far below was a loop or a walking path, habitat conservation. The list goes on and on. Some of the major themes that came out of survey respondents that provided our write-in option were maintenance of the property, upkeep, as well as continued horseback riding and guided services at Redstone Stables. So we took this information, we applied it to our agricultural leasing policy, which was, I think our last update was maybe 2021 or 2022. But we take these priorities that we hear from the public and we apply it to our policy. Our agricultural lease policy is just a general list of criteria that we judge all of our potential applicants on. And but it does also go into whether or not there are priorities lined out in our management plan, such as Western heritage activities, or in many cases we do have new and beginning farmer prioritization. This property does not have that attached to it. We take this information, we apply it with our policy, and then we set out our ask for applicants using our policy. And we did, and I'll throw it over to Drew Walters, our agricultural specialist, to go back over.
Great, thanks, Paul. Before you jump in, do we have an idea of how many respondents there were to this, in this process?
For this particular, Drew Walters, agriculture specialist,
Thank you.
Picken County Open Space. For this particular question, there were 100 respondents. There were varying degrees of respondents depending on the question and the surveys that folks filled out.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to just touch base and kind of follow up on last meeting. And thank you, John, for taking a look at the lease agreement and making some adjustments there. So I just want to touch on those adjustments briefly based on our discussion and requests. So one of the main adjustments that was made on this lease, and I'll kind of summarize these, was on kind of the first point here. And what that adjustment will allow us to do is have more authority, particularly with being able to restrict grazing if we notice that parts of the pasture are being overgrazed. We will have the right to limit that. So I think
limit what?
To limit horses on that
The
pasture.
amount of grazing?
That's right. The other kind of main change here is on point, let's see, 11. And this was just really kind of laying out that the lessee will comply with the property being subject to changes in the Redstone Open Space and Parks Management Plan. And so that is really gonna, it's just a little bit stronger language, so we're better able to implement the action items from that Redstone Parks and Open Space Management Plan.
Can I ask you a question there, Drew?
Oh, yeah.
So does that mean that the previous lease did not have any enforcement, or obviously didn't have sufficient enforcement in it? Is that what you're saying?
this will provide more enforcement. We do have reviews. Annual leases are simply a little bit different in that respect. Whereas like a long-term lease, we go through annual operating plans with our lessees to be able to better understand how those change year over year. So this will be more involved. And this lease has the strongest language we have out of all of our leases, particularly those two items.
We also didn't have a management plan.
What?
We didn't have a management plan until now. So now we have set out action items that staff are going to abide by, as well as the lessee, now that we've heard from the community.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Why don't we finish this, then we'll go to questions and then public comment.
Well, I'm done covering the lease. I had a couple other points, but if anyone else has questions on the lease, happy to answer them.
Not right now.
Okay. Just a few points, and these are kind of just highlights of action items that are in that management plan. These are on page 54 of the management plan, or starting on page 54. So action item 1 is to establish long-term lease and include the priority considerations based on those public survey results. Action item 2 is maintenance and improved maintenance on the property. Action item 4 is improving the irrigation ditches. This is what we talked about last time, and that involves a head gate as well as a beaman. And then action item 7 is a public walking path. I realize in our last meeting, I talked a lot about the beaman ditch. That was kind of something that I reflected on over these last few weeks, and did just want to kind of give a little bit more context here, since you all haven't seen the proposals and things like that, so need a little bit more insight. A few other aspects of this proposal that we looked at, particularly with our grading or our scoring criteria in the context of the Redstone Parks and Open Space Management Plan, were the willingness for Avalanche Outfitters, and I'll refer to Paradise Outfitters as Avalanche Outfitters because that's how they do business, is a willingness for Avalanche Outfitters to work with the community on a community garden for the property, stating that there are some needs for irrigation to make it happen, which is true.
Wait. Could you sort of explain that a little bit better? Thank you.
Yeah, so this is in that original application or the proposal, listing out kind of specific items on, future management objectives. And this was one of those objectives. I'm just trying to provide a little bit more context because I know I got hung up on the beam and ditch a little too much last meeting.
Well, I appreciate that. So you're saying that the application itself included a suggestion that the property include community garden?
Yeah, the application itself said that the proposer, which in this case was Avalanche Outfitters, would have a willingness to work with the community on a community garden on that lease property. And I just kind of wanted to cover a few other aspects of this proposal that might shed a little bit more light as far as scoring goes, and how we, individually arrived at the conclusions.
And so that would be scored under compatibility, or?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah, because community garden, I believe it was 42. It was either 42 or 44% of those respondents did want to see a community garden out there. 44. Okay. Another item was offering to help construct, maintain, and even handle trash on a walking path trail on the property. And also, the applicant recommended that we look into an accessible trail to accommodate folks that may not be able to travel on a traditional hiking trail. Currently on the property, there are only kind of what would be considered kind of a rough path, traditional hiking trail. The applicant was open to youth education and day camps. And also in the interview, the applicant mentioned that the business did over 1,200 horseback rides in that year, and took about 40 to 50 folks out for hunting trips. And so those are just some other points that kind of isn't just hanging up on that ditch related issue, which, as you know, to me is an important aspect because it's a liability. for the county. But there were a lot of other factors that went into each individual scoring these proposals.
Great, thank you. Kelly has a question.
Yeah, I just want to noodle on these last points a little bit because those items have not translated into requirements in the lease. So I want to understand, it's nice if they offer it, but that doesn't give us any leverage to require them to try it or to do it. So I'd like to understand how you guys are thinking about that and how we should think about it.
Sure.
Thank
And then
you.
also,
Yeah.
sorry,
Go ahead.
my second question is related to wintertime activities and responsibilities. What does that look like?
All right, thanks. Before, I just wanted to tag on with I had the same question, and it was more, there's the obligation or not in the lease, but does this applicant even have the ability to follow through on that, was my question. That seems like a lot. Sure. Public access, addition to the ditch, paths, improvement of paths, cleaning the paths, and a garden. It all sounds great, but I don't want to set him up for failure.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely. Absolutely. I think a lot of these sort of specific management items usually, and you'll see it a lot in the lease, refer back to annual operating plans. These particular items, some of which, like the path the path in particular, that is something that we do have. It's not directly spelled out, but referring back to the action items in the Redstone Parks and Open Space Management Plan. It's compliance, but the fact that this proposal offered to help, and I particularly like the suggestion of making it more accessible. I thought those were good points. I don't know, I mean, there's certainly possibility to modify lease language. If you want something more binding to that, we have done that in the past. I think I mentioned that at our last meeting, sort of checkpoints during the lease period to make sure that the lessee is compliant. We've done that in the past as far as kind of business operations that the lessee isn't currently doing, but was a strong suit of their proposal. And I think we have a 3-year period for one of our leases that they need to basically have livestock on the property within 3 years, since that wasn't something that they had been doing before. And that was a strong part of the proposal. So,
Well, I was just going to check with Kelly first. Did your questions get answered?
It got answered, but I think it raises some discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So about housing on the property, I didn't see that in the lease, but it's my understanding that they have brought in some travel trailers and they're living in the travel trailers. So could you address that, please?
yeah, so really in the past, we haven't had it hasn't ever been anything that was approved for housing on that property. In the future, for our long-term leases, we do have a policy with open space and trails that mirrors the land use code with community development at the county. And that's agriculture worker housing, which is a seasonal application. So if this lessee would want to have a self-contained unit on that property, they would first have to go through OST staff, the OST board, and then they would have to go through the community development process for that land use.
But in the meantime, they're living in trailers, and there were some concerns expressed in letters that there's questionable sanitation facilities, and that they didn't love having those trailers there and being left there all winter. And so, what is the status of that?
Yeah. So, as far as past, what has happened in the past on the property, none of that was permitted.
But it happened anyway. Is that true?
Josh had his trailers out there, but he moved them once winter came because he runs his operation out of Arizona. We recognize there probably were some times when Josh stayed in his trailer during the summer. In certain cases when he had to be there early or stay there late. He lives in Gypsum, I think, or maybe had a place in Carbondale as well. But now that we have the management in place and we have this land use code amendment allowing for seasonal agricultural housing, we can make it formal and allow it to continue.
I mean, so it's okay in the county to live in a travel trailer? That's considered housing?
Yes, the seasonal agricultural work housing
They
spells
do
it out.
it at
Has to
Elam
be
Gravel Pit,
self-contained.
and they do it at Two
Roots, yep,
does it.
What?
They already do it at Elam Gravel, and they do it at Two Roots,
and at Farm Collaborative.
in the Farm Collaborative. That's already occurring.
Okay.
And this
And
is
the-
specifically agricultural.
Those are specifically agricultural. This is not.
Elam
this is-
Gravel Pit isn't agriculture.
That's true.
Okay, so that's not the criteria then, okay.
It would have to go, any seasonal housing on that property would have to go through open space staff, open space board, as well as the community development process. for that.
Including a trailer, or do you mean a permanent residence?
No, a trailer. So that is a self-contained unit, and it's part of that land use code amendment, which was made for seasonal farm workers.
Okay. And then, while we're on that, on the last few things you explained. So the hunting out of there, is this the only hunting outfitter we have in our program?
It is, yes.
And is it included in our open space and trails master plans and governing documents that we can have hunting outfitting on open space and trails land?
Well, there's no active hunting on our property. He's
It's the support
guiding
property for his
hunting
operations.
on the Forest Service.
Right.
Yeah.
But
This
it
is,
originates on this property. They don't meet him up in the forest. They meet at the property, correct?
They
It
do.
originates there.
In some cases, I would guess. As well
Okay.
as the guided horseback rides.
Okay, any other presentation? We'll work our way around questions if you want to.
I'm just going to go back to the question about winter activities. When we went through this management plan, we did have an intent to open this up for Nordic skiing, but once we started looking into the wildlife habitat and aspects of the property and worked with CPW, it was too sensitive to allow that kind of activity, so we did pull it back, so this will be off limits in the winter.
Okay, right. Steve, do you have a question?
Well, one of the questions was about snowshoeing Nordic use, which was at 64%.
Yeah.
People in Redstone, that was very convenient. I think they used to do the dog sled races back there, back in the day. If in the future, I would urge that use to be allowed there if it works out for the wildlife, but I understand that concern. The other really high preference was 65% wanted the walking path and loop trail. Once the outfitting horses are off of there, it seems like in the fall and maybe more in the fall that having a larger loop trail and not just a little trail along the edge like Josh had suggested for being the public access trail, but actually making a loop would be a nice amenity for the people in Redstone. And I would say that could only be one after he takes the horses away, so it's not disturbing the horse operation. Maybe that would be run not by him, but by Open Space and Trails. We've been working diligently to try to reopen the Dore Way road for the Redstone residents to walk on that, to have just a place to go walking on more level ground. So that really is a concern, trying to provide amenities for the people in Redstone. I'm always looking for good community garden kind of space, and that might be the only good space that would maybe have more sun that's right there by Redstone. And that makes me wonder if we could have split the lease in sometime in the future, have part of it designate a portion of the irrigated land for community garden and have actually an active community garden there, and have the rest of the property could be leased for the livestock grazing to a separate person. So that maybe is something to look at in the future, maybe not at this time, but I just wanted to put that out there, having a split lease on the property. So I guess that's all I have for now.
Thanks, Steve. Kelly?
Yeah. Excuse me, based on your comments about winter activity, I'm wondering if in the lease it references winter sleigh rides. I don't know if those are off-site sleigh rides or on-site sleigh rides, or if we should strike sleigh rides, as quaint as they sound.
Yeah, we noticed that as well.
Okay.
And I think in the past, the sleigh rides have occurred on the boulevard in Redstone. And I think that's probably what the intent is here. But we could probably...
or add
we'll-
off-site, I don't,
we'll take care of it.
something like
Yeah,
that.
we'll take care
I
of
just
that.
want to honor what you just told us and
Yeah.
get it right.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm wondering, are there ramifications if we amended the lease to call it simply an outfitter lease rather than an outfitter and agricultural land lease? I want to understand the, Francie's, critique that this is not agricultural use. So how should we be thinking about this?
We have no, attachment to the title of this document, as long as we have the terms that allow us to manage our property in the way that we all want to.
Mm-hmm.
So we can call it whatever we want, though. I'm going to look at John.
But if you just, can I?
Go ahead.
If you just call it an outfitter lease, can they still do a community garden? Because that's agriculture. So.
Well, I know, but we haven't, community garden hasn't been codified in the
I know,
lease at all.
I'm just saying, but
so-
if we have to not cut our face off or our nose off our, you know what I mean? Because if we do want to support a community garden or some type of ag on there, which I think is a great idea, then we want to make sure we aren't, that we're including that in the
No,
title.
I get that, but I guess I'm just prodding a little bit about, like, what are the agricultural activities that we're requiring in the lease, are they sufficient enough for us to actually call this an ag lease or not beyond what the wish list may
Right,
say.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
if we just say outfitter and, so we just need to.
Paul, do you have anything else to add to that?
Yes. We're planning on improving this ditch, and I think once those improvements happen, we're gonna have a lot more opportunity to have better irrigation for community garden. And I think, we take our leases and these applications seriously, and I could see our role in the past and in the future now with this lessee would be to work as a liaison in between, making the connections for them and ensuring that they weren't just talking about putting in a community garden. If we find, that we have everything in place, the irrigation is up to date, we have people who are willing to take it on, and there's an appropriate spot for it, then we'll make it happen.
Francie?
Yeah, I have a few more questions. First of all, in terms of the sleigh rides, Josh is not there in the winter, so.
No.
There's no point in having it in the lease at all, if he has the lease.
It's true. He has talked about having an employee or somebody in the community taking that on as he's in
Meaning the
Arizona.
horses would then be there in the winter after all?
Well, that's a good point. Probably not. Probably on a bit different property.
Just a little squishy. I'm unclear where we're going with this.
I think we're striking.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
And is the fencing wildlife friendly that he's using there?
One of our action items is to replace the fence. There's a lot of fence that's outside of the agricultural area. We're having the Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers come through and take out a lot of that fence. So that's a work in progress, but it will be. There are some fences that have been grown into trees and that kind of thing. So.
Okay. And then it says hay production. I'm pretty sure if it's all overgrazed, there hasn't been any hay production. And it looks like it's required because it said agricultural production in the form of irrigation and hay production, but there is no hay production.
I agree, Francie. I think we're going to need to make a couple minor tweaks, including striking winter sleigh rides. And then instead of hay production, I think the intent there was to say, like, you're just growing grass for grazing.
Okay.
But I think we'll change that language to grazing.
Okay. And then how difficult would it be for a different outfitter to get United States Forest Service permits for running rides up there? Because I know Josh currently has the permits. Do you have any information on how difficult that would be? No.
We don't, though I did get a message from the Forest Service that they consider Josh to be a good steward of his lease.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then I just wanted to mention that the comments about his aggressive behaviors towards some people in Redstone is obviously concerning. I'm not sure we want to be supporting somebody who behaves aggressively towards our Redstone residents, and yeah, it's of concern.
Yeah.
And the whole lack of definition and specificity in the lease is of concern to me too. It's like, this whole thing from the beginning is of concern to me. It just doesn't seem like we've behaved professionally towards this man, towards Redstone, towards this property, towards our information that we're being asked to make a decision on. I'm just sort of uncomfortable with this whole process.
Okay, so what specifically on the process are you concerned about?
Well, we didn't have very much information when you came to us last time. You showed us the people who had applied and a very short description of what their intentions were, and then the grading, and I wasn't quite sure how that grading came out like that, because things that I've heard in Redstone and from some of the letters doesn't make Josh look compatible. I think he's compatible with the Forest Service, and I know he's helped some of the ranchers who have permits up there by carrying salt blocks for them and some stuff like that. But I just felt like when we were asked this at the last meeting, when it came up before, there's a lot of information that we didn't have at that time about his history and the ditch and that kind of stuff. So I'm just saying that I think this is not my favorite lease application by any means. Let me put it that way.
We hear where you're uncomfortable about that.
I am. I'm just the whole process and how little we knew before compared to what you told us today. And then we had discussed shortening the lease. I think that would make it more palatable for us if we had a shorter lease where he has this amount of time to make some improvements, because he's had, I believe, 8 years up to now and has not made any improvements. So I'm still unclear of why we're renewing a lease for somebody who hasn't improved the property, which is usually a part of an agricultural lease.
Greg.
Thank you. Are you part?
I just wanted to tag on, Dirk, if
Go to
that's
Patty,
okay.
then you can respond.
Yeah, Trent and I did briefly talk about just maybe doing a 2-year with a complete review in a year, because we can pull the lease anytime we find any violation. We can pull it in 6 months if we aren't seeing progress. So that was a thought that I had come up with, that maybe we'll just do a short term and bring it back and just keep an eye on it. I think also to add into that is, now that we have that management plan up there, we have more guidelines to really be monitoring this lease. It was kind of a free-for-all in the past, and I think now we can tighten it up with the management plan. It gives us more teeth as a county to make sure that these things, not only the things we want to have done, but the things we're hoping will be done, as far as the loop trail and the possibility of a community garden, which I think are huge, on top of the overgrazing and the ditch management and the water management. So I think we've got more tools now to help manage this lease better moving in the future, and I think a 2-year lease might be a great way for us to say, hey, here's your goals. We don't see this done by this, and I think we can get some parameters there, correct me if I'm wrong, that say by this period of time we haven't seen any action. We don't expect them to go grass overnight, but we expect some progress at certain intervals, and if we're not seeing that, that lease can get pulled. And that's the teeth that we have as the Board of Commissioners and Open Space and Trails has, to say you're done.
I want to say I'm not comfortable trying to figure out the specifics yet, because we haven't had the public hearing yet, and there's probably more to talk about.
No, but I'm just
We'll
throwing
get to-
that out
we're
there
gonna
for the
get to
public
that.
to comment on. Thanks, Greg.
Steve, did you have a comment?
Well, I was curious about how he does the grazing of his horses. The Snowmass Creek outfitters that I live next door to, their horses are all out grazing overnight, and then they all go into corral during the day, or they're out on trail rides and whatnot during the day. They're not out grazing during the day at all. But my observation on this, it's probably 100 acres worth of land at the monastery, is that it's overgrazed with the horses being out there every night. With that number of horses, they're overgrazing that also. But they should be in a corral all during the day, just as a standard practice. I want to make sure he's doing that and not leaving some horses out all the time to be grazing, because that then is the worst thing. But then some kind of a rotational grazing where he's using some electric fence or something to keep the horses in a smaller area and let other parts grow and recover, and maybe not be grazed at all for a whole season, might be what it takes to let it recover.
Thank you. I think I'll add my comments to this, give you a chance to respond, and then we're going to open it up. The two things I guess I'm concerned about, once again, is just, it sounds like our expectations are higher now. I'm concerned about his ability or interest in actually getting our expectations done, and wondering if it, maybe the best thing to do is to let him do what he does well, and then not expect all the other things we'd like to have. So that would require a different arrangement, and I'm not suggesting we do that right now. I'm just saying that's kind of where I am. And there's a disconnect for me. It sounds like cross-country trails in the winter would be forbidden because of wildlife concerns, yet we're talking about a rim trail and community gardens and all this summer activity. Assuming whatever wildlife are there in the winter are up higher up in the elevation in the summer, and so who do we expect would be on it in the winters? That's winter elk habitat or what?
Yeah, I don't have the information in front of me, but I think it's important for winter forage for elk, as well as for deer.
Okay, so it's low enough that they would be in there in the winter. Okay, and then summertime they're up in the high country. Thank you. Looking at the map, I was looking at the reddish brown line. Thought, oh, is there a pond that looks like an old wetland that's been flooded? But that's just pasture that is
Limited irrigation
for now. Okay, so that. Thank you. Just want to make sure we understood that wasn't water. For some reason, I was like, that looks like muddy Colorado River water.
Yeah.
You don't know what color to make it to get that. I think I'm going to open this to public comment now, see if we have anybody online or in the room who would like to make a comment. You raise your hand with *9 if you're online. But I'll go to the room first. Is there anybody here who wants to weigh in on this and make a comment? I don't see hands coming up. They're all here for something else. What could it be? Anybody online? We're not seeing. Did we see a hand up? I don't. These look like other issue people. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to close the public comment. Bring it back to the board for final discussion. I think we're at a point where we're looking for proposals to feel comfortable about this.
I have one more, just quick comment that I wanted to mention before. I think it would be great if we could repair the ditch, make the ditch more safe before we redo this, because, just from some of the letters I wrote, it sounds like he's on top of maintaining the ditch now, but hasn't been consistently, and we don't want to have a blowout. So is there a possibility we could just get in there and pipe the dangerous part of it, or fix the ditch sooner rather than later?
Yeah, so the plan is, it's listed in the action items. So our plan is head gate this fall, and then in the spring, we'll be coming back to y'all with the budget for that. It's probably going to be pretty expensive, but I think it's worth it for the liability's sake, for piping.
Great, thanks, Drew.
Got it, okay. Hands, Steve?
Well, I would like to have this be a 2-year lease to be reviewed after 2 years. Maybe the lease term's longer, but there would be I think, a hard review at 2 years when we look at the issues and make sure that improvements are being made. And if they're not, the lease could be would be terminated at that time, is what I would like to see.
Thank you. If I could ask, is that a practical, in terms of, is that enough time? Is that affordable? I just want to make sure we're not creating a unworkable situation for you or for the applicant.
I think we should see improvements based on our management plan and our annual operating plans that we'll develop with Josh. We'll work with whatever direction we get. But yeah.
We'd like it to make sense. Yeah.
One thing about a 2 years, we'll probably be doing the review in August or September, just in case there is a decision to go a different direction, so we have enough time to go through the RFP process for that following year, if that makes some sense. So it probably won't be, 2 years before we come back to you with that, if that works for you all.
Steve?
Well, I was wondering if we could put in a small exclosure there just to see, in the irrigated part, to see how the grass does grow without any grazing on it. That would kind of be a way to ascertain how the soil health, and maybe the grass in the exclosure only grows this much, would indicate there's more serious problems in terms of the soil health that we need to deal with. The grass might grow 4 feet tall in that area, and then that would have other indications. But if we could do that, it would take a little, it wouldn't have to be a 1 acre exclosure like they do on Forest Service land, but maybe something smaller, I think, would be a good idea, a way to monitor how the grazing and the soil health are going.
Yeah, I think it's a fine idea.
Yep.
Great. Kelly?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we need to continue this for amendments to the lease. It just sounds like there's additional changes that need to be made to this from what we've discussed today than what, to clean up what's in front of us. And I look to John Ely, I don't know, based on this discussion, if there's additional language to be added in about, our expectations for severing the lease, should it not accomplish the goals we set out in 2 years.
It's never easy to go through an eviction, no matter what type of lease you're talking about. So the more precise you can make your expectations, or your demands, really, I don't care what your expectations are, demands of what you want performance, the better. That way there's a clear understanding that this should be done. Now it's easy to default to the management tools that the Open Space and Trails Department uses, and these two fellows in particular, as far as expectations or practices. But those are kind of a refinement or a fine-tuning, if you will, of things that would happen on the property, not do a community garden, don't do a community garden, winter use, no winter use. Those are sort of bright line elements. And if you're not comfortable with a longer term, then I would certainly suggest a shorter term, and just specify that shorter term, simply because that's that more than likely, apart from any kind of eviction action, would be the termination of the lease. And so whatever you feel comfortable with doing, that should be the term. And the lease can always be renewed or reestablished or revised and relet and all those kinds of things. But the term, I would suggest, should be fixed.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Subject to this process happening again.
What do you mean, this process?
The lease bid.
Yes. Well, and
So
you can
would
determine.
it automatically give is there a way to say, hey, you've met all the standards, we're happy to automatically renew for 3 years after the 2-year period, or we'd have to go out to rebid it all over again?
That's a good question.
That's what I was gonna.
The question of whether or not you go out to rebid is a question for you. If you're satisfied with performance, then you can make the election to extend the lease or to rewrite and relet a new lease on the property to the same tenant.
Would that be administrative, or would it have to come to us?
If
Is
it's
that
a
our
new
call?
lease, then it would come back to you guys. And these are decision points that I imagine you'll be weighing in on anyway, so it won't be done absent the board, I would think.
So the question that I'm contemplating then is this something we can do with a 2-year lease now, today? You understand where we're going with it, or do we need to go back in and rewrite this lease?
So the evaluation of somebody's performance under a 2-year lease should be limited to only the things that they can do. For example, if we're waiting for irrigation improvements to be built, I mean, anything can happen. You might have a delay on the work for any number of reasons, materials or manpower or whatever that might be. So until it's there, that requirement would not be kicked in, I would say. So the evaluation then or the strict requirements are based on things that can be done now. Right. And a shorter term for this type of lease, for an ag lease, it would be difficult simply because it takes some time for somebody to establish. Two growing seasons, I would say, is really difficult for a tenant. But with this type of lease, if you're not really growing an agricultural product, you're simply providing grazing for on-site horses and livestock. So, that's something that can be evaluated or performed or accomplished within 2 years.
But were you asking, do we need to have a different lease brought back to us for
Right.
approval?
I was wondering if we can, are we comfortable enough with reducing the term of the lease today and approving it, or does the board want this to come back?
We can summarize the changes that.
Why don't you do that, and then
planning on
we'll decide from there. Thank you.
Okay, so I think kind of that highlighted section on point number 1, we'll either add specific info, but I think we're probably just going to be striking the winter sleigh rides on there, since winter use, it's butting up to winter range habitat. And then we'll also be more specific as far as instead of hay, we'll replace that with grazing. As far as kind of specific points that are brought up is with regards to like grazing specifics, a lot of that is hashed out in the annual operating plan, which this lease refers to a lot. So, I mean, one option we have with kind of those general practices is developing an annual operating plan, and that can be part of what we present the next time we review this. That's certainly completely fine to do.
That would be great.
Yeah. And then I think I don't know if we want to list out specific items that you all would want to see, if you just want to refer that back to the annual operating plan. It's really, some of those are a little bit dependent on the work that we do on the property as well, as far as the loop trail and getting irrigation infrastructure that would work for a community garden. So I don't know if you want to put that in the lease specific, or if we have, if these are, put that in the annual operating plan once we have that infrastructure in place.
John wants to say something.
Yeah, John?
Well, to those comments, Drew, what I would suggest is that the ditch work and the trail work is ours. Mm-hmm. The ditch is already established on the ground, and you're not looking to realign the ditch, so that's fairly fixed. So if you can describe where the trail is going to run, that would be good, because that in effect is a limitation on the leaseholder's activities on the property. They won't, that's something that's open to the public, so to speak. The other things that I've heard about is whether or not maintaining the properties used as a place for hiring horses for summertime rise is not only acceptable, but something that you want to see accomplished. I would specify what the position is on outfitting and guiding for hunting seasons, if that is different or not. I would also, if you guys can, specify what the winter closure is, if there's a date that can be associated with that. And then this idea of a community garden should be specified. I mean, that's a major step. So if we know that's going to happen, then that should be included. If we know it's not, then we can ignore it because it's not something we're going to expect to be done. And if it is something we're going to expect, if you could identify where on the ground that thing's going to go, then that would be the same type of exclusion from the leasehold as well, because that's going to be something where there'll be traffic and people coming in and out on the leasehold. And the other unknown from the discussion here today was this idea of housing, and what that means, and if it's going to be allowed. I would just call it out rather than leaving it to a review subsequently, just so that, well, for starters, septic can be accommodated or not. More than likely, someone's not going to drive a fifth wheel down to Garbondale to pump it out on a regular basis. So there's that.
They have to, according to our land use code, and
They have
the
to what?
management plan allows for them to pursue that, but they do have to have it
I would call it out as to how many trailers, how many people, what's permissible, what's not under the lease, and do it that way. That way, when there's 15 people out there, that's not working.
Right.
This is not supposed to be a site for housing. It's a site for outdoor activities.
Sure.
Yeah.
This sounds like it's getting a lengthy list, and I'm wondering if this isn't something you can do right now. You're not prepared to do that. If you are, let us know. But I'm just thinking that's starting to sound like an onerously long list to try to come up with at this meeting.
I would say if you're comfortable with staff working with John, we will. But if you're not comfortable, we can.
That's a proposal. Okay, Patty, and then
Thank
Kelly,
you.
and then Steve.
Yeah, I think it's gonna need to come back for a third reading so that the board has a chance to look at all these changes. And I think it should be very clear as to a 2-year lease, and the opportunity to roll it over if these issues have been addressed and met, or have to go out to a process. I think that's fair to both sides of this issue to know what's gonna happen in 2 years. I think that needs to be clarified.
Thanks, Patty. Kelly?
Oh, I just was unclear if John was talking about call it out in the operating plan or call it out in the lease.
In the lease, specific to the lease.
Thank you.
Steve?
Then I agree with Patty.
Steve?
I've been concerned about the debris flow that comes down through a creek, a little side stream that's been filling the ditch with silt. And that seemed to be a problem on why the ditch maintenance was difficult to do during the course of the summer. Looks to me, looking on the map, where the only water course coming down is not on our property. It's across the road and up the road from where this is happening. I do have an idea on how to deal with it, and I don't know whether that's Forest Service land or private land there, but we could put a culvert in the ditch that our ditch water is running through, and then just direct that side stream to go over that and towards Coal Creek. That would be, I think, the easiest way to just eliminate the possibility of the debris flow going into the ditch and making the ditch maintenance exponentially harder in a real rainy summer. So just tossing that out as an idea. On the desert ditch on the monastery, they have had that for years in one place that saves them, probably hundreds of hours of extra work in a rainy summer.
That would be on us, and we'd probably want to see what it have an understanding of what that costs. It sounds like it's an expensive thing to do.
We're going to assess the entire ditch there, and
Right. Got
we
it.
do know of those areas.
Francie.
The Round Table has money for ditches if we need to go ask them.
Just one question about, well, two questions actually. So the horses, I think it's pretty specific about what horses that he can have on there, because there was something about a stallion last year, and I imagine they probably didn't use the stallion on the trail. So it sounds like it's limited to just the horses that are going to be used on the trail, and not, they're not going to foal there or anything like that. I need to plug in my computer. And my
So you want us to be specific about that.
Well, I think it's okay. I think that's okay. Thank you so much. And then my other one was about, the gardens. You know, when I look at the map, it looks like the only reasonable place for gardens would be in the irrigated pasture area right behind the coke ovens. And it seems like that would interfere with this operation quite a bit. I don't see them as compatible, really. I don't see how he can do his operation, to be fair to him, and have a community garden there, unless it's really small. And I don't know. I worry about that. And John was saying, you know, you're going to have people coming in and out if you have community gardens, and what about the liability for those people? And it doesn't seem like they're totally compatible activities. Maybe in the future we could have community gardens. I mean, I would love to have community gardens on there, and we had an application for that, and I would have liked to have seen that application get a higher scoring. But I just worry about that I just think it's a liability for Josh to allow that on his property. Seems to interfere with the only place for strong irrigated pastures. So I don't know. It's something to
Why don't
think
we have
about.
him review it and get back to us?
Yeah.
I also think in 2 years we'll have a lot better idea of what is doable out there.
Right.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask just one thing that came up. If the sleigh operation in winter in Redstone was something that was a regular occurrence, and they depended on this property in the past, are we going to be taking away the possibility of a sleigh rides in Redstone? And that may be pretty counterproductive for residents there, but I have no idea. I didn't know they existed. Do we need to explore that? Because if we're taking something away from the community that expected it, we should know that before we make that.
Strike it.
Strike it.
We'll take a look over the next couple weeks. And
Great, thank you. I kind of feel like I know where we're going, but I'd like to have a motion if we're ready for that.
I will make a motion to continue this item to a date certain, yes? Can you come back on the 24th?
Is that soon enough, or you want to?
I won't be here, so.
we need you.
But
That'll make it
I
20%
put my
easier.
comment, yeah, 100%, just whip it through, yeah, or not. Yeah, to the 24th of April, our next
Is that
regular
enough
meeting.
time?
If you need more time, we can continue it again on the 24th.
Gives them like a week.
Yeah, that's not much.
Then we have a week off, so it'd be 3 weeks out after that.
Is it active this season? Supposed to be active this season?
Yes.
Well, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second to the date, continue to a date certain for the 24th.
Yes.
Future, if we have a second, additional discussion?
I'll second.
Come back
Oh, we already got a second. Just wondering if there's any additional discussion on this. I don't see any. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Well,
you.
I'm happy to have an eye about this for now.
Great, see? You got a positive response out of
I
you.
can approve it being continued.
Okay, I'd like to take a break until 1:40. 7-minute break, okay? It's time to get up and stretch a little bit before we go into the next section. So grassroots, we're out till 1:40. Thanks. Well, did they thank you?
Nothing. I was shocked.
That's
I
shocking.
got home from the piece board and I picked up the paper and I wrote this piece. And
Okay, are we back? We're back. I hear my voice coming across someone's speaker. That was you. Of course, it's you, the troublemaker. I knew you were trouble. So, what's next on our agenda? We're going to land use public hearings. It seemed like that was a land use public hearing. At number 8, resolution granting special review approval for a limited development conservation parcel for the Nichols Family Trust Jakeman Creek property. And Leslie's here for that.
Right, and so on your agenda, we have recommended continuing that,
Of course, I didn't say that.
but on the agenda, it says continuing to April 24th. And given your busy lives and the busy agenda, and in discussion with the applicant as well, it's okay to continue that to May 8th.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. I would open the public hearing unless anybody wants to opine on anything right now, but I would open the public hearing on this topic. If anybody has something they want to share, whether they're online, hit *9 and we'll look for your hand up, or anyone in the room has something they'd like to say about this issue and the continuance proposed, come on up. And I don't see anyone, and I don't see any. We've got Steve, we're bringing you back to the board, and then Steve closing the public hearing. Steve, take it
So
away.
I think it'd be worth letting the public know that we did a site visit up there last week, with just the Pickens County commissioners and staff and the owners. Eagle County commissioners, and I believe are both open space and trail boards from Eagle County and Pickens County, are going to be looking at the property on a separate site visit. So it would be good to get their opinion from what they learned on their site visit, I think, before doing our final decision.
Sounds good.
I'll make a motion to continue the.
Turn your mic on, start over.
Resolution for special review approval for limited development, thank you, conservation parcel for the Nichols Family Trust until May 8th, 2024.
We have a motion from Francie.
Second.
Second from Steve. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right, we're making progress. Okay, next up, item number 9. One of the main acts of the day, Redstone Castle Village Lodge Preservation Master Plan Amendment. And Leslie's here for that as well.
Yeah, hi. So last time you continued the resolution to today, and you also continued the public hearing. You also voted on first reading you approved the ordinance on first reading and set for second reading for today. So what I'd like to do, since I think we, really kind of quickly went through what the project is for you all. We made our presentations, Glenn made his presentation. I just want to quickly walk through for you just kind of an overview of what the project is. And
Can I ask
then
quickly about what you said, though, about approving the ordinance, because we have two things before us, and I'm just wondering, did we approve both of those?
No, you
Okay,
have a
thank you.
resolution.
Yeah.
And you have an ordinance.
And the resolution's new.
No.
Continued.
You had both before you, you have both before you, I think, on March 13th. And an ordinance is a first and second reading. So on March 13th, you had the resolution before you, and you had first reading of the ordinance. So you continued the resolution to today, and you approved first reading of the ordinance on March 13th.
Thank you.
So today is continued resolution and second reading of the ordinance.
Okay, great.
Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. And public hearing, you continue the public hearing.
Okay.
To today. So I want to zip through really quickly, give you a really quick overview, and we're going to pause and focus in on the activity envelope and site plan review aspect of this project, because that was where staff did most of our analysis with the applicant, and that's where we continue to ask for additional information. And also Kelly at the last meeting said she wanted to spend a little bit more time on grading and drainage and things like that. Josh Rice, our planning engineer, is here to kind of really give you his perspective on that aspect of the project. We will give Glenn an opportunity to give his feedback, and and he has some new information regarding the road, Redstone Castle Drive.
Thank you.
And then I think it might be good to just take some Q&A from you all as we move through these sections of our presentation. Susanna Reed is here virtually, if anybody has any more questions regarding the historic resource aspect of the project. And then there was the Paul Holsinger of Pitkin County Open Space and Trails, whom you know. He also made a presentation at the last meeting, and there were a few things that were kind of left up in the air. So if you still have questions about that, we can turn to that. Then I'll review the ordinance with you, and then we've since March 13th, we have made quite a few revisions to the resolution that I'll walk through with you. Okay, so these are, the Redstone property encompasses 3 different separate properties. Parcel A, which is the castle, Parcel B, which is the carriage house, and Parcel C, which is the barn parcel. And this is an overview of the proposed site plan from the applicant's team. The castle is on the right, my right, and the barn parcel is on the left. So this is, again, a quick overview of the project, of what they are proposing, and a little bit more of what they're proposing, and the process. So we had 2 meetings with the Planning and Zoning Commission. Then we have March 13th with the BoCC, and you are looking at a resolution, and you're looking at an ordinance. So these are just the big highlight of the big aspects of the land use code that we had to consider with regard to the proposal. So we're amending the Village Lodge Preservation Master Plan. And the master plan, the amended master plan, will be attached to the resolution. It will be an attachment. So when we talk about amending the master plan, all these amendments will live in that master plan that will be attached and recorded with the resolution. The previous slide was showing you what they're adding to the master plan, and this is just a list of what's coming out of the master plan. We're doing a special review. We're adding wellness center to the code. We'll get to that when we look at the ordinance, but we're creating a special review process for the wellness center and the greenhouse, because every use within the Village Lodge preservation has to be done through has to be considered through a master plan, which is special review. So we did special review. Options to defray the impact fee for employee housing. The applicant is proposing 9 dorm-style rooms in the castle, and then 2 new buildings on the property, 2-bedroom, 8 2-bedroom units in each building for a total of 16 bedrooms. So they are meeting their housing requirement at 100%. So, activity envelope and site plan review. This is where where we spent most of our time. So there is an activity envelope that is being created around all the new development, which is the barn parcel. That's where they're building the 2 employee buildings, and that's where they're building the 8 cabins and cottages above the employee buildings, new access driveways to the cabins and cottages. They're refurbishing the accessory buildings. They're refurbishing the historic riding stable arena. All that's happening on the barn parcel. There's really not a lot that's happening on the carriage house and the castle. They'll be doing interior renovations on the castle, but activity envelope and site plan review was really where we focused our time.
Can I ask a clarifying question, please? When you say driveways to the cabins, I was of the impression they were pathways, not like what we think of as drive your car up to the cabins. So I wonder.
Yeah, we could. We have a map and we can show you. Yeah, there's both. There's like cart paths, cart ways to take guests to and from the castle to their cabins and cottages. But you need some level of vehicular access for emergency access, and as the cabins are being built, and then as they're going to be furnished, and so it's kind of a hierarchy of roads?
These aren't guest roads for the guests to drive on, is what I, if that question.
Yeah, we'll just flag it for a little more detail.
Yeah.
When we get there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm going to turn this over to Josh, who can walk you through the various issues that we considered and then how we crafted our conditions of approval in the resolution. And I need to increase this size, right?
Yeah, please.
Why can't I get there?
I could get my binoculars.
I'm having snacks.
I still have some.
Okay.
Do I use the scroll wheel to zoom?
You want, yeah.
Okay.
And just to start, identify yourself again, please.
I'm Josh Rice, the planning engineer.
Great, thank you.
So what we focused on were the whole proposed development would be on primarily an alluvial fan, so we're concerned with the the stability of the soils and also the drainage above it and how that might erode away the soils kind of right here in between all of the cabins. The existing drainage more or less follows this main road through the middle.
Can you have a cursor or something we can throw up? Oh, there it
Yes.
is, okay.
So
I didn't
the,
see it. So that's is there an existing debris fence above already? I guess it's been proposed. I've assumed it was already there. Thank
it
you.
is not there.
Okay.
So the existing condition today is there's a deeply incised channel right about at the location of the debris flow fence. And the idea is to install that debris flow fence to capture and clean the water, and then use the existing channel to about here, and then at that point pipe the channel all the way through the development down to this location, so below the last road. And so a few considerations there is, so what we were looking at is that this is a steep slope, and some of these areas where the development would occur are greater than 45%. So we worked with the applicant team to try and limit the amount of grading and big cuts that would occur, so that we're not, so that there's less of an encouragement of more soils getting transported down to the crystal, and limit would have to be conveyed through that pipeline system. So some of the changes that were made as a proposed grading plan from DHM look good to us. So they, instead of bigger cuts on the hillside, there would be boulder walls and then cuts. So trying to limit how much cut goes up the hillside. So that was a major consideration. The debris flow clearly was a consideration, and the debris flow fence some of the access issues were as far as the how do you still go ice climbing up on the other side of this big fence. We've worked through those, and then also the roadway coming into the existing road system. So the existing road is anywhere from 10 to 12 feet wide, at points 16 feet wide. So there is a traffic study that we looked at that what it says is that on a peak day you could have, for this road could handle a capacity of about 500 vehicles per day, and on the days when there are special events, one of the 4 special events days, you would get up to 488 vehicles per day. So we looked at that portion, so that's 4 days out of the year, and the remainder of it's much lower. But so it's still, the proposed use would, the level of service would meet the proposed use. We looked at that. And then also balancing this kind of, historical lane sort of feel on your way into the castle with Pickens County requirements on road width and fire access. And so we leaned pretty heavily on Carbondale Fire to say, what do you need in order to still get emergency vehicles in? And so the outcome of all this is that the existing road will be improved and maintained based on an agreement that we can discuss later. And then all these new roads, this road, lost my cursor. Right here. So from this intersection and up the main path, that's the 16-foot, that's a 16-foot width. So that acts as your deliveries and fire access and emergency services all the way up through all of the cabins. And then all of the kind of page left, page right roads are the 10 to 12 foot driveways. But I think the intent is to use more golf carts to deliver folks to their cabins. So from what we really looked at was, does that road meet emergency services criteria? And so there it does. We worked with Carbondale Fire on that. So those were the main things, that the grading, the debris flow, and those roadway considerations. And we have worked with the applicant team and in the ordinance to kind of define what things will need to show up in site plan.
Question from Francie.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of questions about employee automobiles. So will they have parking at their individual cabins, and will they be driving in and out, or will there be a central parking area? And how many cars does that accommodate, and so on?
Are we going to be getting to this down the road here, or is this appropriate time?
No pun intended.
Or do you want a parking lot it?
That's even worse.
We envision that most people are going to arrive from the airport and come here in shuttles. If people do have cars, they'll be accommodated on site, but not right next to the cabins and cottages. Perhaps they'll be in the lower lot. Where else do you envision them?
As you can see in the plan, so there's two types of transportation. There's employees, so there's a car park for employees, and the rest at best would be going to the castle main entrance, and there would be a valet parking that would go and carry the car, but there's no transient traffic to any of the cabins.
Yeah, I was thinking mostly about the employees.
That's right.
So they have that lower, that's below all their cabins?
That's right, yeah.
And it's off of the main road. So they would all come in on that main road and then turn up there where the cursor is.
So, Francie, I just want to clarify, the cabins and the cottages are for the guests only.
I thought there was housing for the...
No, these two
employees.
buildings right here are the employee housing.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, so they have this, they have
Okay,
this parking.
okay, the employee housing, not cabins, take that back.
Okay, yeah.
Wrong word.
Yeah, and then there is also parking,
This one's you.
You just turned it on. Oh, turn it on.
Pointed at you.
She said you're done, Leslie.
That's her message to you, Leslie.
Yeah, and then there is also, we don't have it on this screen, but there is also some delivery service parking and also some parking up around the castle as
Okay,
well.
great, thanks. But not in the courtyard at the castle, or, okay.
And I want to clarify, because I thought I heard two different things. So people might drive to the cabins. A guest who has a car might actually drive to, okay, I thought somebody said they'd park at the cabin, but that's not correct. Okay.
They may go up there to take their luggage
Unload.
out of their car
Yeah,
and then
right.
move it down.
But the parking is down below. That's right. Right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
The only other things that we also want to show you is now it's not moving, is we worked hard with the applicants. They spent a ton of time on the specimen trees that are in this area. And I think I mentioned last time that they anticipate 4 to 6 specimen trees being lost with this infrastructure. And they also integrated in fire mitigation as well in when they were looking at the survey of the trees. And then we put language in the resolution that when they're actually out there in the field, you know, activity envelope and site plan review is where you identify the footprints and, you know, what the grading and what trees will be lost. But we've put some language in the resolution. So if they're in the field and you need to tweak a footprint of a cabin or something to save a tree, that we're all going to put our heads together and work on that. It's not something that we're going to say has to come back to the board for an amendment to the activity envelope. So we want to build that flexibility in there.
Right.
So as you know, when you're on site, things happen.
I do have another question at this point.
Patty, and then
Real
you.
quick, and you're prioritizing under specimen trees those amazing ponderosas.
Right.
Thank you. Francie.
Well, 4 to 6 trees is a lot different than 3,000 for Pandora, I just gotta say. That's pretty impressive. I do have a question about the road, though. Considering the strong communications we've gotten about the road and concerns about it falling away and all of that, I feel like I didn't hear enough about what we're doing to stabilize the road and make it so that other people who use that road feel comfortable about it. I just heard about trips, but I didn't really hear about stabilization.
Well, I think that's an excellent segue to Glenn. Glenn and Stefan's engineer, Colby Christoph, have been walking the site a lot and talking a lot with Bob McCormick about the
Who's here?
road. Right, about the road. And so I think Glenn has proposed some language in the resolution that we'll show you in the end, but I'll give him an opportunity to tell you what they're thinking about.
Are we ready for that yet? I just think Kelly
I had
might
one more
have.
drainage question.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
That's the
I have
meeting.
that on my list too, the road, but this, can I do a drainage question?
I have one too.
Go ahead.
Where, when you, because I saw all the way at the top and you can see where it comes down, but I forget at the bottom, Glenn, when it comes out of the underground piping that you're gonna put in, what happens to it?
I'm going to ask Kobe to address that. Kobe Christoph is here. Kobe's Catherine
I was gonna
Christoph's
say, that name
husband.
sounds awfully familiar.
He's the lesser half of the partnership.
Thanks, Glenn.
You guys must have wonky dinner time conversation.
She doesn't work for the county anymore, but yes. So, yeah, the debris flow drainage, like Josh pointed out, comes down. We pipe it through the site, and then it goes in its historic channel, basically down to the Crystal River. And it kind of beelines it right there, crosses under a culvert on the upper road, then the lower road, and then to the river.
Are we expecting any increase in drainage? I mean, increase, I don't mean in volume, I mean in speed, if it's in a pipe, that we might have to worry about it blowing out at the other end?
Yes, so we're looking at an energy dissipator when it comes to the
Fancy
low
name
end.
for what I just said.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not dumping it into the properties or eroding the bank of the Crystal. So we're managing that literally at the end of the day.
And
Red light's on.
Red light go. We added language to the resolution to talk about just that, because we're concerned that when it leaves the last culverts, it does have to cross another
Okay, I just
property
have the ordinance in front of
onto
me
the
on the
Crystal.
reso, so-
So at building permit, that'll be a requirement to talk about
Thank you.
velocity and flow rate.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks. Okay, I think Kelly, was that your question?
No, it was not my question.
Okay,
I'm looking at one of these drawings in the application, and I was wondering if you can help me identify where the retaining walls are intended to be. I can't read it from the legend that's telling me where they are on the actual site.
So the
I'm just
the boulder walls that I just
Yeah.
mentioned. Okay.
mhm.
So what I've put on the
I'm just trying to
screen-
sort of visualize, like, what does this look like stepping down from the hill that we all walked?
How do I zoom?
You can just use your fingers to connect.
Okay. So this is one of the top. I just exited. Sorry. I use blue beam, so I'm not very good at Acrobat. That's right. I need a driver. So previously, this is a
there we go.
revised conceptual plan from DHM. So the packet, the original application has kind of a full civil grading plan, but DHM has put together this red line of grades at the top of the development above the top cabins. And so you can see these little blocks here. So one of the major changes is they've added a wall at the top of the road here and here, which then reduces the amount of, cut slope that you're going to see go up. And so that's the location of that.
Okay. And so that happens again at the lower road and then again at the.
You guys are like doing all kinds of artwork here. So that's the flood area in blue.
That's what it looks like underwater.
Mhm.
So you can also zoom in with the mouse and just drag.
So by doing the rocks and the wall
I don't think they're
above it,
checked
it
out
kind
for
of
that.
breaks up the, yeah, it's more aesthetically while still being engineered to do what it needs to
Right,
do.
it prevents that look of just that big,
Massive.
Just
road,
drag
like
it
a
up.
highway project, just cutting up the mountain, and you can be more selective with how you grade.
As it comes down the hill.
So it's a natural retaining wall made out of boulders. Is that what looking? Yeah.
And the other thing that it does is some of those specimen trees end up
Yeah.
not getting cut because the grading's not cutting
I
through.
like those specimen trees.
I remember hiking through from Avalanche Creek up to Avalanche Lake a few years ago when they had that huge blowout up there. I just sort of envision that. I hope that never happens here. But this makes sense. Thank you.
Steve has a question.
So my concern is putting all of the drainage into a culvert running all the way down through the property. If there's a major microburst kind of a rainstorm up there, the end of the culvert gets blocked, then it would look like the old Avalanche campground with mud just everywhere because it's not going through the culvert. And I guess the engineering of it depends on how big the culvert is, and you mentioned a catchment further up there that I think was to capture the main part of the debris. Now, is that going to be periodically cleaned out? Do you have access to that? In order to, when there is a big debris flow, you're going to catch it all before the water goes into the culvert.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about that and then let Colby speak to it. But generally, the idea is the debris flow fence captures the trees and the rocks and begins kind of cleaning it. If the large head wall that where the pipe starts, if that all gets plugged, one of the reasons why the pipe follows that main road is in that event. And I talked to Colby about that, and he can go into kind of what the overflow concept is with the road.
Yeah, so we always try to designed for, worst case scenario, or at least as best as we can. So the pipe is big enough to handle the 100-year storm. But then like Josh mentioned, the road is purposely pushed down, and the buildings are up a little bit, and then they're elevated 18 inches as well. So if the pipe was clogged, we would be able to overtop that, and the drainage could follow the roadway down, to really minimize damage to structures and that kind of thing.
Just out of interest, how big is a 100-year pipe?
Well, each drainage is different size, but this one, I think I haven't looked in a while, but it was either 30-inch or 36-inch.
So that's a pretty substantial culvert. Okay. Wow. All right.
I'm good.
Can we
Thank
keep
you.
going?
Mhm.
Let's keep going. I think we're going to get to Glenn and his road conversation. Is that where we are?
Yes, that's where we are.
Okay. Take it away, Glenn.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
You want to take the driver's?
So I need to stop
I
sharing.
need to share. Share screen. Okay, there we go. Okay, all right, there we go. Thank you. So I'll introduce a few people before we get going. Stefan Debates, who you've met. Stefan's wife Sabrina is here as well. Welcome. Mark Hamilton, the attorney that's working with us, and Kobe. Jason Janes was on for a while. He's the landscape architect, but he may have dropped off because we got past the last section about siting and grading. We heard, Bob and Debbie McCormick's comments about the road at the last meeting. We've met with Bob, we walked the road, Kobe and I, and we tried to come up with a road improvement and maintenance plan. Actually, it's road maintenance and improvement plan is what it shows on the screen. And the thought is that you have to take the road to a certain point where it's functioning properly before there's any construction. So it can handle the construction vehicles and the traffic that's going to go through there. And we're calling that the interim road improvement plan. And the thought is you don't want to finalize the road improvement plan when you're under construction and then really tear it up later on during the construction process. So there will be a hard surface that will be placed on the road after construction's complete. But we begin with this road temporary plan. And the key components of that are going to be developing the plan that will be reviewed by the county planning engineer, Josh, the Carbondale Rural Fire Protection District, and it will be prepared by Kobe Christoph and Yancey Nickel at Sopris Engineering. This is going to be a stamped, engineered plan so that there'll be something to judge the road by when the construction is complete. The plan's going to focus on the drainage improvements because you got to make the road so that it works properly with the water, because obviously the water draining across the road, if not properly handled, will destroy the road, which it really is what's been happening over time. As they get flows on the road, there isn't proper drainage, and there are problems with it. And the road's going to have to be maintained continually after every event where it might be necessary to clean things up. We've developed a plan profile of the road. There'll be a lot of road base brought in prior to construction, so you have an adequate base to handle the construction vehicles. We want the pullouts on the road to function properly and be clearly identifiable so that there can be two-way traffic when necessary. The road's only about 12 feet wide, so the pullouts are key, and the maintenance of those pullouts are important. Fortunately, there's pretty good sight distance, so you can see down the road. And my road that I live on is like this on Little Annie Road. You need to look ahead when you see cars coming. If you're near a pullout, the drivers need to be courteous and take advantage of those pullouts. And it really takes
a little experience driving the road, and hopefully the people that live there and the valet vehicles will understand that, and we'll try to minimize the traffic for guests that are coming to the facility. Along those lines, we mentioned, Josh mentioned the 4 special events that could take place at this property. This really isn't being viewed as a special event venue by Stefan, but we went through so much extensive review to have it designated as a special event venue. We didn't want to lose that designation, and if you have an approval for more than 3 special events, then you're a special event venue. So that's where this number 4 comes from. But that's not Stefan's business. Maybe if he knows someone that asks him to get married on an off weekend or something there, he can do that because he's going to be allowed to have 4 special events. But the reason why we set it at 4 was just so we don't lose that approval. So with that, we can look at.
Can I ask a quick question on
Sure.
this, Glenn? One, I want to make sure I understand who's responsible for this. The road belongs to the McCormicks, but you have an easement. Is that correct? Is that how that works? And so the applicant is taking over the maintenance of this road through some agreement with the owners. Is that right?
Well, the applicant's going to be bound by this maintenance and improvement plan that's going to be part of the master plan, which will be reviewed by Josh, stamped by Sopris Engineering, and that plan becomes the baseline for the road. Stefan is going to make the improvements to the road, and he's going to maintain the road, and that's the way it's going to work. Kobe can answer any details about the road because he's the engineer who's done the design, but that's the way it's going to work.
Okay. Other question was just there are other neighbors who live on that road, the Harpers. Are they going, what is going to be the degree of inconvenience for them just while the construction and the interim plans, how does that work for people who are actually using it on a daily basis?
Well, those details are going to be addressed in the construction management plan, but it very well could be that there is going to be a flagger on each end or during certain times when we're expecting deliveries and that sort of thing. Concrete truck is coming through. But all of that needs to be addressed in that construction management plan, which will be reviewed by the building department and also by Josh to make sure that we've adequately addressed those concerns. It's going to have to be managed carefully because we only have a 12-foot wide road.
Patty,
Yeah, I just,
follow up.
I know the McCormicks were concerned that there wasn't enough attention being paid at the first reading of this, and I just want to make sure that they're comfortable now with where we're going. I'm looking at them right now. So maybe if you guys want to do public comment later, because I want to make sure that they know that we were concerned about the road and the improvements, the maintenance, the safety, et cetera. So I think we're getting to that point, and I want to thank you guys and thank the McCormicks for working with you.
Right, carry on.
Okay, there is one point that I want to make is that the only section of the roadways on the property where we have an inadequate width is the existing road base, which essentially goes from the inn to the castle. And then once you get on the castle grounds, we have adequate road width, certainly with the new roads. So we've been focusing on the problem section of road, which you all have seen and understand.
What's the current governance of the road now?
The current what?
Governance of the road.
In terms of how it's maintained?
Yeah.
To tell you the truth, a lot of that burden has fallen on Bob. He's done the best he can to clean the road up. Stefan's done some work on the road since he acquired the castle, but it's really been Bob tackling the road since the Carvers really didn't do that much to maintain the road.
There's not like an HOA that deals with the road by all the property owners? Okay.
So we envision that the castle is going to take over the maintenance.
Right. That's generous.
And the Harpers use it by easement also, or they just use it? Harpers have an easement also?
They benefit from an easement, as do Harris. Is there another individual? one other.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, thanks.
And what we've noticed by discussing with Bob and walking is the easement needs a bit of cleaning. And not only that, Bob has also expressed that he had concern about liability because it's his road, so we would probably write an indemnification in the easement to make sure he's not liable for accidents.
Sure. Thank you.
So the post-construction improvement plan is important in that before any hard surface work gets done, it's going to be inspected by the county planning engineer, and it will also be inspected by Sopris Engineering. Sopris Engineering, of course, is going to monitor the road during the construction process and during the initial improvement process, because they've stamped these plans and put their credibility behind it. And then after those inspections are done, the road's going to be hard surfaced so that it'll hold up better during the rainstorms in the summer, and also the snow and freeze thaw in the winter. But that's the general plan.
Is this a chip seal or asphalt or concrete or?
It's going to be a layer of asphalt.
Yeah, I don't think we've finally come to that exact conclusion yet, but we're kind of leaving our options open, but certainly looking at asphalt, chip seal, or a combination of the two, probably.
Great, thanks.
So we've got that discussion of the road improvement plan. We can take other questions. That was the main focus that we've had. We went through the presentation about the master plan at the last meeting. We can readdress anything that you would like, or we can move to the resolution after your questions. We spent a lot of time with Leslie on addressing changes to the resolution, and they're all redlined and fairly easy to follow.
I'd love to just ask again, just to clarify, if you've already gone through it, I think, but the other users of the road, Harper's and others you mentioned, have an easement with McCormick's as well. Have they been included in the conversations, and do they know what's going on, and are they part of this, so that at least they're aware of what the plan is?
We walked the road with Tom Harris, and I'm not aware of if the Harpers really know what's going on with the road. And as far as there's one other property owner, correct? White's. Yeah. So our meetings have been with Bob and Harris.
Okay, as a landowner, and will the agreement, the lease agreement or the right-of-way agreement be included in this? It just seems like we want to make sure we don't have a conflict coming, and I don't know what role we would play in it, because it's an agreement between Stefan and Bob, I guess. But how thorough do we have to be in our oversight? Just because I'm concerned about the other neighbors as well.
Hi, Mark Hamilton from Holland Hart. My understanding is that there's an existing, easement that all these parties benefit from, and the dominant portion of it is across Bob's property. That easement gives all the owners collectively the right to use the road and presumably the right to maintain it as well, but it doesn't say exactly how that's going to happen. While there could be, there was mention of an HOA, while that kind of structure could theoretically be set up, Stefan's offering to basically say, I will, fund this, I will do this. And as far as, oversight of that, the way the revised conditions that we haven't gone through yet, what we've proposed is that there be engineered stamp plans for the road that would be publicly available. And if the neighbors want to comment, they certainly could do that. The planning engineer would review and approve it. Then the road improvements happen, and at the end, Sopris then would go out there, inspect, and certify that they were built in accordance with the plans. But at the present time, we weren't proposing to set up a management system. Obviously, that would take a lot of cooks, and with the offer to fund, it seemed unnecessary from our perspective.
Right. Got it. Thank you. Just wanted some clarity. Thank you for that. Let's keep going. Thanks for that, Glenn.
You need to stop sharing.
Okay,
Stop
I'm gonna,
sharing so much, Glenn.
yeah, I'm done. I'm through sharing. Okay.
Okay, now I need to share my screen again. So, we need to consider the ordinance. So the ordinance is what is the document that's capturing the changes to the land use code, the text amendments. So what the applicant is proposing is a creation of a definition for a wellness center. And then we're adding the wellness center to a specific section of the code. And they've also proposed code language as a GMQS exemption for deed-restricted rental housing on the property in the rural area of the county. So here is the definition of the wellness center, and I'm just showing you kind of the kind of machinations that we've gone through to get to this definition that the P&Z supports and recommends approval of, and staff and the applicant have come to. And again, we're adding this as an accessory and temporary use in the VLP zone district, Table 4, Chapter 4 of the Land Use Code. And
Can we just have a second more to read that?
Yeah.
That definition? Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. And so we're also changing our exemption section in the code for deed-restricted dwelling units to add rental units, deed-restricted category affordable rental units in the code, this section of the code. And then we're describing what kind of deed-restricted rental units that we're adding. These very specific code sections and changes to the code are also attached to the ordinance. So, any questions on the ordinance and the code amendments?
Well, I guess I have one, and that is, so the hydrotherapy is obvious, oh, is it okay if I ask?
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. The hydrotherapy is obviously gonna require some water, and I'm wondering if there is separate considerations for the use of water in that way. I mean, sounds like the barn, I think, is gonna have probably a full-size pool or close to that, and then hydrotherapy rooms and so on. Is that all okay under the current land use? The use of water like that?
Under you mean your current?
I mean, do we need to make anything special to allow the use of that much water for that kind of activity?
Redstone water.
How much water is it?
I don't know.
I don't think they're like gonna put Lake Mead up there or something.
No,
for-
I know, water's, it's a thing. I don't know how much water you're having.
There's going to be an indoor pool, but we're within the Redstone Water and Sanitation District, so the water is going to come from Redstone. The water tanks right above the property, but there's adequate water, correct?
Yeah,
Amy?
and additionally, they have an EQR schedule that's like a single-family home is typically one EQR. So they have a schedule for things like a pool and other items like that. All their units are a specific EQR, the pool's a specific EQR. We've kind of gone through that with the district, and they don't have concerns with the water side of things.
So because Redstone's not very big, so this many units being added to Redstone plus a pool and everything seems like a fairly large increase in the water, but it's adequate.
Yeah, I think a lot of times with the tankage that they have for their system, they have to build in so much additional fire flow that really will be turning over their tanks more quickly, but they have the capacity to serve us.
Okay, great, thank you.
EQR,
Equivalent.
equivalent,
It's residential.
oh, where's the R come into that, EQ? Okay.
Steve,
the
has a
To
question.
go back to the deed restrictions, we have to assume that eventually this business will not exist forever. It might be similar businesses that are looking decades down the road perhaps, but I have to assume that eventually there's liable to be employees living there who are commuting down the lane to Redstone or to Carbondale to go to work. Because if the workers aren't needed at the Cleveholm Manor business, whatever business is running in the future, that housing would be sitting there, and if it's deed restricted for employees, those employees might work elsewhere. I want to make sure that however we have it written captures that. I guess the same thing would apply to the guest housing there, and I think a good way to handle the guest housing would be that it would be required to be for guests of the manor, you know, the business on the property, and not be used for residents living there and going up and down the lane to Redstone for dinner or whatever kind of purposes, other purposes. And I always used to think that a family could have set things up so it'd be forever, and I found out the hard way that doesn't always work. And in spite of the best intentions of you, and I hope it succeeds for a really long time, eventually I think everything changes, and I'm anticipating that what's going to happen with those changes if we build all this housing, deed restricted employee housing there, that eventually is used for reverse, you know, people commuting somewhere else to work. I'd like to try to figure that out now, make sure we're setting things up properly now so that doesn't create problems in the future.
I have just one comment to respond, is that remember that we're developing a master plan where the primary use on the master plan are the tourist accommodation units, the 20 bedrooms in the cabins and cottages, which are tourist accommodation facilities. So we calculated the employee demand and the employee generation based upon the standards in the code for high-level service for those tourist accommodations. So in this case, those employees are going to be associated with the dining facilities, the reception facilities, as well as the wellness treatment. So if the cabins or cottages ever change from the tourist accommodations use to a residential use, that's going to require a master plan amendment, and it will probably require a growth management change and use review. So there's going to be, quite a bit of review for those cabins or cottages to to change to a residential use. And as long as those cabins and cottages are there and they're maintained as high-level tourist accommodations, they're going to need the employees to serve them. And I think that would be an assurance that the employee units are not going to be for people that are working in Carbondale or Glenwood or in Redstone. So if this changes and the tourist accommodations facility fails, there's going to be another review where we look at how you use all these other units.
That reminds me of a question I have.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring that issue up, that it's like a closure issue.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we don't ever get to that point. The idea is that we have, the employees working on site, or, the vast majority of them, and hopefully the facility is just a great success.
Mm-hmm. Right, Francie.
And that reminds me of my question about bonding and whether or not, something terrible happens, Stefan decides to choose another life or whatever, and not saying that'll happen, but, and construction starts, and we've all seen the places that have been abandoned halfway through construction, Bear Ranch, of course. And I'm just wondering whether we've made any investigations into that possibility.
You did bring that up at the last meeting, and I did not include any language in here regarding a financial security. But I think what we would want is a financial security that would carry the whole project through to completion, CO, so we're not left with half a project and something like that. That's what you're thinking of, right? And then
Which could then pass on to, could be sold or as what it was originally designed as, or, I mean, usually it's about, recovery or completion or, it's not my field of expertise, that's for sure.
Right, so the financial security would, would carry through during the construction to ensure that the project is completed as approved.
And so it would be, what's the legal instrument that would make sure that they don't just walk away? No offense.
Well, none, but we don't, what we want to make sure is that we have enough financial security to button up the site if someone does walk away, right? So the site's not at risk or a safety hazard.
Right, so what is that security? Does it?
A letter of credit. It would be like a letter of credit that we would get.
Might be any form of financial security.
Right.
The more important aspect is what the amount is.
Yeah.
And does that currently exist?
No, you did mention it last time, and I failed to discuss it with Glenn or put it in your resolution.
Well, how do the rest of you feel about that?
Well, let me pull
Yeah, I
Patty
do
first,
have
but
I
then
have a
wanna get
question.
back to Glenn.
That could be an extensive period of time, so if we could phase it, it's hard to tie up money for what could be a project that takes an extensive period of time to complete. And that's a real hardship for some people. So if that could be worked out as to a letter of credit or a line of credit or whatever, but maybe in phasing, when this is done, this percent goes back. Because, we've tied up, $30,000 at the solar thing for trees that won't grow. Or isn't it that what that is? So I think we need to be conscious of that. Because it's hard to complete a project when your money's sitting over here being held, or your ability to get credit.
Well, a letter of credit wouldn't,
Well, I don't know, but I think we need to keep that in mind as we craft language to accommodate Francie's concerns.
I think Stefan may have an answer or a quick.
Well, I agree with you. We need to be, I don't like the idea at all because I'm already going through the process with my shareholder, with the bank. If you're telling me that on the top of it, I need to reinsure, that push the cost tremendously. It just make it's a hardship on builders. So I would say if you impose that on us, then what do I get in exchange for forgive? I'm not aware of this being a normal process in the Pitkin application or
Yeah, I
Aspen
don't think
application.
it's abnormal, but I think it's something that can be worked out as far as language and fairness.
Right, it's gonna have to be a two-way street if we go that way, but I can assure you, going through the process of funding, I need to give those completion guarantee to my banks, to my shareholders already.
Okay.
So it's a private sector worry as well. The bank doesn't want to sit on a half-built project.
Yeah. So I think to assure the county, I think some language can be generated that would accommodate that.
Did we require that of the
Didn't want to say crafted. I don't like that word.
prior owner? Did we require that of the prior applicants?
No.
The Carters?
When this was, in
But when they
2018?
received the TDRs, they had an agreement that they would complete the restoration of the castle, right?
Yeah, they put the TDRs into an escrow account, and they were free to sell the TDRs, and the money that was essentially the proceeds of that sale would go into the same escrow account. That money was then dispersed as they completed required items consistent with the development approval.
Well, you don't need to pursue it further if the rest of the commissioners are comfortable with Stefan's agreements with his lenders and his company and whatever. I just wanted to bring it up again because I just have seen projects get walked away from and then we live with the consequences, so.
If you're worried about the project being walked away from, I would not recommend relying upon a bank because their interest is wholly different from ours.
So is there language we could come up with that would accommodate what Francie's concerns are?
Yeah, to make sure that the project proceeds along some set timetable, and then that there's financial security in place.
Of some level that doesn't interfere with his ability to get
We're
there?
not concerned with completing the project. We're concerned with eliminating a half-built project.
That's right.
Right.
So we would be going in with a bulldozer and tearing down things that weren't finished, filling in holes and reseeding. We wouldn't be building structures.
Wow. I hadn't pictured that, I guess.
That's how it would work.
It's a new term.
Otherwise, you'd be, as Stefan mentioned, you'd be insuring the project twice. And our interest is not that the project be completed. Our interest is that there not be a half-built project on the ground.
So we could do a phasing of completions?
Yeah, it's possible.
I want to make sure this is
That's a good
something that is a practice. It seems like we're going beyond standard, and I don't want to.
No, we
I would agree with Patty. We've done that many times in the past,
Yeah,
but it's
okay.
not a ordinary event. It's typically reflective of something that involves a anticipated large expenditure of sums by the developer or property owner, some degree of uncertainty that it might conclude, and our desire not to have, unfinished projects up and down our main street, so to speak.
As
Like
we
we've
have.
seen
That was
in our
as we have.
surrounds, yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm going to take it, thank you for that. I don't know where, if I'm not prepared to
I'm not
weigh in
clear
on this.
on options, so I don't.
Right, I'm not comfortable
sure what to weigh in
that
on
I
either.
understand it well enough, and I don't want to do something that, if there's a standard procedure, we should probably have that in a manual, and it would be part of the program. And it seems like a curveball. So I'm looking for someone else to tell me how to proceed.
Does it come into the resolution or the ordinance or the construction management plan or?
Well, typically in the past, when I've worked with you guys on this, it's been a condition of the approval that whatever financial security you want and how that's characterized is a condition in the resolution. It's a condition of approval, and it's something that we get before we release any permits.
But I don't want to handicap Stefan financially so that he can't proceed just.
At all.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm sort of looking for, what kind of reassurance can we get that,
That's it.
what?
That's it.
Will we write it in that we'll have a time frame of completion of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and but I think Francie's concern is we get stuck halfway through phase 2 and we have partial structures.
That's right. But that is it. The way that is insured against is with a financial security of some type.
And is there a type of financial security that won't interfere with his ability to get his lenders to back the project?
I'm a fairly flexible kind of guy when it comes to financial security. I'll let the applicant, property owner, present something to me to evaluate simply because I can't anticipate what would be the best fit for them.
Can you help me? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you help me understand? Just I'm just trying to sort of envision this. So a project gets half complete. I don't know. Stefan moves back to Thailand or something, and the property sits there unowned or owned by him or not saleable on the market as is.
It doesn't change alienation. It doesn't change ownership. It doesn't change anything except the fact that you won't have a bunch of holes on the property that haven't been filled in with buildings.
Okay. And, for a property that you can't see from any public spaces, what is the benefit for the county to enforce on that?
It restores the property. It would revegetate any scarring. It would go a long way to eliminate or alleviate erosion. It would complete anything that is necessary as far as environmental control that the board might impose, like a drainage ditch and or culvert, something to accommodate those events.
So would it make sense to focus a conversation around those type of things? Like, you know, to me, I could see something requiring that the drainage improvements, you know, and the road improvements get done. You know, I'm not sure what, I guess I'm trying, like, what the county interest in a half-built cabin is or isn't.
Well,
so I want to.
It's the obvious effect of having a half-built structure that's not occupied.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine any number of things that are
I
realistic.
know, but I mean, plenty of property owners have, you know, things around the county that are half-built structures that are not
people
occupied.
live.
If the property's being used and occupied, then it's not such a concern.
Right.
So I don't know. So I guess I'm just trying to like
Fine-tune it.
like what is the problem that this would solve for?
Stefan,
I would like to say two things. So first of all, there are structure on the property now that are uninhabited. So you already have that figure case. But what also I would want to be strong about putting this as a condition for approval. The approval is already so many post-approval at the permit submission, at the design review. If you want me to put money before I even know if the other authority is going to agree with it's impossible.
Right, I get
It is
that.
just impossible.
Well,
Financial security isn't typically expected until a building permit issues.
Until you're you're there.
right.
thank you for that.
So can we add a condition with the language to be determined by the county attorney and the applicants and the applicant's
I
representatives?
think he just said we don't need to do that because it comes after the building permit. Is that?
No.
Well, no,
I'm-
if you want a financial security to ensure progress is built, or that you ensure that that structures are complete and enclosed in. I mean, again, we don't care about the applicant property owner's building pro forma. You know, we don't care about whether or not he makes money. We hope he does, wish him the best, but it's not our concern. We're not guaranteeing it, and we're not going to impede it. Right. But what we want to make sure is that the property doesn't turn into something that it shouldn't be, which is a half-built mess.
Right.
So that's really all we care about insuring against. We're not insuring the project. And remediation of an unbuilt status is not so great as finishing a project, finishing a building.
It's returning it to previous state.
Or something close to it.
Acceptable state.
Steve had a question, then I'll come back to Stefan.
So I think a parallel could perhaps be drawn with our experience with Aspen Valley Ranch, which was similar. Multiple owners over the years came in with different development plans on it. We approved them. They built the most recent one. They built all the things they said they were going to build. A barn, several houses, the community, remodel the old barn for community space, all these things. Well, then they went bankrupt.
And then they were bankrupt.
They got everything built, and maybe that's why they went bankrupt, because
I don't think that had anything to do with it.
I don't know, it's
I doubt if it had anything to do
Not
with
with
it.
the Suki family.
it's very involved kind of a thing. We don't have any half-built things there. The project was completed, but then we didn't guarantee that the owner would be able to keep the property. That was between him and the bank and his lenders on whatever projects he's involved in. So I kind of see a parallel here, that the deal is between Stefan and his banker, in terms of the bank is guaranteeing you have the money to complete the project, to me, in my estimation, and I'm okay with that if that's the way, but we don't have further requirements.
Leslie, thank you. Thanks,
So
Steve.
I think we could come up with a list of things that we would want to make sure are either capped off, covered over, or protected.
Revegetated or something.
Revegetated. And, you know, so they've submitted to us a really significant tree protection plan, for example. But part of that tree protection plan is while construction is underway. So if they've erected fencing around the trees to protect them and something happens and everybody walks away, we got to make sure that those fences come down. If the debris flow mitigation fence goes up, but there's no one living on the property to maintain that fence, we have to make sure that we have the money to take that fence down. And particularly if nothing's been built, then we can take the fence down. If there's grading, if there's roads that have been graded and it's walked away from, we want to make sure from a erosion control, weed control, that we can go in there and we can take care of that. If Redstone Castle Drive starts to be improved and then it stops, we need to make sure that we can get it to, as Stacey's point, that people can continue to use the road. It's those kinds of things that a financial security, letter of credit, whatever, can protect us against. And we've done it, we do it all the time on big single-family homes. We require a financial security for re-veg. Often.
God, thank you. Glenn?
Just one point about the nature of the guarantees. What would be important in terms of guaranteeing is that the road improvements be done because there are other people involved in addition to the Redstone Castle. And it's already set up in the resolution when we get to it that there will be no building permits issued until the road improvements are done. So there is a hook there that you have. Maybe there would be nothing about the final paving because that occurs after construction. So perhaps the paving is something that would be part of some financial assurances. But the most important thing for the people that live there is that the road improvements get done before the construction starts.
Right. Mm-hmm. But I think Leslie's on the right track that we could come up with some language that provides for the county to be comfortable and for the applicant to be comfortable. So the applicant can move forward, because I don't want to make it so, overburdening the applicant that the project never gets off the ground.
Or the staff.
Yeah, but I mean, so the project never gets off the ground because, how do you, then I don't think you want it to go there either, Francie. I think you just want to make sure that everybody's covered at the end of the day, so.
But isn't that a building permit review process where you can actually appreciate the funding of the applicant and making sure as part of why does it need to be a condition of approval to the master plan review?
The financial security needs to be a condition because that's how the board directs staff's conduct. And if financial security is warranted and important, then it should be called out. And it should be limited to the extent the board feels it should be limited.
At this stage in the review.
And financial security could be done in a manner that doesn't interfere with the applicant. You guys could come up with something you agree on, is what I'm trying to get at.
If you can't, then I would bring it back.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't realize it would be such a curveball and so unusual because I just, when you look at the fields, when you drive to Glenwood, it's just a catastrophe. And
this is not Garfield
it should never have
This
happened.
is not Garfield County, though. Yeah.
What? I know. It's just, and the Judicial Center in Boulder was the same way for years. It was just a disaster, and particularly given the sensitivity of this property, and that's why I brought it up. But I don't want to have to construct an entirely new legal document and process because I do trust Stefan and I do think that he's going to finish the project. But
of course we trust Stefan. If we didn't trust him, we wouldn't be entertaining this at all.
Exactly. So I mean, I don't know.
But it's not an unusual step, and it should not be such an impediment to the progress of the project.
I think they can come up with language that works for both sides.
But it needs to be part of the requirements within the resolution.
Okay, so when would they come up with this language, and who is they?
It doesn't need to be completely specified because that would be a different document. That would essentially be however the financial security is held, when elements of the security are released, when they are not, when it can be drawn on by the county, all that kind of stuff.
And that's
So,
beyond the ability of this board to do today.
especially on the fly, yeah. So it would suffice simply say that a financial security guaranteeing either the completion of the project or the restoration of the property in a meaningful way with an appropriate level of financial security. That
So
would
we
be
could pass the resolution and the ordinance, I mean, we could move forward. We don't have to continue or anything.
That type of wording would suffice for the resolution. You wouldn't have to touch the ordinance for this.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. If I'd like to move on, unless there's something you want to add to this, I would say we could move on. I did have a question regarding the affordable housing units. Say you have 1 or 2 units empty, you don't need those employees after all, what will be done with them? You rent them on them. How is the rental for those taken? Will they remain vacant, or do they get used for other employees? What's the plan?
I can answer that. There's a condition of approval in the resolution that requires an occupancy covenant for all on-site employee rental units, and which will be de-restricted to APSHA Category 3 maximum rental rates. And the covenant must be approved by the county attorney and the BoCC. Now, the nuance in the covenant is going to be, how do we bake language into there that talks about if, for some reason, the units are not necessary for employees of the castle, but we want to make sure that those units remain deed-restricted employee units.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks for the
Okay.
clarity. All right. Okay, where do we go now?
Okay. I just need to remind you, Paul isn't here, but one of the things with.
Paul is here. He snuck in behind you.
Okay, well, good. So fill in if I miss.
Come on up if you're going to talk.
Well,
Do we need him? Is this something we need?
If I miss something, he can fill you in.
Be your
But
backup, okay.
first and foremost, we were talking about Redstone Castle Drive and improvements to the road. So Paul and Bob, the road, where the conservation easement is and where the road actual alignment is, that needs to be amended, and Paul is working on that, and you will see that amendment to the conservation easement.
When the conservation easement comes back to us?
Right, the amendment to the
That's right.
conservation easement will come back to you all to clear up, because to make the improvements on the road, that needs to be cleared up.
Yeah, and this is for Sawmill Hill Conservation Easement that we have over Bob and Deb's property.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any other
There's-
questions?
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
keep
one
going.
more open space and trails issue that I hesitate to bring up, but you left it open at the last meeting, was their request, Open Space and Trails request to have a pedestrian access trail, Lover's Lane, an out and back trail that is a request of Open Space and Trails. It's not supported by the applicant. The applicant instead has agreed to add historical signs on Highway 133 and benches on the other side of the river on 133, so people can stop, read the historical signs, and view the castle from that perspective. As part of that, the applicant is going to work on a tree trimming plan for their property to kind of make sure that that view of the castle from 133 and the carriage house are maintained.
Thank you. Kelly and then Patty.
I thought I read in the resolution that there is a condition for emergency pedestrian egress, and that's sufficient, that's acceptable?
Yes.
Single track.
Yeah, that is, if one were to flow upriver from the property in an emergency egress situation, Lover's Lane continues all the way to the subdivision on the other side of the castle property. And so if people need to escape, you can only use that by foot, but they could go up that way. And that has been part of, it was part of the last approval for the castle, and that's still being maintained as emergency egress purposes.
Thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, I was the one who brought that trail up, that pedestrian, because I had heard open space had been talking about it. And in light of the fact we don't want people driving up there, parking a car somewhere, you know, to try and access a pedestrian walkway in Lover's Lane just to view the castle. And we don't want them walking on the road because the road already has width issues and traffic issues. I think if we can safely do some kind of signage and benches on the highway side, other side of the river, I would support that, but only if there's a safe place to put it, because I'm off the top, I don't know if there's enough pull-off or whatever, but you guys can figure that out.
Okay, Steve?
I would agree with Patty in terms of the path that the public would be going on that side of the river close to the castle. I think that's an imposition on your business and your guests that I don't want to impose on you. Have them be over on the highway and something there, that's fine. In terms of the Lover's Lane being an emergency egress, both for the people living there on both that side of the river and in the subdivision, if something happens that there's no way for people to get out, and it might be the river comes up real high, maybe it washes out part of the lane going into the castle. Maybe it washes out the bridge in the subdivision upstream from you. People would be stuck there, and to me, having a mutual agreement with the next door neighbor's subdivision and you could be important for just public safety consideration. It would be vehicular access, in my way of thinking, for a temporary period until the bridge, the flood situation is taken care of or whatever. And I don't know, I don't think there's anything in here about that, but to me, it's really a public safety issue that maybe we should address right now.
Thank you. Leslie, do you have
I don't.
Okay, Glenn wants to say something. Thank you.
I have a comment about that in that I think the idea of reciprocal emergency access, I think it would just go without saying in the event of an emergency. There's one private property in the subdivision between the road and the end of the pedestrian Lover's Lane trail. And so we always figured in the event of a wildfire or something, people are going to go through there, although there's no written agreement to do that. The problem with vehicular access, let's say their bridge washed out in the subdivision, is it would require quite a bit of work and a major retaining wall along the Lover's Lane as it goes from the castle property up valley to the subdivision. There was some old road there, I would suppose, in the 1880s or 90s, but it's filled in and you would have to excavate into the steep slopes, and it would be quite a project to turn that back to something that could accommodate vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it was an 8-foot wide wagon road at one time, and
That's right, and then there's been a deterioration since the 1880s in terms of the platform there.
okay. I can envision that.
Yeah, if I may. Yeah, I think Glenn's description of that is true. I was trying to picture what you could take through there when I walked it, and at most you could maybe get a side-by-side through. So it's not, I don't think you could rely on it for any kind of vehicular. I think you would have to use your feet.
Okay.
Great, thank you. I don't see that we're gonna pursue that. That's the impression I get. So, I'd like to keep going.
Okay, so, resolution.
When do you want to have, don't we have, this is public hearing.
Oh,
too.
sorry.
Do
Do
I
we
don't
need a
know when
public
you
hearing on
wanna
that
do it.
before, or can we do it all when you're finished?
I don't know what the,
Do you want to, yeah, I can just, you've seen a lot of, do you want me to do the resolution?
I'd love to get through this.
Okay, okay.
No matter how.
we're gonna hit our hard stop before
And we can
even
throw as many
start.
roadblocks up as we want, but we got a lot to do today, so I'm gonna keep
Okay,
us moving.
yeah. So, you've seen some of these edits already. The Susanna Reed and Colorado Historic Foundation looked at this and did some changes. These changes I've run by the team, and they've seen a lot of these changes. But Glenn and his team also made some changes to the reso. And there's a lot on like every page, so that's why I'm.
There's some in maroon and some in kind of a.
Yeah, don't worry about what the colors represent. It represents a collaborative effort, actually, the colors.
That's what I thought. Everybody
Okay.
picked their own colors.
So, like the beginning are a bunch of revisions from, like I said, our HPO and this private lands that is reference to the tree trimming that that Stefan wants to do to preserve the view of the castle. And then there's some things in here about the drainage. So bulked and clear water flow, this is getting at what's coming out of the debris flow barrier fence. And I'll clean up all this formatting when we're done. We're calling a road improvement and maintenance plan. We're gonna call it the Bob McCormick maintenance plan. Just kidding.
Is he going to be indentured for the life of the road or something?
I think we should put a historic sign up about
Here's
that.
it, right, here's our tree trimming.
Should have a plaque.
For the historic resources. Sorry, Bob. So, again, we're just in our recitals section, but we're starting to talk about, how we want to see the road shape up. And then differentiating between, primary vehicle access to the cabins and cottages, and then the driveways to the cabins and cottages. And then, so you guys have seen some of this stuff.
The annual review, does that start when the project's completed, or we've had that issue?
We have a whole section on the annual review in here.
Oh, this first one.
Yeah. So number 3 are what we need to see within 180 days of your approval. And this first one, A, is really important because that's where we're really capturing a lot of the additional work that DHM did, Sopris Engineering did, and it's going to be attached to the activity envelope and site plan and recorded. Josh and I wanted to make sure that they utilize as much of the property as is feasible and reasonable for their cut and fill. And we need a little bit more analysis on that, so that's why we're requesting that. So this, number 4, is where Glenn, Colby, and Mark, in working with Bob, have kind of defined better what we want to see in this road improvement and maintenance plan. So Glenn was talking about there's going to be an interim road improvement plan, and then there's going to be the post-construction road improvement plan. Do you guys need to add anything to that? And again, we've looked at their edits, and Josh and I, and Susanna Reed has looked at these edits, and we don't have any issues with the team's proposed edits. So here we're getting at number 5, Steve, we're getting at the historical flow rates of drainage. And number 6 is DHM did such a good job. We showed you those graphics. Those are going to be integrated. We want to see those on the civil grading plans. Historic Foundation here, prior to the issuance of any permits for new construction, we're looking at the road maintenance plan, road improvement plan, historic preservation, arborist. Here's our number 12 is the informational sign and the benches. think that's the bulk of it. In connection with the issuance of any building permits.
Great, thanks,
Now,
Leslie.
we need to add the condition as crafted by John about the financial security, and that would really go up where we're talking about in the beginning, where we talk about prior to issuance of any building permits. That's where a new condition of approval will go.
Yeah.
Are you working on that language, John?
I wasn't, I thought I already gave it to you.
You can watch
Well, he's
the
gotta
tape.
say it twice.
I will review the video and get John's
All
language
4 hours
to
of
that.
it.
So there will be an additional condition of approval in here related to that. And I do not have a condition of approval in here related to the Lover's Lane Trail in and out because you guys hadn't decided that yet.
Okay, I was under the impression we're not
Yeah,
pursuing that.
but I didn't
not
have
in there.
anything
Got it.
related to that.
Okay, I see a couple of questions, then I'm gonna go to public comment as soon
I
as I
think John
can.
did you want to jump in?
No, I thought that issue was resolved. If it's not, then we need to.
No
She can
Lover's Lane?
consult the Lover's Lane or the language?
Lover's Lane.
I think we just decided it's going to be for emergency egress, ingress, whatever.
Which is already included.
Yeah.
It's already included.
Emergency
Yeah, so
foot
we're
egress,
good.
so that's where I am on that.
My concern is different. It's about the greenhouse, since I work in a greenhouse. And I'm
We're
from
okay
a,
on the before, Lover's Lane's settled. The language of the security is
Yeah,
settled.
it's settled.
Okay, on to your greenhouse topic.
yeah, the neighbors were concerned about noise from the fans running all the time. Well, they don't always run all the time in a greenhouse, depends on temperature, weather, exposure, et cetera. And we do have very strict noise ordinances. Do we need to, because we have an issue that's moving along somewhere in our realm about noise from adjacent property, from other forms of venting, et cetera. So Leslie, do we need to add anything that,
Well, here's what I have, 19 and 20 are what we have related
saw
to the
the lights in those
greenhouse.
showers except for safety, if you get chemicals in your eye or something, but.
I think what we could do is we could add any ancillary noise related to the greenhouse to the annual review
Right, because that's
issue.
our standard in our code anyway. I just want to make sure, because the neighbors felt they weren't being heard, and I want them to know that we did hear that. No pun intended, so we're addressing noise.
Thank you for that, Patty and Leslie. It sounds like you've got that. What, you had a question, Francie?
Yeah, about the greenhouse. I think I read that it's gonna have a bathroom and a possible office in it, is that? Did I
No,
read that?
what I reflected in this language is our code language.
Okay.
That this is what one can put in a greenhouse, but no more than one accessible toilet, not to exceed 43 square feet.
Doesn't necessarily mean that's the plan. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Okay. So what's next? Oh, Glenn, sorry, didn't see you there.
I just wanted to make one clarification and a request. With regards to the number of people on the tour, we talked about that there would be a maximum of 10, and Stefan thinks we should change that to a maximum of 12 people on a tour. That's what's
Two more people?
It's better for you. It's better for the guy because the guy is looking at how much money she's making. She's like, hey, can we increase to 12? So it's a tiny change. I'm sure nobody really cares, but it's important for the guy. So it's important to me.
So
I don't
this,
know.
we're gonna change this to 12.
Yeah, we changed to 12 at our request, if that's okay with you. It was at 50, which was not practical, but I think 12 works. The other thing I'd like to mention is, in the event, when we're developing the plans for the road, and I'm talking about the road that's shared by the neighbors and the castle, if we should run into an impasse between Josh and Sopris in terms of what that road design is, we would like the capability to come back to the board to settle that. Hopefully that wouldn't happen, but I just want to mention that we want to have that as a backup, that we could come back to you, and hopefully we wouldn't have to wait, for 9 months to get back to settle the issue about the road should it come up. So I would request that that be a consideration in the resolution.
So you're saying there's a conflict between two engineers?
Yeah. and
We
if-
get to choose?
Yeah.
Kinda like-
Oh, that sounds
It's
great.
kind of
I
like
don't anticipate
surveyors,
that
you know?
happening, but-
Surveyors never agree.
It could, and we wouldn't want to, have to like do a minor amendment to the application because of that. We'd like to just come back and sort the issue out with you.
Like
And
with
this is going to
judges.
affect the neighbors as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
We use a dartboard. Okay, thank you. That's fine. I think, is that okay?
Fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. God,
I've
Glenn,
never
you're
been
getting
asked yet.
picky over there.
Get to dust off my degree. Wow. Okay, Leslie, what else
Mark
you
has
got?
something
Oh,
too.
Mark, okay, please.
If I might, I'm not sure I understand where we are on the security. Would it be okay if I
Please.
encapsulate what I thought I'd heard and we can
Please
see
do.
what John's reaction
John,
is?
wait, yeah.
It sounds like that you all, or a majority of you anyway, have two concerns about financial performance potentially. One is I'm going to analogize to public improvements. Obviously, these aren't going to be actually dedicated to the county. You're not going to own them and maintain them. But I think the county does want to make sure access, utilities, and in particular the debris flow components are completed because they all have public impacts in terms of life safety and that sort of thing. So I would suggest that perhaps a condition be added to the resolution that would require security completion of those three items, and that there also be what I would call something like reclamation security, which would be an additional amount that SOPRS could help us estimate, that in my view would be, for instance, if construction starts on buildings, cabins, whatever they may be, and those construction doesn't diligently continue, let's imagine it's abandoned for a year. I don't know if that's the right number or not. But at that point, there would be security in place that the county could use to re-veg, to fill in holes if there's rebar exposed, to kind of remedy the life safety issues, but obviously not to complete the proposed vertical construction, only to put it back where it's safe and not causing erosion and that sort of thing. But so those two components are what I
My needs.
that's
Sounds
what
perfect.
I want to hear if John's opinion on that.
That'll work.
Okay.
Except that the restoration would be a revegetation and a regrading if necessary, depending on the
Sure.
work done.
And of course, everybody in Picken County provides the county with erosion control plan, all that kind of stuff, with every building permit.
Right.
It would be adding to that a financial component where if it sits dormant and if dust is blowing everywhere, you have money to go fix it.
Right. Now,
And as long as
you're
your
Stefan's
client is
counsel
okay.
on this. That sounds okay to you? Are we?
Subject to reasonable
Hey, he's your
financial
attorney.
estimate.
Yeah, he's your attorney, so.
Yeah.
Okay, just, yeah.
sound-
You wouldn't have brought it up.
We didn't have a
I know.
chance to
I
meet
was
during the
gonna say,
meeting.
You didn't have an executive session there. Do you need an opportunity to clarify?
Do you want an opportunity to speak outside, or are you comfortable with it?
I mean,
I think you can reach it comfortable.
Yeah, it would be the same people behind the.
We've
dartboard.
just given you a bill.
And John did indicate that if
Well, if you wanna
an
go
agreement
outside-
was not reached, he would bring it back to us.
True.
Okay, all right.
That's always true.
So we have
You
safeguards.
can always
Completion
come
of
back to us
access,
again.
Utilities and debris flow and a reclamation or.
You guys
what
can
were your
figure
words?
out the language.
Component. Yes.
Thank you for that, Mark.
All right, we'll move on if you're all comfortable then. Thank you for that. That sounded clear to me. I understood.
Okay.
Great.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, Leslie, are we ready to open this up? Okay, so we're going to accept public comment on, can we do it on either ordinance or reso?
you can do it on anything.
On anything we want. So if there's anybody in the audience today who wants to speak on this topic, we're giving 3 minutes. And we're looking online as well. Hit *9 if you are online and would like to make a comment, public comment on the topic of the Redstone Castle Lodge Preservation Master Plan Amendment. And I don't see any hands flying. Why are
Oh,
they
no,
all here?
I know.
Oh, there
He's-
is one. There is one back there. I didn't see it, Bob. Got to
was-
wave
he
at
was-
me.
We're so entertaining.
So
He
Bob
was trying to be
McCormick's coming
polite.
up. Thank you. You
Hi,
have to
Bob.
Identify yourself also.
Bob McCormick, 50-year resident of Cleveland Manor Estate. The original easement we had that we want to try to redo, restricts the road. And I always thought that eventually, because of that restriction, there would be a bridge required. And there's a whole lot of people who always say, why didn't they build a bridge? Why don't they only build a bridge? But I don't see that ever happening. So, consequently, we are in agreement to move the easement. Open Space and Trails is, we want to see the best possible road, the safest possible road going up there for this project. There's going to be 16 families living up there with kids, and it needs to be a safe road. I spoke with Chief Carl Oliver. He recommended a bridge and another access, and indicated that that's not happening, but he was in full support of a better road and better turnouts and all that. I would like to be part of the process of meeting with Josh and Colby to make that happen. I have a lot of ideas of that, of how that can happen. There's problems with the drainage. There's some bank repair and stabilization needs to happen. There's erosion that's washing the road out. There's a lot of things going on with the road that needs to be done. So hopefully we can get that taken care of. And I guess that's before we get that part done. And after that, we would have the road then paved or hard surface. Without the hard surface, no one's going to be able to walk on that road anymore. And we were kind of hoping that the kids that are going to be in this employee housing would walk to the bus stop and walk
What
home.
a concept.
But if it's muddy and dusty and rough, it's not going to happen. And unless it's paved, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be icy in the wintertime. It's just turned into a mess since we don't have any drainage on it. One of the other things is I think we need to limit the size and the weight of trucks on that road, regardless of what we do. It's just too narrow, and the sides of the road are too unstable, and something's going to happen there. So I think that's something that maybe we can work together to have some limits on the lengths and size of the trucks. The turnouts need to be big enough to handle a semi. That's what Cisco brings with their food service trucks to the Redstone Inn several times a week. It's a semi truck. It's not just the garbage truck that you can't get around now. It's a semi. And so we need to make those bigger and more accessible so that also people can get off the road at the same time. The liability issue, I think we have that figured out, and that was I was appreciative of that. The gate and access to keep the public off, I think that's all taken care of. I'd like to see signs that say pedestrians have the right of way and yield to pedestrians. No, don't look out for pedestrians. Yield to pedestrians. We've had some issues with people in the past that I'm going plenty slow, and getting some, and with kids and everybody on a small road, that would be a great addition to our the signage. When it comes down to the road, and when we get together to work on the road, I'd like to be a part of that process with Josh and with Colby, looking at these issues. And I'd like to have an annual review, not just for also the road issues. I mean, we're having an annual review. I think it's only appropriate that we have road issue reviews. We can talk about it. We can figure out ways to improve the continued access. We're going from right now about 15 vehicle trips a day to hundreds of vehicle trips a day. And that's going to really change the whole way our road works. We have a neighbor who does not back up. She's not real good at it. She's 85 years old, and she has to have back surgery, and turning around to try to back up a long ways is hard.
I can relate to that.
She's a pardon?
I can relate to that.
Yeah, so can I. So the more the turnouts we have, the better they are. I think the smoother that road's going to work. So thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Bob.
Bob. I don't think we can get Bob to stay out of the conversations, Greg, do you?
Wouldn't want him to.
I don't want him to.
Okay, I do have another public comment here. Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Thank you. Hi, Greg. How are you?
Doing good. Good to see you.
I'll try and be brief, but for full transparency, I was working with the Carvers when they sold the property to Stefan as their listing agent. It's been refreshing to see two owners that are capitalized to save the castle as it has been restored. My comments aren't really towards the infrastructure, and they may be redundant and superfluous, but I just wanted to make them real quick. As you know, Redstone is a thriving summer-fall tourist business. In the winter, it's scrambling to stay alive. I've learned firsthand, more firsthand than I really wanted to know from my daughter, who is an owner of the Redstone General Store, and they just had a 120-year-old tree fall on the roof of the store to add to the increase in taxes and valuations and insurance. So fortunately, the general store, the Redstone Inn, some of the other businesses stay open year-round, even though a $20 day doesn't really justify opening the doors. I think this project will have a great leveling feature for the businesses in Redstone and to keep them alive. And we've lost a few over the years just because of what it is. And I appreciate what this is, and I appreciate the fact I live across the street from the castle. And although we supported the Carvers with their project because we wanted them to succeed, the fact of the number of major events were, somewhat not disturbing, but you had to consider. And so I find this to be a much more reasonable use and of the property without the impacts that could have come from the Carvers' ownership. And again, nothing against the Carvers. They certainly did a miracle up there. So that's all I wanted to say is that I think it's going to be a great situation for the businesses that have continued to try and stay alive during the winter in Redstone, and maybe even encourage some more to come into play.
Great. Thanks for
Thanks,
the public.
Jeff.
Can you
Good to
just
see you,
identify
Jeff.
tell us your
Oh, I'm
name?
sorry, Jeff Beer. And I live, as I say, across the street from in fact, just the house we live in was the original gamekeeper's lodge for the castle. It's on the register, and you guys, I appeared before you before on that. But we have, great interest in preserving this, and I think Stefan has got a good project.
Great.
You have a
Thank
great
you.
place.
Thanks for
Thanks,
your
Jeff.
public comment.
Good to
Do
see
we have
you.
any other comment from the room? I didn't see any online. No hands up. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment and bring this back to the board. Is there any order that we need to do this?
We have to pass one before the other, don't we, or doesn't matter?
That big a deal. Okay.
Trying to play by the
I'm going to
rules,
start,
John.
unless there's more conversation, I'm ready to look for a motion.
I'll move on the resolution. I'll move to approve the resolution granting approval to RC Ownership LLC for the First Amendment to the Redstone Castle Village Law Preservation Master Plan, options to defray the payment of impact fees for employee housing, GMQS exemption for employee housing, activity envelope, and site plan review, and special review for a wellness center and a greenhouse.
I will second as amended during our discussion today.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Further conversation? Steve?
Well, I'm going to vote in favor of this. I think I wish you well on this project, and I totally agree with what Jeff Beer said, that having a viable business at the Cleveholm Manor is important for Redstone and for the economic vitality of Redstone. And even though your people aren't going to be, I don't think, going back and forth to dinner there at Redstone, there still will be some, I'm sure there will be benefits to the rest of the businesses in Redstone. So I wish you well on the project. Thank you.
Any other comments? We're going to call the question, I think, right? Before anybody wants to say anything, I'm going to, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, aye, thank you. That's 5-0.
I
Okay.
would like to make a motion.
Okay, keep going.
Approving an ordinance, approving amendments to the 2006 Pickens County Land Use Code, Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, specifically Chapter 11 definitions, Chapter 6 exemption for deed restricted dwelling units, Chapter 4, Section 4-30, use specific standards, and Table 4-1 for to add wellness center greenhouse master plan as master plan uses in the Village Lodge Preservation Zone District. And this is our second reading, and I motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
We have a second. Any further conversation? Seeing
you.
none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can we take a break?
I think we need to take a break, yeah.
Let's not, let's just.
3:34, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Okay, hello, everybody. This is, whoa, we're online. I'm going to get rid of the echo first. This is
still
the
new here.
regular meeting of the Pitkin County Commissioners. It's Wednesday, April 10th, and we are on our final item, number 10. This is an individual consideration item. First reading set for public hearing on, did we already, do we have to propose that? Or did we already set the final for?
You all are going to have that
We're
conversation.
gonna have that
about setting
conversation.
that date.
Thank you. Okay. On a date due to be determined. And this is a resolution amending BoCC Resolution 105, 2020, amendment and additions to the ASC Vision Committee Common Ground Recommendations and Airport Map for the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport, and specifically for directing staff to produce an amended airport layout plan for public consideration and BoCC adoption consistent with the attached Exhibit A. Is that clear enough? There aren't any attorneys in the room, so I guess we'll just go with it. Okay, we're going to start it off with Rich Engelhardt.
Good, thank you. Board of Commissioners, Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager, and your liaison to the Airport Advisory Board. I'm joined here today with members of this team, so I'm going to start on this side. Meg, if you want to introduce yourself, and we'll go
Meg
around.
Haynes, I'm Vice Chair of the AAB. Thank you for having us.
Hi, Meg.
Jacqueline Francis, the Chair of the Airport Advisory Board.
Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director.
Brad Jacobson, Consultant to the County.
So we're here. This is kind of a quick little agenda here. I'm going to do a quick introduction for you and talk about the process. John is going to describe how we got here. That'll be interesting in itself. And then we're going to have certainly Jackie and Meg talk about this latest meeting that we had, and then Brad and Dan are here to do the presentation. But just a little cleanup here and a reconciliation between, I think Patty had mentioned, caught me in the hallway and said, hey, I'm just a little confused on one thing here. But the action you're taking is exactly what the chair wrote today, is that you're looking at some amendments, some additions to the resolution 105-2020 that you adopted. There's a component in there that says that if there's any major deviations, that those need to come back to you, and those are handled through resolutions. And so we're here with a resolution in front of you to keep this moving forward. So there have been some changes, and you're going to see that in the presentation. It was also part of the conversations you all had in a joint meeting with the Airport Advisory Board. As you know, we went to the FAA, had a conversation, and we had some conflict areas, and so we had come back and presented a potential resolution to that. You'd ask us to take that to the advisory board for public comment as well, so they have done that, and now we're back to you requesting this direction that you saw in that resolution itself. With that, we do want to say that the process has taken quite some time, and I have been entertained with some of the video that I have gone back and watched over time. And I was talking to Commissioner Childs there a minute ago that there were two people there. I don't know, Patty, you must have been in between your time, but seeing both John and Commissioner Childs there, much younger for sure. But it's funny, I even saw Andrew Doremus, I was teasing him in the background watching this conversation that's been taking place. So this isn't something that has just happened.
And that was 2012 or
12
earlier?
and 14, yes.
I was back in 14, off in 12. But I got Jackie Francis involved when she was 10 years old?
Yeah, I think
so. I think you'll even hear from John. He goes back further than that. So, but anyways, this is a conversation that's been going on in the community for quite some time. Part of that resolution was forming an advisory board, which I can't tell you how thankful we are for their work and the time that they've been spending on this and their leadership in all of this. So as part of this process, we're back in front of you now. We're going to show you what those conclusions were. Brad will walk you through that. And I know that you talked about a potential public comment portion on this first go-round. Need to set that date for that second hearing, that public hearing. So with that, I'm going to kick it to John.
Can I ask one, or make one thing? I just want to ask you, this may be harder than I think, but what is this not about? We know it's not about financing models. We're not talking about that right now. Also, this isn't this isn't the final bite at the apple. This is a living document that's progressing. There's going to be give and take, back and forth with the FAA. We fully anticipate that. Is that correct? So I just want people to understand that we're still in the middle of this thing. And we do have some urgencies that we have to deal with, but it's not over yet. Thanks.
It's definitely an iterative process. In fact, Dan brought this. This is an airport layout plan. We've got one map to show you that we are asking your direction, if that's where you end up going, to start this process of putting this together to bring back, which you all will have to adopt through a resolution. So yes, it's a process, but we need the direction to go forward to begin that. So we're asking you to consider these changes that the advisory board has looked at and is recommending to you.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, and before getting into the history a little bit, we really, as staff, pay very close attention to implementing the goals that the board lays out in the resolution. So right now, that's Resolution 105-2020, which is in front of you. And that really had a lot of effort to get to. I was told I couldn't run through the whole history of the airport since 1946 when it was first established, and or 1956 when it was deeded to the county and the FAA got involved at that point. But I do want to fast forward to 1999 because I think this is a relevant history for where we are today. Because in 1999, the FAA approved a mod to standard to have the airport runway taxiway separation at 320 feet. And then between 2003 and 2005, the county, with FAA funding and support, moved the taxiway to increase the separation to that 320 feet. And the county adopted a 95-foot wingspan restriction, which has been the main kind of conversation around what's been happening. Fast forward to 2012, and the county was working on an airport master plan. And in 2012, the Board of County Commissioners approved that master plan. And it's really important to note, because I think this has not been accurately represented in the community so far, that plan did not recommend any changes to the existing runway configuration or taxiway runway separation. It did include a new west side taxiway with that 320-foot separation. It did include thinking about a new terminal. It did include thinking about transit connectivity. It did include new parking facilities and those sorts of things. And after that plan, that master plan was approved by the Board of County Commissioners, it was embodied in a airport layout plan, 2012 airport layout plan that was submitted to the FAA. In 2013, the FAA approved all improvements in that master plan except the airfield recommendation, effectively rescinding the 320-foot separation. They required that we would move the runway taxiway separation to full Group 3 standards. Our airport had identified as a airport design Group 3 airport, I believe since the 70s was as far back as I went, and probably longer than that. And so at that point, the FAA essentially rescinded that 320-foot modification to standard for any future reconstruction of the runway. In 2014, and that was a surprise, because we had been working with the FAA on the master plan. We had been working with the FAA on the ALP. We did not get an indication that this was coming, but the FAA
felt that they are operating under direction from Congress to eliminate as many modification to standards as feasible. And that's where they came out. 2014, the county conducted an air services study to understand what would this change potentially mean, particularly for commercial service. It was at this time that the pending retirement of the CRJ 700 was identified. The last CRJ 700, I believe, was delivered to a U.S. carrier back in 2011. And so while there's a lot of argument over how long that plane may be in service, it does have a finite timeline. It's also the first time we really identified that emerging regional jets that were on the drawing board or coming into service generally had wingspans greater than 95 feet in order to improve efficiency, fuel economies, those sorts of things, economies. So later in 2014, the Board of County Commissioners submitted a revised ALP with a 400-foot runway taxiway separation that included shifting the runway 80 feet to the west. It also included a west side taxiway and FBO facility. And in 2015, the FAA approved that ALP, and that's our current ALP. That is what is on the books and approved. So any reconstruction or improvements that are made to the airport today would be made according to that airport layout plan, which we are attempting to revise at this point. So from 2015 to 2018, the county went through the rigorous NEPA process to do the environmental assessment on the improvements contained in that ALP. We limited that environmental assessment process to the terminal area and landside improvements, as well as the airfield. We did not talk about the west side because they did not seem to be in the foreseeable future. In July of 2018, the FAA issued a finding of no significant impact and record of decision, which really cleared the way for the board to begin the design process, apply for grants, and construct according to that ALP. But in January of 2019, there was some change in the board, and I think there was a lot of community conversation at that point. And the board directed that staff pursue more robust public input into airport planning and what the airport should be in the future. And in January of 2019, the board appointed 123 citizens to serve as part of the ASE visioning process and offer advice on the future of the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. Those 123 members were assigned to 5 groups: an airport visioning committee. Meg and Jackie were also in similar positions on that committee. That committee was tasked with making overall recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners, supported by a community character working group, a technical working group, an airport experience working group, and a focus group on transportation and transit connectivity. In March 2020, after over 46 public meetings, the Vision Committee approved final recommendations on a 20-to-1 vote. We did have one person come off of the Vision Committee because they felt like they may want to pursue work with the airport and that could create a conflict. But we only had one person come off the Vision Committee. And it was a 20-to-1 vote on 15 recommendations and 96, I believe, sub-recommendations. Those recommendations were adopted by the board in Resolution 105-2020 and have been the North Star, really, for staff work on the airport going forward. The adopted recommendations, that resolution honored the 4 aspirational goals of the Vision Committee: safety,
reducing greenhouse gases and other pollutant emissions by at least 30% by 2030, reducing noise by at least 30% by 2030, and managing growth of airline employments to be consistent with community plans. The Vision Committee recognized that their goals and the goals in the board's resolution were aspirational and would require negotiation and compromise with the FAA and set up a governance process, including creation of the Airport Advisory Board, who has a recommendation in front of you today. And we have representatives from the Airport Advisory Board here. And that it would require negotiation and compromise with the FAA and potentially other stakeholders as we move forward. So the proposed revisions to the resolution in front of you today are really part of that long process that we've been in. This has not been a rush process. There's been every one of those steps, like the environmental assessment, the master planning process, the previous ALP, also had significant public process and involvement in them, as has this. And so what we're really here to talk about today is how those conversations, particularly with our partners at the Federal Aviation Administration, have gone, and some of those compromises that the Airport Advisory Board is recommending we move forward with as amendments to the board's resolution. So that's how we got here. Now I'll turn it over to Brad to take it from there.
Actually, it goes to Jackie. Jackie.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's
Jackie.
okay.
I had it scripted wrong.
You know, up to John Peacock to shut me up.
Good luck, John.
I know, it's never worked.
So John did touch on the history, which I kind of went back over a little bit myself in preparation for this meeting today. And the Common Ground recommendations included seating the Airport Advisory Board. And you guys did that. You appointed us. We are not elected officials. Our job is to do our homework and report back to you to the best of our ability. And one of the things I saw in the documents is that we are supposed to make adjustments when we see that adjustments need to be made. And I was reading about the purpose of the Vision Committee and the entire community effort that we put out there. And I just want to remind you that some of the things that were included in our charge was to understand the federal decisions that apply to Aspen-Pitkin County Airport, to determine future air service needs and the trade-offs associated with achieving them, to consider the improvements and risks, and to develop the vision for the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport that will help prioritize future improvements and or investments. So that is what has become our job at the Airport Advisory Board. And I feel like that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're sticking to the Common Ground recommendations, making adjustments when needed, reporting back to you the best advice we can give to you to take forward. So I do want to thank everyone who's on the committee, Meg, Valerie Braun, and Bruce Gordon, I think are online right now, and Howie Mallory, Mike Solence, who's here in the room, and Auden Schindler, and the alternate is Barry Vaughn. We've all put in a lot of effort, and we really appreciate your trust in this committee. And then I want to mention that we're not changing the Common Ground recommendations. We're altering them a bit with this resolution. And I want to say that we're adjusting to the reality presented. And I think what we've done makes these decisions somewhat obvious. Moving forward should allow us to fulfill many of the other Common Ground recommendations. We have a lot of things that we'd like to see done at this airport, and we can't do them without moving forward. And this includes things like sustainability, ground connectivity, the new terminal, and enhanced safety. So this moving this process forward the way we've recommended with the 6-1 vote with one member that's written a letter to you saying he's concerned about some things. But we feel like this is the best way for us to actually be responsible about our future at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Better summary than I can give. I think Jackie and I, particularly, I have grown old through this history.
Not Meg, she's timeless.
I'll refer you all to our draft meeting minutes from the March 21st meeting that will give you the summary of each of the board members' rationale for voting as they did. Those we haven't had the meeting, so those minutes haven't been approved yet. But if you would indulge me, I'll go through a few of the comments that the board members made as they were contemplating their vote. So I'll read those, and it won't take me too many minutes. Several of the negative AAB member statements expressed were, "We have done everything that we can to try to make a bigger airport fit, and it's in a small place, and it doesn't. If we stick to our guns on the 95-foot wingspan restriction and keep our 100-foot runway in place, we will be able to keep the 320 separation on both sides of the runway and then fully build out the east side." So that was some concern of the person who didn't vote. "We should not build an airport to accommodate bigger aircraft when the Airbus 220/300 and probably the 200/100 will never be used here. We're totally hogtied with this whole process. The FAA has been on telling us what to do, and there has been some strong feeling about that. You can only be accessible to so many aircraft, and everything is such a jumble right now. We do feel that in some way. The new plan just doesn't seem to relieve that." So those were some of the negative thoughts about what we're trying to do. Some of the positive and more compelling airport members' comments and the rationale for why 6 of them did vote to move forward were, "It seems increasingly likely that the E-175 would be the preferred plane that will be certified, which means the risk of big planes goes away. If we follow the proposed amended common ground recommendation plan, we would not have to spend the $100 million plus on relocating the tower. That cost is terrifying, and it's a horrible physical policy," one of the members said. "There are no savings or carbon benefits from leaving the runway in place. That is a big deal. With the amended ALP version, we can access FAA money, and that is critically important." Another comment was, "One of the biggest things the community can do to be green is to build a world-class terminal now. It is going to cost $150 million plus, but it's going to be electric and would be a model for the world. We'll educate every tourist who comes through here." The member who made that comment just said it with such passion, and I can't repeat that passion, but he feels strongly about that. "What if we use the FAA money to improve mass transit connectivity and get our guests doing that? We would be like a European resort, and those guests could use RAFTA. Given the FAA's stance, why do some people still say, if we leave the runway in place, the FAA will fund it anyway? That is the scariest public policy game you could possibly imagine," this member felt. "It just seems like a very straightforward way to do the things that the community wants and realize all of the goals of the common ground recommendations except for one, which is keeping the runway in place, and that no longer applies." Another comment, "We need more discussion, more creativity on the FAA's accessibility guideline." We had a lot of discussion about what accessibility means, as Brad can agree. we're just accepting that accessibility means accommodating machines and not accommodating the user public. How will the management and enforcement of the possible expanded aviation parking be? And there might be airplane overcrowding in the future. So this member really did have concerns about those things and came to the meeting thinking that he would be voting against. But after he heard the presentation, he did change his mind and said that there was a lot of factual information given, and he did vote for it. The board should have moved forward years ago. It is not too late, but it will be if we continue to dither. You all could imagine who said that. There are other growth management control levers that should be explored and employed outside the AAB scope. The airport as the only lever, as the most essential lever, is misplaced attention compared to the other levers. The land use codes and the energy use codes are areas where there should be more conversation around growth control and growth management for the community. The whole airport area needs a significant amount of infrastructure investment and not just the airport. More than $1 billion was suggested as possible investments in the future. This community cannot fund that without the assistance of the federal government. The board needs to move forward with this plan and provides a conscious understanding of the revenue sources and managing the big expenses to address maintaining the viable air service here. And the last comment that we can know came from somebody here: consider the environmental and climate aspects. As far as greenhouse gas emissions, there is risk in not bringing in planes with lighter wings. We need more efficient and quieter planes. The board needs to move forward with the alternative ALP recommendation to make that happen.
Okay, wider wings, not lighter. We don't want lighter wings.
And so those were just some of the experts.
Maybe we don't know.
And the minutes, once they're approved, you'll see have more comments, but that was the essence of why 6 people did vote for it. That's my
Thank you,
summary.
Meg.
So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Brad. I do want to comment, I did have one missed date in the resolution that I'll correct. That meeting that Meg and Jackie are referring to happened on the 21st, and I have the 24th in there, so I'll admit to that fatal error, but we'll get that corrected. So,
Thank you, Brad.
All right.
Welcome.
Hi, Brad.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
Again.
Again. So today I'm going to be presenting the amended Common Ground Recommendation Airport Map. A lot of the information, as you've heard, is going to be very similar to what you heard at the joint AAB BoCC session in March. And it's also in your agenda item summary in your package. So I'm going to try to be brief. But if there's something that you have a question about or you want clarification on, please just interrupt me and I will provide some additional detail. Okay? So we're going to run through the Common Ground recommendations, the discussions with the FAA, the feedback that we got, how we got to the amended Common Ground recommendations, and I'll go through very specifically what changes have been made so you can understand what those are. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the core community values and the Common Ground recommendations and how the amended plan stacks up, and then we'll end with the proposed amendment. So this is the Common Ground recommendation ALP map that we started with. This is the map that we took to the FAA on January 29th of this year to present to them. This is essentially the exact same map as the airport map that's in the Common Ground recommendations. It's included in Resolution 105-2020. FAA was very candid. They shared with us that their process is fairly rigid, that they are focused on safety and accessibility, which you heard from John Bauer last year, and that they would require us to do additional evaluation and alternatives for any component that is not the same as the approved airport layout plan. And that's just their way of saying, we're not going to accept what you say, we want you to prove that that does not restrict access or impact safety. We got into our discussion. They identified 4 areas that they were concerned with. The taxiway shift to the east, reduction of the full-length west side taxiway, the runway crossings, and the non-standard access to runway 33. And again, we've gone through all these, but if you want additional information, I can provide that. After we discussed that information with the FAA, we were able to identify, well, actually resolve all 4 of those issues with fairly minor adjustments to the Common Ground Recommendation airport map. The FAA also mentioned the air traffic control tower relocation, and they emphasized to us that because the existing approved airport layout plan does not require the air traffic control tower to be relocated, that if the county's plan does require that, it will be the county's responsibility without FAA participation to fund that relocation. They estimated the cost at around $120 million. They also pointed out that the siting for the new tower would likely be north and east of the existing control tower, which would require or result in a tower height of over 100 feet in order to meet FAA standards. So, the Common Ground Recommendation ALP map is illustrated here. Taking into account the adjustments that would be required to meet the FAA requirements, as well as addressing the air traffic control tower relocation, we came up with a Common Ground Recommendation, an amended Common Ground Recommendation map that is illustrated here. Now, I will point out, and we're going to go through each of the changes one by one, but I will point out in our discussion with the FAA on the air traffic control tower relocation, the only viable solution to prevent the need to relocate the air traffic control tower is to shift the runway to the west by 80 foot instead of shifting the taxiway east by 80 foot, which is actually causing the impact with the tower. So we've discussed this with the airport advisory group and discussed the implications of the cost and the view plane impacts of having a 100-foot tower next to Highway 82, and it was their conclusion and recommendation that we shift the runway by 80 feet. So the first item that I want to address here is the runway shift. So if we, let me see, I can do it like this. If we go from the original Common Ground Recommendation plan to the amended plan, you see the runway shifted by 80 feet, and that is entirely the county's decision to do that. That's not something that the FAA is driving. The reason that decision is made is, again, because it costs $120 million, and we have an issue of having a 100-foot tower right next to Highway 82. And the Airport Advisory Board, please correct me if I'm wrong, Meg and Jackie, felt like this was a better solution. We actually went through the visioning process and looked at the criteria that were used to select the alternative that shifted the taxiway east instead of the runway to the west, and went through and, based on new information, primarily that the runway is at the end of its useful life and needs to be reconstructed, the benefits of leaving the runway in its existing location versus shifting it were essentially negated, right? So they talked about leaving the runway would save costs because it could simply be rehabbed instead of reconstructed, which is no longer the case. They talked about saving time with a rehab in its existing location versus shifting it 80 foot would require reconstruction, which would take longer. Again, no longer the case because the existing runway has to be reconstructed. And finally, they talked about carbon capture, what it would take for the reconstruction versus the rehab in its existing location. And again, that was eliminated from consideration because we have to do the reconstruction. So it's going to have the same cost implication. It's going to have the same schedule implication. It's going to have the same carbon footprint implication in either scenario. So the Airport Advisory Board came to the conclusion that to mitigate the risks associated with the cost and the view plane issues with relocating the air traffic control tower, to simply shift the runway.
Can I ask a quick question,
Sure.
Brad, or clarification? When the discussion of moving the tower came up, is the tower only moving 80 feet, or might it move to another location, because you've got the highway there?
It would almost certainly move to a different location. The FAA would do their own siting study to determine the ideal location. The feedback that we got from the local air traffic control tower is based on the operational requirements of the airport with a single runway and dual direction operations, et cetera, that they felt very strongly that would have to be, that the new location would have to be north and east of the existing location to facilitate those operations.
By 80 feet or more?
By, well, at least 80 foot
At
for
least.
certain, but likely to be more than that.
Got it. Which could put it on the other side of Highway 82.
The assumption was it would be on the other side of Highway 82.
Thank you. Okay.
And taller.
And it's still going to be 100 feet high, at least, right? Okay.
But we don't know about that.
We don't know about that yet. Thank you. You can continue. Appreciate it.
So the next item that's kind of associated with that, right, is as the runway shifts and we keep the taxiway in its current location instead of shifting it 80 foot to the east, we gain some general aviation apron, right? So we're going from here to here, and that apron that's gained on the east side is actually taken from the west side. So you can see how we're shifting everything 80 feet. The Common Ground recommendations included a requirement for a one-to-one aircraft parking, I don't know how to characterize it. They want to keep the same number of parking positions as we currently have today. But of course, they also wanted to provide a more efficient, safe flow of activity. So we had to, the Common Ground recommendation included additional apron to provide a one-for-one aircraft accommodation, no additional aircraft, but spacing out the apron so that the parking configuration for the existing aircraft would be in a more safe and operationally efficient manner.
Greg, may I ask? And that would be maybe possibly to allow for it's not IKEA, it's
ICAO,
IKEA parking with electrification for APUs?
Ground
APUs?
power APUA, correct.
And airplanes.
Yeah, so that's a real positive, actually.
And that's maintaining, that's part of
The same
what's
amount of
being
spaces,
maintained
but
from the
providing
Vision
for the extra
Committee.
space we need
Yeah.
to do a better parking system.
Right, so in this amendment, what we're doing is we're honoring that, and we're simply shifting where that apron is being provided. So we're honoring the Common Ground recommendation, taking it away from the west side, which was to provide additional support and capacity on the east side, and we're placing it back on the east side because we're able to, because we're not shifting the taxiway.
Right.
The next piece is the west side taxiway, and you'll notice that the Common Ground recommendations called for the west side taxiway to be limited to the area that's originally shown here.
Right.
And the FAA requested that we extend the west side taxiway to the south as far as we possibly could without requiring any land acquisition. So this represents about as far as we can shift the taxiway to the south. And you'll notice that it also requires that building there, right, that brown building there, that when this taxiway gets built, it would require the relocation of the Airport Operations Center at that time.
Kelly wants to ask
Please.
a question.
Yeah. I have two questions, I guess. We can focus on this one. What is the benefit to the movement of aircraft for extending, and I'm does this force them to pay for AOC relocation or reconstruction or anything like that if it pushes into that building?
It would.
I can, so the benefit of why the extension, is that what you're
To
asking?
the south, yeah.
That allows aircraft to hopefully land and be able to stop and turn off without having to go past, go to the left or the east in this case, come back around and do a runway crossing to get back to the west side.
Because it's assumed that they're going to stop farther than what we see on the midpoint on the west side.
Yes, it allows an additional buffer to allow them to stop.
That's the concern that the FAA had, and this was how we addressed that concern.
And that's, how long is that? I'm just curious. What's the difference between the midpoint turnoff on the west side?
It's a little over
and
1,000
the-
feet.
Okay.
1,000.
And then, yeah, so I had a second question related to AOC, the knocking into the AOC.
Yes,
How does
in
that
this
get
case,
dealt with?
in this case, Commissioner, because this is a required improvement, the FAA would participate in the cost of relocating the AOC.
We'd assume that that would be less than $120 million.
We estimated around 16 million.
Okay.
And what percentage, yeah, sorry, what percentage do they cover?
90%.
80% or 90%? Okay, just wanted to check. Go
And
ahead.
then I'm just sort of curious about the runway shift. I definitely get the logic around it, but I'm curious as to, like, are these truly one-to-one? You know, is rebuilding the runway in its current place or shifting it to 80 feet and rebuilding it there, like, are they truly one-to-one? Like, what are the other factors?
Financially?
There really are no
Well,
other.
whatever, financially or in impact or in, any of it, any of the construction requirement related to it.
So the issues we're dealing with the runway are full depth.
Mhm.
And because of that, it's really it's a zero-sum game either way,
Mhm.
other than the shift of the location of that center line. Either way, we'd have to go full depth, replace the drainage, replace the soils, all of that. So there really is no advantage either way, other than getting that separation. One potential advantage, though, would be now we cut down the cost. Well, two advantages. We've cut down the cost because now we don't have to shift the taxiway. So there's not two projects. There's one project there. The other one is that we could possibly, if we're just closing it and doing it, we could possibly do it in one long season closure. So there's some advantages to shifting it from that standpoint.
And this is to clarify, when you talk about full depth, it means it's a full scrape and replace. You're starting over from the
I would say it's a full scrape plus, because some of the soils need to get replaced
Right,
as well.
sure.
Yep.
Okay. Francie?
And in terms of the taxiway extension on the west side, and I know I've.
I
It's
gotcha.
on. Thanks. She's so quick. It's her youth. So in terms of that extension, and I know I've asked this before, but it just seems when you are looking out there that you could make that extension to the north without moving the AOC. Convince me that you can't.
Yeah, so we've looked at it extensively. The issue is you have 400 foot from the runway center line to the taxiway center line, but then you also have to have safety clearance from the center line of the taxiway to a fixed removable object, which a building qualifies as a fixed object. And so you can't put the taxiway right up to the edge of the building because there's a safety buffer that's required by the FAA in case the aircraft deviates from the center line.
But there aren't any buildings on the north side.
Hold on, let's clarify north, south. What are you talking about? Let's
To the left in our picture, it looks like we could extend the taxiway to the left in the picture.
Topography, I think is.
I see. Down at the far north end.
Yeah.
Okay. So the topography in that area would result in the need for a retaining wall or significant excavation of that area to the tune of about somewhere between 20 and 45 feet, I believe. And so our discussions with the FAA, they concluded that because that crossover point was far enough to the north to be outside of their high energy area, the middle third of the runway that they're concerned with, they felt like they could do a safe runway crossing that would not impact the capacity of the runway at that location, and pushing it further to the north would not provide any operational or accessibility benefits.
Except it would mean we wouldn't have to move the AOC.
No, as the aircraft land, right, what we're trying to address by that taxiway, the West Side Taxiway extension to the south, what we're trying to address is the number of aircraft that are going slow enough at that point that they can make the turn off to the west, and not knowing exactly which aircraft are going to be positioned on the west side. The FAA took the position that they want to provide as much flexibility as possible.
Okay, so it's really not, it's, from the FAA point of view, it's not the topography, it's the speed that the airplane is at when it's passing that north side, because that's where they come in from.
Correct.
Thank you, I get it now.
And I will point out here that, I don't see this as being an immediate need. I think this is something that would be
The extension of the taxiway?
the extension of the West Side Taxiway. But we don't want to play games. We're trying to be as transparent as we can here and make this on the plan and describe why it's on there. And then when it comes to implementing the plan, if this is not a priority and we don't need to accommodate a certain type of aircraft to get off to the west side, there's no reason to build it, and we don't build it. And then we don't relocate the AOC.
I see, okay, great.
Is this optional, or? This isn't optional on our part, but we wanted to say this because this is what could fit, and we want them to approve that.
That's correct. And then we would prioritize that in terms of implementation,
hierarchy.
depending on the need based on the aircraft that are on the west side.
But they would be expecting us to do it at some point, probably.
If it's needed, if and when it's needed.
And so it's basically for the aircraft that live here, it's basically for them to come over to the west side, but it's also a possible sort of emergency exit off the runway for larger aircraft, or not?
Yeah, it could be, but that's not the planning criteria that went into this. Obviously, it could be served in that purpose, but that wouldn't be the justification for building it.
So it's mostly for the local aircraft that are going over and
That's
and
correct.
parking on the west side.
That's correct.
And so because they're small, they might not need it.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you so much.
So I have a lot more questions, but addressing this, the extension of the West Side Taxiway, Dan, you had indicated that the small planes would be able to enter the runway there to take off.
Yes, sir. If they feel that they can do that, it provides an additional option for them. Rather than to cross and then go to the end, they could take off from that rough
Cross
midpoint.
and get in line with perhaps a whole bunch of other
Exactly.
planes going up the east side.
Yes.
If they can do a short takeoff.
In that case, to me, it would be important to do the extension sooner than later, because it gives those GA planes a longer runway. They go up to as far south as they can, they enter the runway, they have a longer runway to take off, which is safer,
Without going over to the east side.
without going over to the east side.
That's
And
exactly
maybe
right.
we would then lessen the number of the end of the runway crossings to the east side. To me, it's a safety thing to do that extension. I would do it as soon as possible, actually.
Right, Commissioner, and I think the issue that we are dealing with is we're not sure, while every pilot that I've ever met wants more runway, we're not sure of the benefit, the difference between the 40, I'm guessing now, but I think it was around 4,600 versus 5,700. And what is the psyche and how many people are going to want to use that, and the difference in the number of pilots who want that is going to justify the $10 million in the West Side Taxiway plus the $16 million to relocate the AOC. And how does the FAA weigh in on that? So you're exactly right in your thinking. the swing thought is right. The question is, what is the priority? And it depends on the actual aircraft and the actual pilots, and we just don't know that right now. So that's why we've included in the plan with full intention of doing it if and when it's justified.
Okay, then kind of a corollary to that, can we leave the AOC where it is and do the other part of the GA expansion over there without moving the AOC for now? Because we don't need a modification of, we're not going to get a modification of standards, but if we're not extending the West Side Taxiway further, we can still leave the AOC there for now until such time as we extend that.
That's
If
correct.
ever.
And that's exactly what we would do. We
Okay.
would build that first piece to accommodate the small local general aviation community. And then we would have this extension with the relocation of the AOC in our back pocket if there's demand, if there's benefit, if there's value in doing so.
At some future date, that spreads out the construction, gives us more time and all sorts of benefits in that respect.
Yeah, we
Okay.
get to see how the runway crossings work, how the operational flow is there. You know, it's just proof of concept, basically.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Patty?
What's the life expectancy of the AOC?
So typically, the FAA has a schedule on how long. Buildings are typically 20 to 30 years. So it was built in 2006. So
No, my
it's-
name's on the plaque at the front
Okay.
door.
Yep.
Why? Why does it have such a short life
They
expectancy?
need to do that for funding purposes, so that you're maintaining an asset that they've used their funds to purchase or construct for a certain period of time. So they establish a schedule for that reason, so that somebody's not building a building with federal grants and then taking it down or not maintaining it for a significant period of time.
But realistically speaking, it's
Oh.
not going to be needed to
Absolutely
be
not,
replaced.
but they have a minimum schedule.
So Francie, they're trying to take into account functional obsolescence, not just physical life of the building.
So for me to even consider having to do anything with the AOC is preposterous.
Well, you just have to get it done before you're out of office. Otherwise, you don't get your name on the
I don't
plaque.
care, I'll take the plaque, I'll take the old plaque home with me and put it on the front of my trailer. But, that being said, it's a waste of resources, it's a waste of our natural environment and all that, unless we could just chop up the airside part of that building and build it on the backside.
I wouldn't put it beyond the realm of possibility that the building could be reconfigured in a fashion.
It's kind of just a corner there for a while.
But as things say, there's portions of it that will have to be.
Yeah, I think whatever we can do to avoid that is key, and, you know, it's my understanding that the amount of locally based or whatever, you know, general aviation, the smaller ones, won't be using that crossing to the north. I know, thank you for the compass there, I really appreciate that. As often as we thought to interfere with traffic flow coming and going from the airport.
And I would note, oh, sorry.
No, you
I would note during and I almost hesitate to bring this up because I don't know that this would be the case today, but when we had the 2014 ALP, the FAA looked at what they thought would be the number of planes, which I think would be fewer in this iteration, and they suggested we needed to represent the full separation, but that there may be a bump out temporarily or an operating procedure until it financially made more sense, whether they got through the schedule that Dan was talking about, or it just the phasing of the projects made sense. I do not know that would be the case. We haven't had that particular conversation with the FAA because we haven't had an approved document to work with.
And also of consideration is there's a play housing on the backside of that building.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things to be brought into the conversation if and when we ever came to that point, and I'm definitely not at that point, and won't be for some time.
How far east on this map is the
And
current?
I still won't be at that point. Thank you.
Is it where that little white shadowy thing is?
Yeah,
Yes, okay.
it's
What's that?
Right above the brown
Oh, right
box
there.
You can kind of see the white. You see that?
Just to the
One-
left of that arrow.
Yeah, where's kind of a shadow there, looks like the ghost of the AOC.
Steve has a question. I'm going to give it to Steve here.
So one more AOC question, and then I'll leave it alone. Can the AOC be made bigger in the future and have one whole bay be hangar space for the local GA, or for space for mechanics to work on aircraft inside?
I wouldn't say that the FAA may not consider co-locating buildings like that. There's some life safety issues, and you have different types of equipment in there and things like that. But I wouldn't say they wouldn't, but likely they're going to want to assume firewall, so to speak, between the two uses.
They maybe want a separate building, so then if there is a fire, it would
Exactly.
be easier to contain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? What's the runway needed for your typical GA, I don't know, single or twin engine aircraft? Is this enough? If they start at half the runway, 46 or 5700.
More than enough.
It's more than enough. They're not going to be just lifting off just at the edge at the north end of the runway. They still have plenty of room to.
Yeah.
Okay.
The extension would really be for if there were larger jet aircraft that were
Parked on that.
They'll need
parked
more
on the
runway.
west side.
Right. Okay.
Right, it's not anticipated to the
But-
common
You
ground
have to accommodate
recommendations.
for everybody.
Got it. I understand. Okay, let's keep moving.
All right, so the last piece, no, not the last piece. So the next piece is the stub taxiway, and you'll notice, right, that in the common ground recommendations, they're aligned, and the FAA had a problem because this is in the high energy area, it's in the middle third of the runway. They don't want runway crossings in that location, so they required that we shift one side of the stub taxiway so that it was not aligned, so therefore would not facilitate a runway crossing. Fairly minimal adjustment, but nonetheless.
And you're just going
I
to say
have no
pilots.
idea what you're just talking about.
Pilots will not be tempted
Sorry.
to do the diagonal.
It totally makes sense, Francie, believe me.
Okay, fine, I trust Steve, let's
It's
go.
one stub to the other stub, but no stub, so we got it.
And the pilots cross at the direction of the tower, right? So these won't be potential.
Brad, you might just toggle
I'm
back
gonna
and forth
try,
and show that to
little hand
Francie.
on
So
there.
Francie,
Can
if
you
you look at the
It goes the wrong
toggle
way,
back
sorry.
Yeah,
and
shift
forth,
it
do you
back.
how
See-
it
see,
offsets
Francie,
so
there's
that
the
it's not a
shift.
crossing?
You mean at the end?
The yellow
No, right where
line.
the,
Where the
red
arrow
arrow is.
Look right here, Francie.
Yeah,
Look at this one.
yeah, okay,
Now watch.
Offset.
okay. I can't see because your hand's there.
Yeah, you
So
got
they're
it.
not
Yeah, okay.
directly across from each
And that-
other
that-
anymore.
Okay, I don't know what stub means, but.
Right, what
I'm
that
sorry,
does
I'm
is
sorry,
it gets it
Commissioner.
out of the
It's a
high
short
energy
little-
area.
I just didn't know what stub was.
Oh, okay.
Stub is the part of the taxiway that is
Okay, great.
perpendicular.
I got it.
Dan,
I'm good.
Hey,
Let's
Dan,
move on.
just get closer to
Don't
your
pay any
mic when
more
you
attention
speak.
to me.
Oh, I wasn't,
Just get, when you
when
do,
I
The
do.
way
just
you
make sure.
normally
Yeah.
speak, you're so soft-spoken.
All right, then the last piece is the access to the end of the runway. You'll notice from the common ground recommendation that it provides access not at the full end of the runway. FAA was concerned that that could limit the ability for full-length departures, so they asked us to reconfigure that, which we've done here, and now that resolves that issue. So, taken in totality, we go from a common ground recommendation airport map that looks like this to an amended airport map that looks like this. And I'll just kind of toggle back and forth.
And
But
you
I think
still
you
have the
kinda-
little teacup handle thing, whatever that's called.
Yeah, that's to facilitate the RAP procedures that's used at the airport. Air traffic control loves it and
Won't let it
threatened to
go.
burn my house down if I took it away from them. So we're
They
accommodating
come all
it.
the way to Detroit or someplace. and-
What we have done is we've provided it at the full 400-foot separation required by the FAA. So there is a modification of that, but it essentially keeps the same configuration.
And those little things at the end of the runway, the things we're not gonna probably do, right?
Yeah, we've kind of highlighted the
Just
very
to
end of
put
the
'em on the
runway
map.
for the engineered material arresting system, which again will be on the ALP, but will in all likelihood be a very low priority given the cost of
Yeah.
implementing.
They're
and
not going to
maintaining.
hold us to it because we put it on.
It was a recommendation of the safety committee.
Right.
And we talked to the FAA and they said, listen, just so you're clear, we're not we're not funding this. You don't need it, it's not required, but if it's something that the county wants to do, we don't oppose
Just
it.
have to reserve
Can I
the
ask
space.
a
in
question
case.
for Steve about that? The teacup seems very close to Owl Creek Road.
Yes, we've looked at it, we believe we can, well, we're confident we can fit that in without requiring land acquisition or impacting Owl Creek Road.
So about the EMAs, to me, they're actually an obstacle. If a plane is coming in on runway 15, is it, from the north? They're having trouble. They're gonna come short up on the runway. If they crash land short of the runway, they'd be better off not having anything in the way, and they could potentially just go on to the runway. Maybe, for whatever reason, maybe they run out of fuel, or there's a big downdraft that pushes them down, or whatever. If we could put the EMAs way over close to the highway, way off the end of the runway, if we ever build them, then
There's a wetlands.
they'd be out of the way in case a plane comes in too low. And to me, it would make it safer. It still protects the highway. It keeps a plane from really overshooting on a takeoff. They have to abort and they run off the end of the runway. They're going to be running out across the dirt and the grass, but then they don't go out onto the highway because the EMA would still be there. It would improve the safety that way. So
It's a wetlands.
if we did that, we should do the drawings, allow for more flexibility as to the location of them, in my estimation.
It's a good point. I have to admit, Commissioner, EMAS is typically and exclusively used for when you don't have sufficient runway safety area beyond the end of the runway. So I think I reflexively put them at the ends of the runway because that's where they always go. But in this case, they could be better utilized, as you articulated, further down, and we can look at that.
And I don't know whether we need to show that on this, what we submit. An alternate location for the EMAS would be farther away from the end of the runway.
Yeah, not, doing the study. I think all of that would happen before you implemented it, and, just keeping it on here as a placeholder, knowing full well that, we would need to study that further if it became a priority and we decided to implement it. It's a really good suggestion.
Okay, let's keep going. Thank you.
So, going from our amended CGR airport map, we next wanted to evaluate it, compare it with the core community goals and the common ground recommendations to make sure that it still met those in the same way that the original map did. And we concluded that the amended airport map meets the core community goals in the same way that the original common ground recommendation map did. So there's really no difference between the two as far as the core community goals are concerned. We also did the same thing with the common ground recommendations and came to the same conclusion. The amended plan meets the common ground recommendations in the same manner that the original plan did, with the exception of common ground recommendation number 13, which is leave the runway where it is, right? And we've talked about the rationale justification for shifting the runway. That would be the only difference between the two. And I think we should point out here that, without an FAA-approved ALP, we're not able to start implementing all of the airport improvements that are identified in the common ground recommendations and meet the core community goals, including, some of the initiatives that were the 96 sub-points of the common ground recommendations around electrification and geothermal and net zero construction, to say nothing of the cleaner, quieter aircraft. So I want to keep it in perspective that I think we need to make sure that just highlight that we have to move forward with this process in order to meet those core community goals.
And I might mention that it doesn't completely change the entire recommendation 13. In your packet is Exhibit B that shows the strike-through of what's changed. Those sub recommendations that John mentions that are underneath a lot of these, you can see that it didn't alter those. There's just a couple of changes. So just to let you know, that was part of that exhibit in your packet.
So if we step back and look at the amended Common Ground recommendation airport map, saves a little bit of money. We don't have to relocate the air traffic control tower. Saves a little bit of time with our ALP and environmental review process. It alleviates, avoids the view plane issue associated with having a 100-foot tower right next to 82, which all seem like good things. It does not impact any of the core community goals or Common Ground recommendations. So we feel like this is the appropriate adjustment to make at this time, given the feedback we got from the FAA, given the information that we know now, and the Airport Advisory Board agreed and supports that. So I threw on here a no decision scenario, and I did that because there seems to be some confusion around the viability of a different alternative than the amended Common Ground recommendation ALP that's being proposed. And unfortunately, because the runway has to be reconstructed, it's beyond its useful life, right? You saw the core samples, you saw the engineer's report. It is well past the end of its useful life. So it has to be reconstructed. And because of that, there is no viable path forward to reconstruct the runway in its existing location and maintain the existing 95-foot wingspan restriction.
Say that again.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask you to say it again, and I want everybody listening.
I was going to say
out
it again
in
anyway.
television
I was
land
pausing for dramatic
to
effect.
listen to this, because this is an important facet.
Yes, it is.
That I think a lot of people don't understand clearly, and I'm including having to hear it so many times. I want to hear this again. Thank you.
Because the runway needs to be reconstructed, there is no viable path forward to keep the runway in its existing location and maintain the existing 95-foot wingspan restriction.
Thank you. And that goes back to something John said earlier. Was it in 2014? Was it in 2012 when we were told that any reconstruction or change of the runway would trigger the accommodation of the taxiway separation and width?
That's correct, Greg. And another way of saying this is that when it comes to rebuilding the runway, who pays does not determine the runway, taxiway dimensions or locations. An FAA-approved ALP does, and that's been the conversation that we've been having.
And John Bauer was very clear when he addressed this board.
In this attachment.
Yeah, we have the attached letter from him. Is that the one you're?
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about when he came and presented to the board a year ago. He repeatedly reiterated that point. And he was even asked point blank, we can keep this the way it is until we do a reconstruction, and then we have to correct it. And he said yes. So there is no ambiguity about this. This is very clear, and John has told us, the FAA has told us over and over and over again. We've asked 100 different ways how to do that, and he is adamant that you cannot do that.
Kelly.
I'm just, maybe is another way to ask this, the reason they've given us money to maintain the airfield over the last however many years at 100 foot is because it hasn't needed to be reconstructed?
Correct. You've been maintaining the existing runway. And up until a couple of months ago, they were okay funding that maintenance. But because the maintenance has gotten more frequent and more costly, they're saying, time out. This doesn't make sense. We're throwing good money after bad. The runway is at the end of its useful life, well past it actually. You need to reconstruct the runway. We're not going to participate in this maintenance fiasco. We are going to require that you reconstruct the runway. And they've put that in writing. I'm sure you've seen it.
Right, thank you.
Good. So the no decision scenario is basically if you don't move forward with the amended common ground recommendation, airport layout plan, what's going to happen, right? So we know that the runway is going to require more frequent, constant maintenance, right? We're in that cycle already. The county's going to have to foot the bill for that. FAA has said we're no longer participating in that. You're going to have no runway reconstruction. You'll have no new terminal development. You have an increasing risk, so the costs are going to continue to go up because the maintenance is going to happen more frequently and it's going to be more significant. The runway closures are going to be more frequent, right? So you have longer durations and more frequency in the runway closures. And you are increasing your risk of a catastrophic pavement failure, and there's some liability issue associated with that I think you should probably consider, right? And eventually, at some point, the maintenance is going to become so frequent that the runway closures are going to become more frequent, and the FAA is just going to step in and say, nope, you're not maintaining your airfield pursuant to your obligations from your grant assurances, and they're going to step in and they're going to use the existing approved ALP, and they're going to fix it, and they're going to give you the bill.
Patty?
That was going to be my question. So technically, if we do no decision today, they're going to go with the existing ALP unless we try and push forward the common ground one that had been working on until we had these significant runway issues, I believe. So, but I think John Bauer's synopsis or summary of the meeting, and I think it was February 12th of 2024, right? That he did this attachment, his Exhibit C. He very clearly outlines the funding issues, the responsibilities, the guarantee, the grant assurances, et cetera, in this letter. And I think it's important to know this came from FAA, and this is telling us it didn't come from us. It didn't come from our consultants. It came from the government as to the monies and what the estimated repayment could possibly be if we are found to be in violation of maintaining our airfield, et cetera.
And Patty, I think both you and Francie heard this message reiterated in DC too.
We did hear that, but this was not Florence. Yeah, so I just think that's important to note that, I wish we could say we don't need FAA, we don't need their funding, we don't need their oversight. Some things are just out of our control and out of our hands, and the repercussions of trying to get out of those things could be even more traumatic for our community.
Kelly, sorry.
Can I just mention something real quickly, is that we're talking about, shifting and widening the runway, which is Common Ground Recommendation 13 that we're talking about amending today. And I think that that's one recommendation. There are 10 others that are kind of dependent on us getting like this federal funding and being able to move forward with 10 other common ground recommendations. You could actually tie it to even more than that. So we have to consider that. And when I talked earlier about the adjustments and the trade-offs, I think this is the meat of this.
Thank you for that.
Good point. Points.
Kelly.
So I think we need to answer the question as to what if we paid for it? So if we wholly paid the $100 million cost to reconstruct the runway in place as is, what triggers our approval or disapproval from the FAA, like closing the airport down for that period of time. Like, I'm just, I'd like just some clarity as to if we got on the phone and said, you know what, we're going to do it ourselves. Like, what are they going to do?
Right, so in order to reconstruct the runway, regardless of who's paying for it, let's just assume the county can stroke that check. You need two things. You need an approved ALP that shows the location of where you're going to reconstruct that runway. And second, you need environmental approval pursuant to the National Environmental Policy Act, right? And there's a process that the FAA goes through for both of those items. Today, your approved airport layout plan says you're going to shift the runway 80 feet. So to build it, rebuild it, reconstruct it in its current location, you need a new approved airport layout plan.
Or what?
Shows leaving
Or
it
you're
where it
breaking
is.
the law.
And one other thing we were told in DC, Greg, do you mind, was that the process with the currently in the works until we decide today or after second reading at some point, was that the time frame for a new ALP and a new new NEPA versus just looking at the one we have in existence now, which is probably on a time frame to be updated anyway, and we could incorporate these changes into that. And from what we heard from the gentleman in DC was that it would be a much different time frame, perhaps 6 to 8 months versus 18 months to 2 years.
It would take us outside the availability of the current
Federal funding.
Federal funding that's available.
And I want to add, it would go against the common ground recommendations.
Yeah.
Brad showed us a slide that shows the difference in the time frame, 2 years to 4 years.
Yeah, I pulled it out for this
Yeah.
abbreviated session, but yeah, that's about right. I mean, on the best case scenario would be at least a year longer, if not more. But again, I want to emphasize you're not going to get the FAA to approve a plan that has less than 400-foot separation between the runway and the taxiway. So you might as well add 10 years onto that schedule because they're not going to do it. They've drawn a line in the sand. They were very clear about it. They've articulated it. They have not changed their position. I don't see a path forward. Like I know it's hard. This is difficult working with the FAA. I get the frustration, but I mean, we heard it from John. We heard it from.
I've been on the board for 4 years. You've only been telling us this over and over again.
So I do just want to hone in. I don't think the separation is the community conflict. It's the the width of the runway. Right. The 400 feet is not anyone's beef. It's, that's all.
They just don't realize that to do the 400 foot, we also have to do the width expansion. If we want to get the federal funding, we can't.
Right.
And
No, I get
so.
that.
It's the same. It's the different different side of the same coin.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's-
150 feet was a common ground recommendation.
Yeah.
So,
No, I know.
Yeah.
Steve.
So I have one more question about the runway. When it's rebuilt, I know the way it is now, it's not level. I mean, it's not level, but it's not even an even grade. It goes over a little hill and then it's sort of up and down a little bit perhaps. Is there any way in reconstruction that we could make it a steady grade from one end to the other?
In a
I know
tunnel?
that farmers do laser leveling in their fields. They might have mile-long fields that they are laser leveling their fields just to make the irrigation work better and everything. Seems like we could do the same thing on one runway that would make it might make it safer. Maybe it doesn't make any difference. It might make it easier for the FAA people in the tower for managing things. I don't know. I just want to get your opinion. Is it worth thinking about that? Is it worth doing putting a little extra in while we're doing the whole thing to make it a steady grade from one end to the other.
How much dirt would we have to move?
Yeah, the design team will answer that question. Typically, the FAA wants the runway to be a bit of a bowl, right? And it's like, it doesn't really look like this. When you look at it, you can hardly see it, but they're trying to create this bowl.
Why?
This is
Efficiency.
To slow you down or
efficiency
speed
for
you up? I don't know.
start the takeoff roll, you get downhill speed, taking
slowing
off, you get
down.
uphill speed. But, I mean,
And
all
slowing
of
down at the
those
end.
details will be worked out, and it will be a very smooth grade to the greatest extent that they're able to make it that way. I don't know what the contours of the land around that, how much earth would have to be moved, and, I mean, when the runway gets reconstructed, it was going right down to, they're putting in new drainage, they're gonna put things down below the surface, so they'll have some flexibility to bring it as close to at standards as possible, and that would include a rather linear grade.
And it should be in a straight line too, right, Steve?
Yeah,
No,
hope we
turn-
don't
yeah,
have
yeah.
anything.
Well, you know, we also have to
Just
consider.
sounds
That
like
I can guarantee.
We also have to
Sounds like
consider
we need a
there's-
farmer to bid on the RFP.
Get us a
right?
farmer.
Yeah, that was a hayfield.
The cats are bringing deers.
That was a Stapleton's hayfield there at one point.
You know, one of the things that's come up over and over again is that we have a lot of moisture under that runway.
We have an aquifer.
There seems to be water flowing under it. And we have a much clearer picture now that I assume than they did when they constructed it the first time. Or maybe it was just the use and the size was different. But that seems, are we concerned about actual cost increases once we open it up and see what's happening under there?
We do if we're paying for it, you bet.
Well, we should be concerned about it anyway, but
So, yeah, anything such as that, sorry, Greg, make sure I get that.
if you're loud enough.
So anything such as that would be taken care of in the design, and as Brad mentioned, the FAA covers 90% of that cost. So the cost would go up for them significantly, us a little bit. So it's not an issue if the FAA is paying for it. Now, like Patty said, if we're paying for it, yeah, that could be a significant.
Well, it's our money regardless of whether they're paying it or not. We just get to share it with others, spread out, right?
Yeah.
As Americans, that is.
Thank you. But it's not taxpayer money, though. I should mention that it's not.
Oh, it's general. Yeah, right. Okay.
It comes from an FAA set-aside
Enterprise.
fund, so it's different.
Thank you for that. Okay, where are we going next?
I'm essentially done. So that being the
Okay.
case, right, that's what we're bringing you today is it's basically this picture, right? This is Exhibit A for the amendment that we're proposing, I suppose. I'm kind of out of my depth here now. I know this is BoCC process, but we're amending instead of me fumbling through this, Rich, why don't you
just read the rest, right?
He doesn't do well on the global stuff, but technically you're sound. Yeah, this is the Exhibit A, and what we had Brad do is go back and put in all of the little tags that were all associated with the Common Ground recommendations. And just to be clear, there's some conversation that we're going back to our old one. The only thing that's changing here is that we are shifting that runway. Brad went through all that, but we're incorporating all of the other Common Ground recommendations that were part of that original map. So we're amending this Common Ground recommendation, not redoing our old one.
Could I ask
It still helps, though, from the standpoint of we got an EA that's already approved on some of this stuff, so it speeds up that process. So that's that tie to that 2016 version.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So we will see all of this if we move this forward today and whenever we do second reading with an amended ALP, an actual plan before us. It'll come back to the board at some point.
Yeah, so how this would work is similar to what we've done now. We took the Common Ground recommendations and started working with the FAA, right? And we got the feedback that we brought back to you. With this amendment, and this was spelled out in the resolution, that if it came to adjusting that map and attachment, we'd bring it back to the Airport Advisory Board and to the Board of County Commissioners. And so what we'd do is stay in this iterative process and work with the FAA just to see, are there any more kind of issues that we would have to work on? If there are any substantial changes, we will be back talking to the Airport Advisory Board and talking to this board. And as we reach that agreement, then Patty, then we convert it to this document, which is like a
Yes.
68, 69 page document, which is the final ALP, which then is brought back to the board to authorize the chair to sign
And
for the
to submit
FAA.
to FAA. I have one other really quick question. There was a comment that we received, and help me with this, that said that the plans that we have are not gonna physically fit onto the property of the airport. I'm seeing that things fit under what we're talking about proposing. Help me with that?
Everything we're proposing fits on the existing.
So there's a
property.
misconception that we're building it too big for our own britches.
No,
It's a misconception.
we're not planning on any property acquisition.
Thank you.
But this really does account for the footprint of land that we have.
Right. And it's my understanding that with an ALP, we have to show a future use, a potential use, or whatever use of every square inch of the property that's part of our airport.
The FAA wants to assure that lands, particularly acquired or investments of federal dollars, are made for aviation or aviation-related purposes.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to ask one thing on this, just the red outlines. You've got potential expansion areas, could you just go through those briefly? I wasn't certain that we talked about those. Those are the red hatched.
Sure, as part of our discussions internally and to address the commissioner's point, we went through and identified the larger chunks of area that were not allocated to a specific use, either through the common ground recommendation or any other purposes that have been developed since, through our process. So the red dash lines represent a category of space called future aeronautical development. It is not specifically identified, it just identifies area that if there is determined a need, this would be area that would be available for development because it's not otherwise prescribed for some other function. And while I'm at it, I'll also add that the blue dashed dots, we took portions of what was formerly the red dashed outline and we converted that over to eVTOL activities. It's electric vertical takeoff and landing. It's a new technology that's coming in the future, and we wanted to identify area that could be allocated to the development and use of that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for that.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. I think the board has had plenty of opportunities for question. I'd like to open this to public comment. We've committed to stopping this at 6 o'clock. But there will be other opportunities for public comment on the second reading. But we do have an opportunity now to take about 50 minutes worth of public comment. So,
Well, I think we need to take less than 50 minutes because
well, we're gonna have to make it right. Thank you, Patty.
we
You're
need
right.
a little space.
We'll need a little bit more time. So our hard stop is at 6. So I'm gonna open up to public comment. If there's anyone in the room who'd like to say something, raise your hand and we'll bring you up. And then we're also going to start looking for people who are online. I see we have hands up online as well. I'm going to start in the room. Come on up. We've got a place for you at the table. And we're going to give 3 minutes max. And if you could start by identifying yourself.
Thank you. I'm Bill Tomsich. Been involved with this airport for a very long time and also through the whole ASC visioning process, served on the technical working group where we really focused our studies on the commercial aircraft and some of the benefits that some of the larger wingspans bring. But very interestingly, I think some of you probably watched some of the public comment from the recent AAB meeting where some concerns are raised about the larger private aircraft that could be enabled by the larger wingspan. So that actually prompted me to do a little bit more research about what kind of private aircraft they are, where are they currently flying, and are they really noisier? And one of the comments that was made at the AAB meeting, there were several aircraft from Bombardier, the Global 7500 and the Global 8000, several from Gulfstream, the G650ER, the G700, the G800. And I've also discovered there's the Dassault Falcon 10X, which is being billed as the largest cabin of any purpose-built business jet out there. It's expected to be introduced by the year 2025. Now it's been delayed to about 2027. But what all these private aircraft, these larger private aircraft have in common are the more aerodynamic wings, which is what allows them to operate a lot more fuel efficiently. They're also powered by next-generation engines like the Rolls-Royce Pearl 10X, which is going to power the Falcon jet whenever it gets introduced. And interestingly, they're all designed to carry about the same number of passengers as the existing private jets that currently operate out of Aspen. The Gulfstreams are limited to 18 passengers, the Bombardier and the Falcons are limited to 19. So the fear about all these larger aircraft, private jets I think are largely unfounded, and those that would be enabled to come in here are actually going to be a whole lot quieter than what we currently have. So I just wanted to put that out there because I think that seems to be a growing sentiment in opposition to moving forward as quickly as we can, and that's some of the research that I've recently discovered.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, anyone else in the room would like to make a comment? I don't see anybody else in the room. I'm going to go online, and I think I saw Valerie had her hand up. Oh, maybe she,
I didn't.
I thought I saw her hand up
Yeah,
earlier.
Valerie's hand was up.
They usually pop right to the front of the line.
It was
when they
way
raise
up
If
at the
anybody'd like
top.
to make a comment, you hit *9 on your phone. I think that raises your hand,
And
and then we
it
can.
pops them right to the top of the list, I think.
She left the call, it looks
Oh.
like.
I did what I do, which is like hit the red button instead of the mute button, you know.
Well,
Is there nobody else?
I have.
Bruce
well,
is on.
we've got people listening, but we don't have hands up.
Try them again.
There isn't much opportunity to, I don't know how else they could, here we
I'm a
go.
glutton for
Here's
punishment.
Tyson. Tyson Weiss has his hand up. So Tyson, we're going to go to you. We've got a 3-minute window here to give your public comment. Thank you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Hello, Commissioners. One thing that we love to do as the local pilot community is engage with the airport and Brad and his team on the physical amount of space that will be available over there. And I heard that there was some discussion about the shortened length of the runway that will be available. And I think we'll have some feedback on that. It does give me some concern that we'll be taking off in about 4,500 feet of space. But I think that's worth discussing. But importantly, the GA space for local pilots has been reduced over the past 20 years. So I think it'd be important to understand when this is all said and done, how much space do we have relative to what we had 20 years ago and what we have today, just so we can get more detail on what will fit in that space. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Tyson. I'm going to keep looking for other hands, but I'd love to get some follow-up on that. I think it's really important to have local pilots part of the conversation, and I'm hoping that their voices are heard when it comes down to how this new GA space is configured, and we have a lot of people who have a lot of experience with that who can weigh in. So we are reaching out to them. Could you, please comment on that.
Oh, yes, sir.
There's a hand over there.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm going to have Dan do that. Thank you.
We have begun meeting with our local pilot group to start working through some of their issues. On the horizon, we'll be working with them on the new GA space at some point in time. We're not quite to that point yet, but when we get closer, we will start doing that, absolutely.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to public comment in the room. Sir, if you could identify yourself and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon. My name's Dennis O'Mara. I'm a Snowmass resident, part-time pilot, and I've been very interested in the process here. Just to add to the point that Bill made, if you look online right now, there are 13 planes flying in the entire world, business jets, that are bigger than the current limit in Aspen. So it's a very small population
13?
of planes.
13, not types, but actual planes.
13. There are 7 Global Expresses, and there are 6 Gulfstream 650s. So that's 13. And just looking at this, over half of them are on international flights, which makes sense. That's
In the air right now, you're saying?
in the air right now. There are 13 of these. So there are
So you got 13
thousands
in
of business
existence.
jets flying around North America. There are 13 of those business jets that fall into this category. The other thing I think that the Francie has sort of picked up on, I would just point out, aviation's made really fantastic gains over the last 50 years in fuel efficiency, both through engines and airframes. And it's been compounded at a rate of about 1.5% a year. So you're making decisions that are 20 years down the road. 20 years from now, it's reasonable to expect your new airliners to be about 30 to 40% more efficient. That's been a very consistent trend. And in engines, we see a similar trend. And what really drives the engines are 2 issues. One is the size of the fan, and the second is the bypass ratio. And what you see in looking at the new engines like the LEAP 1, they have about a 20 to 25% advantage in specific fuel consumption over an engine that was introduced 20 years ago. So there's a good, you can actually make a lot of your common ground goals by just bringing these more efficient aircraft in. And these are just all the bigger aircraft. They're much more fuel efficient. A Boeing 737-8 MAX gets the equivalent of 108 miles to a gallon. A CRJ-70 gets about 55. So that's a huge delta. Plus, it's a quieter engine, which I think Patty Clapper can attest to. And it's just physics. It's a bigger fan, higher bypass ratio. You just get a quieter engine. Noise is wasted energy. And so the engine makers actually try very hard to make quieter engines. So moving to newer planes, there's a lot of environmental benefits. Okay.
Thank you.
Great,
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you. That was interesting information. Thank you.
Did I have a question or did
I have a question.
Okay.
It does raise a question for me, for maybe second reading, if someone can help me with. I read, I think American put in a new order for a bunch of Embraer 175s. And I'm just curious if the newer planes are spec'd any differently than the ones that we reviewed as part of our fleet mix and part of the analysis that the Vision Committee did related to comparisons with the CRJ for noise and emissions. So hopefully my question was clear, but I'm curious if the newer ones are better or not, because we're sort of set to get those.
So
the
United came
transition.
out with they're purchasing a number of E175s to replace their existing CRJ 700 fleets. It's anticipated that the engine on the CRJ is roughly the same as the E175. The big change is what they call a FADEC conversion, which is a change in the red line in the computer. So it's not really an engine difference. There might be some upgrades to the engine, but I don't think you'll see a significant change in that E175 fleet from this recent purchase.
Okay, so we can still operate under the understanding that those tend to be noisier and dirtier than the CRJs.
Or at least equivalent, yeah.
Okay.
But can I tag on to that
Go
one?
ahead.
But there's a thrust issue, I believe.
Yeah, so
With the 175s, it may cause the 175s unless they're retrofitted to fly in and out of here with a higher level of payload or passengers and baggage, that they may have to reduce the number of passengers on their plane to, say, I think it's 50, which could possibly mean, if their business model pans out, that they would need to fly more flights into here. And do we really want that?
Well, I was on a fully loaded 175 recently, fully loaded, packed to the gills, and
But the difference here is our altitude and our topography.
Yeah, no,
density
here.
altitude issue.
We came to here.
Well, on a
175?
CRJ.
No, I thought it was 175.
No, we don't have
Hey,
any
whoa, whoa, whoa.
175s
Hey,
flying.
folks,
I guess
this is
it was
getting out of my
not
control
this
here.
flight in here. It must have been the other part.
One of the ones you were flying around the country.
I think I'm just going to bring it back. I want to try to keep it on focus. If it just turns into a free-for-all, we'll be here much longer than I want to be here.
I just want to note from the Vision Committee's perspective, I think whether it's equivalent or on a per passenger basis, noisier or less efficient, which I think was, the case when we did the analysis, it didn't meet the goals. And I think that is one of the reasons that the Vision Committee didn't rely on the 175 versus looking at the next generation of regional jets, none of which really fit into our current airfield. And I just looked to Meg and Jackie for confirmation of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you for clarifying that, because I wanted to make sure that Kelly understood that the planes we were looking at were actually going to be better to get to our goals rather than the 175.
I understand.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, I don't know if anyone has raised their hand online. If you might just give us a
They
look.
would have popped to the top.
They'll pop to the top. They're not there. Okay. Nobody else in the room? Does anybody else want to say anything? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the board.
I would like, if the board's ready, to make a motion to approve this resolution, amended resolution, to move it to a second reading. And I just have some discussions as to when the second reading might be and how we might conduct a second reading. And I don't, Greg, if you
Right, thank you.
have any input on that?
I think that this is important enough to the community that I would like to recommend that we hold a special meeting for just this purpose. So we're not trying to get through a heavy agenda. So we're talking about a single meeting for a single topic meeting. And then we just have to choose a date, which I think would be, is it an early May? Is that what we're?
And I just want to check in on process. Patty, did you just make a
I
motion?
made a motion to approve. I'm just want to include in that the second.
Elaborate.
Yeah,
reading.
so,
Motion with a date.
okay, got it. Thank you. I just wanted to
Take
make
it
sure I
back to
knew where we
Following
were.
process.
Yeah.
And I've already looked at the calendars to see what dates might be possible, so I need to run them as far as Wednesdays when we have off dates. Oh, but you guys usually, I don't know when your ACRA meetings are.
APSHAs are in the evening.
I mean, APJA.
It's in the evening at
So
4.
we
I
could do
don't
it on
know
a
which
first or
Wednesdays.
third Wednesday.
First
The
and third
first,
Wednesday.
May 1st is a Wednesday.
So May 1st is a Wednesday, and I think it's important all board members are here, and then it'd be May 15th would be the next.
Yeah, or May 29th, which is the fifth Wednesday of the month, when they may not have
I'll be
an
gone.
APJA.
I
You'll be
go for
good?
May 1st.
So is this something we can bring back as soon as May 1st?
Well, I think it would be good to include the date for the second reading, and we could bring this back, because right now I'm not hearing any discussions about a lot of amendments or anything
some
to
reason why May
this. So we can bring it back when the board is ready.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
3 weeks.
Patty, if you were to do May 1st, I was going to say the amendments, I think, are going to be made by the FAA, as I understand it.
Yeah, I can, May
So
1st.
May 1st in the afternoon is
Or May
perfect
1st.
for me. The
Patty's
morning
not
is
here.
not. I have another
Hold
meeting.
on, Patty, so
No,
two
you
of
know
you
what,
aren't going
I'll
to be here.
just rearrange my plans if we can do it, because I have to be over in Silverthorne for the Economic Development District. But that's Thursday morning, but I'll just figure out how I'm gonna go from point A to point B in a timely manner.
What time can you start, Steve? Because we have APSHA that afternoon.
Well, I could start at noon. I have a
On what date?
meeting that I am chair of. I have to be there 10 till 11:30. It
That's on
would be
the
a
1st,
Zoom
right?
meeting, so
I can do May 1st. I think 4 hours should be sufficient.
I think so too, and if there's a problem, they can go in the next room.
Should we start at noon? Because then it allows people to be here for their lunch times, because I want to make sure we really accommodate, as Greg said, the public.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so.
All right, so
would you
I'm
like
gonna make a motion to approve, what am I calling it, John? The resolution of the Board of Commissioners amending BoCC Resolution 105, 2020. I'm not gonna read out the whole, do I need to read the whole title?
Item 10 on the agenda. Item 10 on the agenda.
Item 10 on the agenda, I think that was way too
For a
easy.
second hearing.
And set for second reading and public hearing on, May 1st, Wednesday, May 1st. Times will be announced, most likely around 4 hours time frame, so we can accommodate public comment.
I'll second.
Thank you.
First and second, is that okay? Conversation? Kelly?
Yeah, I'll vote to move this to second reading. I'm surprised we didn't hear more dissension today. I expected more. I do think we've received a lot of public comment on this in letters of recent days. I will say, I continue, and staff has heard me say this, but I continue to think it's a bit unfair for the community to have not had the benefit of some of the financial conversations that we as a board have benefited from in executive session due to ongoing contract negotiations. It's not an unreasonable thing to ask of our board to demonstrate our analysis of a variety of financial models. And, the timing of how these things are sequenced, puts the community at a disadvantage. And I really struggle with that because I don't think, I hope the community trusts me and my, thoughtfulness, but I can understand that they want to come to their own decisions on some of these things and formulate their own opinions on some of these things. We have had AAB board member, at least one, say we should analyze these things. The AAB should be analyzing these things. The Financial Advisory Board should be analyzing these things, all of which I continue to find to be very fair requests. So, if there is a way to reconcile that in some way as part of second reading, I do think it would be very meaningful to try and do that.
Well, can I?
Thanks, Kelly.
I totally agree, especially with Mallory's comments. Right. And I know we're in the process now of analyzing some of these numbers. John, is that true? With that.
Yeah, so I think staff's hesitancy has been what Kelly laid out, that we are in the process of negotiating, and our best alternative to a negotiated agreement is walking it and doing it ourselves, and we also want to keep what that best alternative to a negotiated agreement is in the negotiations. To that point, yes, we do have our consultants looking at some of the analysis that's been provided to the community. And while we're not ready to respond to specifics, I think there are some challenges with what's been put out. And so the board, and I don't know if that's where you're going.
Well, it is, but it's maybe a little broader. We've got some other numbers, like other cost things that aren't associated with what we're in the process of negotiating, that may be something we also need to look at. And in talking with Greg earlier, we have a great financial advisory board, and so maybe I would like, it never hurts to have an extra set of eyes to look at things, especially in light of how the public is viewing where we are in mistrust. And I think the more clear and more transparent we can be, the better. I just don't know if we can do it on the time frame of getting this this amended resolution and the process for the LP started, which I don't want to delay, but maybe we can direct staff to at some point help us configure how we might want to present the numbers as best we can with the information that is, we can bring public.
I think the entire board agrees with you on that, if I can say that. I understand that we can't have that conversation until all the negotiations are complete. But I also want to make sure that people understand that what we've done here today, the discussions and I'm going to say the wall that we're up against with the FAA has nothing to do with how it's financed. So that's not part of our decision tree today. And that should be clear. I think the time will come when we have a complete analysis of the financial situation and the alternatives put before us. But today's not the day for that. So it'd be nice to do it sooner rather than later, as Kelly suggests and Patty suggests. But I understand also we have to wait until it's time.
At least if we can direct staff to start working in that direction.
And I would like to suggest we bring in the, a set of eyes with the Financial Advisory Board would make great sense. Francie.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I also want to recognize we've had a lot of letters recently in support of this resolution. It hasn't all been in opposition by any means. I've seen a lot of supportive letters, and I've really appreciated all the letters. But I also want to say that there is a great deal of money available to us from the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act. And so it's hard for me to imagine that we're just going to leave all that behind, no matter what the specific economics show. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars over the next little while. So I want to see specific numbers as well, but it's hard for me to imagine that we would walk away from that.
Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Yep. Steve.
So I wanted to let you all know that last night I watched the entire May 21st meeting of the Airport Advisory Board. I advise everybody, if you haven't watched that, to watch it. I learned new information.
Yes.
I'm always learning new information.
Gets bored really easily.
Every meeting.
You want to come do bedtime at my house?
It was very, very informative, and it's well worth watching that. I think it was the second meeting I attended as a county commissioner in 2013. We were talking about the ALP at that time. So I've been looking at that for 11 years now. I've been looking at various iterations of ALPs. And I have to say that without a doubt, this revised ALP we have before us today is the best one that I have seen in all of those years. At one point, I was sort of wishing that the commissioners had just decided about 4 years ago, just vote on it and get the process started then, before we started doing the whole ASC Vision Committee process and all of that. But I have to say that the ALP we have here now is a product of what the Vision Committee came up with.
All your hard work.
And that makes it, that makes this the best ALP that we have, is because of the work of the Vision Committee and what they came up with, without a doubt. And I must say also that I voted against moving the taxiway to the east when we were, as the Board of Commissioners, were voting. It was a 4-1 vote. I wanted to move the runway 80 feet to the west. I couldn't understand why other people didn't agree with me at the time.
It was the
and
barbed wire that we
I
were worried
couldn't
about.
fully explain it, but it was partly just a gut feeling that that was the best thing to do. Now today, to me, it is crystal clear. We have really valid reasons why that we need to move the runway 80 feet to the west, without a doubt. It's just is crystal clear. I have probably 4 pages of bullet point things to justify why I'm going to vote for this, to talk about airplane types and the space, the parking space, and all the different issues that have been brought up. But to me, we're doing the right thing today to vote to move this forward. And my mind is made up. I'm not going to change my mind in terms of the physical part of moving the runway over and the other improvements. I would move the EMAs farther away from the end of the runway. Is the only thing I would change on
like 1,000 miles.
The whole map.
Yeah, to Eagle.
But other than that, I don't think we're going to do any better than what the product we have now. And so I urge everybody to vote yes for it. I would urge the public to start becoming more educated and actually look at the facts of the case, not just opinions on the case. If we want to build a new terminal, we can't just go and build it now. We need to get an approved ALP. And the only way we can get an approved ALP today is by moving the runway 80 feet to the west and doing what we're wanting to submit here. Before we can do anything, that's what we have to do, first step. And so the sooner we do it, the better. So,
thank you, Steve. If I could just say that I was an advocate for a pause in this because it felt like we didn't know enough. So I was kind of grateful for the 4 years of brain damage we've all been through, because I think that the public process has been fairly thorough and exhaustive, would be the word I'd use. We've had contributions from all corners of the community, and I think it has made the process better. I think it has made us all think. It's made us consider the hard choices, because friends from all corners of the community have been weighing in with disparate views. But I think that the result from all this is improved on what we may have done 4 years ago. So I'm an advocate for the pause and the brain damage. But I think that pause, I was hoping it would go longer, but I think that pause has come to an end because we have 2 time bombs ticking. One of them is the runway, and the runway is indeed a physical possibility for failure, and we can't ignore it. And the second time bomb is federal funding. We aren't so rich that we can afford to tell the FAA to stuff it and take their $500 million and go somewhere else. We can't afford that. And it would be fiscally imprudent on the part of the commissioners to even suggest doing that, in my opinion. So I think that we're taking care of it, and now's the time. Thank you.
Would you call the question?
Oh, you want me to call the question? I'll call the question.
We got 20 minutes.
Ask if there's
if
any
you
We
want.
still have time
comments.
left.
We have an open
Yeah,
discussion item.
there may be some other discussion items, or are you talking about out before we call the
No,
question?
I have
or
an
after?
open discussion.
Open
item.
discussion, okay. Kelly's eager to move on. Francie, anything else? You're good? Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you,
5
all
to
of you.
0. Approved this step in the process. Thank you.
I'll have more
Thank
comments.
you.
Thank you all for
Yes,
attending.
and there will
I
be a
do have
second
some
reading
open
with a
discussion
public
to
hearing, and there will be more comments.
We're moving slowly, but
question.
we're moving.
Kelly, thank you for the money thing, because I have a note here about dollar signs to bring that up. Thanks, because I spaced it.
It's a lot of sitting. A lot of
there's a
sitting.
way-
Hey, guys, we still have more meeting to go?
We
still have more meeting to go.
So, yeah, guys, we're going to have to clear the room because we want to be finished soon. Thank you all for coming.
If
I don't have to
everyone
clear
can
the room
take
to
the
be finished.
conversations out to the lobby, we still have work to do.
Yeah, we're still working
Thank
here.
you.
Jackie, I'll call you about my travel plan. I'm working on it. He says I need to spend another day in San Francisco.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Meg.
Yeah, you're welcome. We are gone.
Thanks you.
You.
Dan, thanks for your calm, quiet conversation.
And expertise.
Couldn't be more opposite from our former airport director.
Okay, so we're going to open discussion now. Kelly has something to talk about?
I don't have anything.
John doesn't? Kelly
Okay.
does?
I've got a couple real quick.
I don't know if this all came to you, but I confirmed I should extend the invitation to you all. Have been invited to the annual Read With Me Day
Yes.
that Kids First
May 15th.
conducts. Okay. Please reply if you would like to read to some preschool children. 'cause
What's
they
the
do
giraffe
have
who
another
wears
10
pants?
She said another 10 slots.
I just
they're
I
looking to
didn't
fill.
hear about that.
Yeah.
Why wasn't I invited?
I don't know. I'll forward it to you.
Do we have a meeting that day? The 15th?
The
That's good to know.
15th? No.
Thank you.
Is it May 15th, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
At 10 a.m.
Do you want to get the invite, Steve?
I got the invite, I just
Yeah.
hadn't figured out my schedule yet. when I
Okay,
got it, so.
I've
Patty?
got two real quick. John, do you know the time frame for this new wall? We need to get moving on that because of elections.
Well, no, and we're aware of the deadline. It's about getting the actual door in.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I know, okay,
Actual
problem.
The door.
I have a Sawzall. I could just cut
Well,
it
and then
out.
I have another quick one. After we had our meeting with CDOT and the discussion about wildfire issues and falling trees, Scott Thompson took it to heart, and he arranged a meeting with Representative Velasquez and Senator Perry Will, and they had the meeting set up, and CDOT failed to appear. So, that being said, there's another, and he had me looped in, and it was a day where it was Tuesday, yesterday. So I've been invited to attend a meeting. It's going to be a virtual meeting on Monday at 4. I just want to let the board know that Scott said we can't wait. We got to be moving on this. So I think that's terrific. And one last thing, Board of Health meeting tomorrow, Greg?
Yes.
Are you going to be there?
I'm
I'll
gonna be
try
there.
and
I'll be
come in.
here.
I have a
It's here.
doctor's appointment. It's in person here?
Yeah.
Well, they'll send out a Zoom link, won't they?
No doubt.
If I
Probably
don't
already
have it, okay, I'll see what I can do. Thanks.
I'm gonna, I'll be at RAFTA in person in the morning. I'm chairing RAFTA
Zipping up
tomorrow.
here?
And then I'll come back up
Okay.
and do Board of Health.
Thank you.
And with an agenda meeting in between.
Yes.
Busy. I have two more things. One, I will say, so the bill related to aviation impacts on communities, where we're trying to seek an amendment for increasing our fine. I'm still working
Increasing our
on
what?
our fine.
For violations.
Yeah, our fine schedule for violations. I'm
Oh,
I'm still working on that. I'm going to be down in Denver. We have a legislative breakfast, so I'm hoping to meet with some legislators on that. And I'm drafting a letter that I'm going to have Rye look at related to that amendment. He proposed some language that would give us greater scope. It's possible that we might be asked to narrow that scope, just so it is just targeted towards our noise and curfew violations. But I wanted to let you all know that, and I may, if it's okay with you all, if you all trust my latitude with Rye's input, to send out a letter with Greg's signature from the Board of County Commissioners
Supporting
on
that.
that topic. And then the last thing, I had mentioned Manaus in my commissioner comments today, and I do just want to maybe put a plug. Manaus is sunsetting. This is an organization that George Stranahan started, which started the 3rd Street Center and the community school and a bunch of nonprofits, Valley Settlement Project, et cetera. So that organization is coming to an end, which is, for me, a bit heartbreaking. There are good reasons for it. It has spun off a lot of amazing nonprofits in the Valley, and we will be celebrating that towards the end of the year. And I just want to put a plug for maybe our board to recognize.
Definitely.
We
all
should
of
do a
its
proclamation
achievements.
maybe towards,
And we can figure out timing, but I'm
Yeah.
just putting a plug for that.
good idea.
So, thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
So Greg, I know this is going to break your heart.
You want to make a motion?
I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Greg, good job.
Steve wanted to talk about it.
Everybody be thinking about me on Sunday morning. I'm going in the Fruta Trail half marathon.
Oh, good
job.
for you.
Well done.
I will.
Watch your blood sugar.
I'm going to be very careful with my blood sugar. I'm going to have extra goodies, whatever I need. And I'm